Are you a Shinigami? Chapter 1 is that thing called a void? Volume 1, I Want to Be Buried in Heaven, the birth chapter. Chapter 1 is that thing called a void? Are you okay? Chen Yunsong looked at the girl in front of him, who stretched out her hand towards him. She was wearing a pure white dress and had a bit of the legendary aura of an otherworldly fairy. Small lips, long eyelashes, long black hair and a pair of white pupils, a slender neck and white collarbones make Chen Yunsong, who is only 16 years old and has just graduated from a private school and was admitted to Pearl University, the old man blushed. Because that slim-fitting long skirt perfectly displayed the huge murder weapon. But what is more terrifying is that the girl in white in front of her is holding a long sword in her hand, glowing with some kind of grey energy, like the blood stains left after killing some kind of creature just now. Chen Yunsong grabbed the girl's hand, stood up, and said sheepishly, "Thank you. You can actually see souls, and voids." The girl in white put the sword back into the scabbard in front of her, and then the sword turned into white light and disappeared. "What did you say, Su?" "That thing is called Su." Chen Yunsong seemed to be quite concerned about the name Su. "Yes, Su. The soul after death is what becomes after years of torture. You performed well just now. If it weren't for you, I might not be able to kill Su just now," the girl in white said lightly, passing by. He gave Chen Yunsong a sweet smile with a hint of gratitude. Chen Yunsong recalled what happened just now. It was very dangerous, but now he is very shocked. Things can be said to be simple or complex. A four-hoofed creature that was probably all white and wearing a mask suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yunsong, who was on his way at night. The creature was huge, about 3 stories tall. Even though Chen Yunsong has been able to see souls and voids since he was a child, he has never seen such a big void. Then Chen Yunsong showed off his own magic weapon, a relic that his grandfather got from somewhere and cost tens of thousands of yuan, although Chen Yunsong thought his grandfather was deceived, and temporarily defeated Su. Coincidentally, a passerby happened to pass by Daegzu. I don't know if Chen Yunsong's inner sense of justice broke out and saved the passerby, which made him passive. After finally supporting the passerby to escape, his physical strength and energy were almost exhausted. At the critical moment, the girl in white fell from the sky and entangled Daegzu's attack, giving Chen Yunsong some breathing time. Then he quickly used a palm technique he invented called Tathagata Divine Palm to cover for the girl in white. Let her kill Daegzu just now. It was very simple for Chen Yunsong, who was used to this world, but when the girl in white said, "That thing is called a void," it gave Chen Yunsong a huge shock. The girl in white looked at Chen Yunsong, whose eyes were dull, and waved her hand in front of him. "Hey, what did you use just now? I always call you hey, it's so awkward." "My name is Chen Yunsong, what's yours?" "Li Ziwan." "Hello, Chen Yunsong, what did you use just now?" "Some kind of Buddhist spiritual technique." Buddhist spiritual arts?" Chen Yunsong felt that he had received a lot of information for a while. He stretched out his left hand. And in the middle of his palm was a black and white bead about the size of his thumb, inlaid on a white base. On it, it seemed to be a bracelet, and said, "This is it." Li Ziwan looked at it carefully. "Is it the relic?" "You are lucky. It seems to be the relic of a senior monk who has returned to the Yuan dynasty, or even to the realm of the Yuan dynasty." Then she looked Chen Yunsong up and down. "Hey, Chen Yunsong, you have a good talent. It is probably due to the influence of the relics, and it is about the strength of Kailing." "Wow, are the ranks divided?" Chen Yunsong sighed. "Of course, spiritual enlightenment, spiritual transformation, return to the Yuan, 5 Qi toward the Yuan, 3 flowers gathering at the top, etc. My master is in the Chao Yuan realm." As he spoke, Li Ziwan's eyes showed some longing. Although Chen Yunsong didn't know what this expenditure of strength was about, he still asked, "What about you? What strength?" Li Ziwan said quite proudly, I am in the soul transformation realm, but I have been in the soul transformation realm for almost 30 years. Chen Yunsong was quite surprised by Li Ziwan's age, more than 30 years. But if it were Shinigami, it would still be okay if he was over 30 years old and had an appearance of 18 or 19. Sensational. Li Ziwan said with a smile, yes. Chen Yunsong looked a little dazed. It felt like Li Ziwan in front of me was somewhat unreal. He is not from this world. He was highly educated in the heavenly dynasty on earth in his previous life. Chen Yunsong feels that although the present world does not yet have mobile phones, computers, the internet, Wi-Fi, etc., the technological level is only in the late period of the first industrial revolution. But at least he himself is living a good life, and he is living a much better life than most people. Except for the fact that he can see souls and some kind of monster that is all white and wearing a mask, it seems that not very good. Regarding living well, Chen Yunsong is very glad that he was reborn into a strong family, and his rebirth had a good start. But one thing is certain, the dynasty of this world is still the same dynasty. The development of history is a little strange, but it is generally within Chen Yunsong's acceptable range. White Masked Monster is Chen Yunsong's previous name for virtual. Growing up, I saw more souls. There were white masked monsters, but not many. He also rarely fights against virtual characters. There were 4 or 5 times in the middle, and they were all annihilated by the black and white light emitting from the relics. Chen Yunsong patted his face with his hand, bringing his thoughts back to reality. How should I put it? The name Sue from the girl in front of him had a great impact on him. This meant that he might have been reborn into a world that he was familiar with, but might also be unfamiliar to. Feeling slightly nervous, he pretended to straighten his sleeves and mustered up the courage, then asked, Xi Yuan, can I call you Xi Yuan? Okay. Li Ziwan said with a sweet smile. Chen Yunsong suppressed his pounding heart and said, Can I see your weapon again? What is that? Li Ziwan's hands flashed with white light, and a not-so-gorgeous sword appeared in her hands and said, My soul soldier, Doshan. Soul soldier. Chen Yunsong stared blankly at the Doshan. Seeing Li Ziwan's soul weapon, Chen Yunsong immediately thought of the words soul-killing knife in his mind. However, the way Chen Yunsong looked at Li Ziwan, combined with her tone of voice, made it seem like she had some objections to the title Soul-Slaying Sword. Chapter 2 Soul Society? Haha. Chapter 2 Soul Society? Haha. The history of this world is very magical, and the things I learned from Li Ziwan now seem even more magical. Of course, in this world, the world of ordinary people, there is no supernatural power yet, and it is still in the first industrial revolution. Chen Yunsong glanced at Li Ziwan, Come and sit at my house? I want to know more news about Soul Society. When Li Ziwan heard Chen Yunsong say Soul Society, there was some disdain on his face. Soul Society? Haha. Chen Yunsong, degree. Don't be stunned, let's go to your house to play. This is the first time I have been invited by a living person. Li Ziwan put his hands together in front of his chest, made a small 6-pointed star formation in his palms, and then gave a loud drink, now. After Li Ziwan's body glowed with white light, he still had that sweet smile, let's go. Wait. Chen Yunsong seemed to realize something and stretched out his hand to touch Li Ziwan's shoulder. Don't look, I have a body. I don't know if it was Li Ziwan, who had a somewhat silly and sweet nature, but he took Chen Yunsong's hand and put it on his murder weapon. Chen Yunsong was very shameless and touched it. The soft and bouncy feeling quickly made him take it back. Ahem, next time, don't do this, especially to the target. When you are a man. Li Ziwan looked extremely distressed. Well, master, is also my mother, who said the same thing. Why? Chen Yunsong, how do you Shinigami have bodies? Shinigami? Who said I am dead? Soul Society. Li Ziwan thought of Chen Yunsong's mention of Soul Society and felt relieved, because Shinigami is Soul Society, as well as the name of the Dead Soul Society in the West. Let's go to your house first. Do you know the Japanese Soul Society very well? Chen Yunsong noticed Li Ziwan's word Japan's Soul Society, thought for a moment and said, "Yeah. I understand." Under Chen Yunsong's guidance, the two walked towards Chen's mansion. The night was not too deep, but at midnight, the lanterns of each house on both sides of the street were still a bit intimidating. This world's celestial Pearl City, after decades of transformation and construction, has roughly the same urban structure as it once did on Earth in the early 20th century. Why are you wandering around on the street so late? I just got admitted to Mingzhou University. I went to talk to some teachers in private schools. Ah, here we are. In front of Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan was a tall house door. On both sides were two people wearing blue clothes, holding rifles similar to those commonly known as 38 big guns on Earth. What attracted Li Ziwan the most was the gold-plated red plaque on the top of the gate, which read the two characters Chen Mansion. Li Ziwan raised his head in shock and looked at the gilded red plaque. What does your family do? My grandfather is the Commander-in-Chief of the Huxia Marine Biyang Fleet, Deputy Commander of the Jiangnan General Military Region, with the rank of General. My father is the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Jiangnan General Military Region, with the rank of Major General. My elder brother is the Commander of the Jiangnan General Military Region Special Forces Detachment Leader, military rank Major. Mom is... Stop. Li Ziwan was confused by the nonsense about military region and captain thrown by Chen Yunsong. Let me calm down. Li Ziwan took a deep breath and said, "Okay, go on." "Oh, my mother is from the Logistics Support Department of the Jiangnan General Military Region, and my grandfather is from the Zhili General." "Go in." Chen Yunsong looked at Li Ziwan, who looked confused. Not to mention Li Ziwan, even the village chief is wondering whether it is appropriate to arrange such a real-world background setting for the protagonist. The village chief himself is confused. "Young master." When the guards on both sides of the gate saw Chen Yunsong, they all saluted and looked at him with admiration. How should I put it, in this era, those who can get into Pearl University are a group of ruthless people in every sense of the word. Yes. After Chen Yunsong snorted, he took Li Ziwan's little hand very naturally and warned, "Don't tell my mother and the others, I brought someone else with me." "Stop, stop, stop. I purposely used spiritual magic to imitate you, isn't it just to meet your family?" Li Ziwan's big eyes were filled with deep questions. Chen Yunsong, Sigma, A. Suddenly, the doormen on both sides seemed to have heard some news like a bolt from the blue. They all started crying. The doorman on the left rushed directly to Chen's residence and shouted, "Master! Master! The young master is back! The young master is back, bring back a girl!" The young master brought back a girl. Chen Yunsong, epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals number. What a mess! Come back to me. Li Ziwan, explain clearly. Li Ziwan, what explanation is clear? Chen Yunsong, I'll take you back. Why do you need to meet your parents? Li Ziwan tilted his little head and said, My mother said that if a boy invites you to his home, you must meet his parents. Number. Your master, you have never been with a man before, invite you. Li Ziwan still looked silly and sweet, I have contacted him, but no one dared to do this. Why? Chen Yunsong felt like he was going crazy. After thinking for a long time, Li Ziwan finally said, because my dad is so awesome. Well. Chen Yunsong's mind immediately pictured a daughter-loving father, and suddenly he shuddered, as if he felt someone's figure appearing behind him. Speaking of Chen Yunsong, this is a sad story. As early as when he was 14 years old, he came into contact with various famous ladies, Xiaojiabiu, but all of them were rejected by Chen Yunsong. The reason given was no one likes it. This is not yet the 20th century or the 21st century of later generations. Therefore, as a 21st century Chen Yunsong who received higher education from the earthly kingdom, his concept of marriage and love is somewhat incompatible with the heavenly kingdom of this era. In short, there were many strange reasons, which made everyone in the Chen family think that Chen Yunsong didn't like women, so he liked Long Yangji? Or that he had no interest in women. In addition, Chen Yunsong was too lazy to explain. So something slowly became a legend. Due to Chen Yunsong's background, this legend cannot be made public, otherwise he will be directly sent to a military court. But in fact, Chen Yunsong is a man with absolutely normal outlook. I feel very helpless towards those legends. So after Chen Yunsong brought back a girl today, the two guards from the Chen family orphanage were so excited that they burst into tears. What? Yunsong brought back a female doll. Suddenly a sonorous and powerful voice burst into the sky of Chen's house. It's over, I can't explain it clearly. Chapter 3 Za Realm Eastern Territory Juxia Mountain. Chapter 3 Za Realm Eastern Territory Juxia Mountain. Chen Yunsong just wanted to ask some questions about the world. Such as the Soul Society, such as Soul Soldiers, such as the world where Li Ziwan lives, such as the spiritual enlightenment, the level system of spiritual transformation, etc. But today's divine unfolding exceeds Chen Yunsong's imagination. In the living room of the Chen mansion, a man and a woman looked left and right at Li Ziwan. Especially the white-haired old man who looked somewhat similar to Chen Yunsong, with a red face, and a lot of wrinkles on his face seemed to have been removed. Okay. Girl, what's your name, where are you from? How old are you? What do you do at home? Li Ziwan said openly, Hello Grandpa, my name is Li Ziwan, I am a Tibetan Pearl Man, this year. Li Ziwan glanced at Chen Yunsong next to him, which made him tremble with fear. Judging from the previous dialogue, Li Ziwan is at least several dozen years old. I am 19 this year. My father is a Taoist priest, the head of a section. Religious people, okay. That's okay. Haha. The white-haired old man laughed so hard that he burst into tears, as if a big stone had fallen from his heart. On the other side, a woman wearing regular clothes, who could be described as a half-aged lady, shed tears like the old man. Female junior, hold the gold brick. Hello, Aunt. Li Ziwan smiled like a flower, which made Chen Yunsong's grandfather and mother feel so comfortable. Grandpa, Mom. I have something to talk to Xi Yuan, so I'm going back to the backyard first. Chen Yunsong was afraid that Li Ziwan would say something again, so he immediately took Li Ziwan's hand and left the living room. Chen Yunsong's grandfather and mother were left behind. The old man couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Song has finally enlightened. He is willing to get close to the girl. Yeah, I think that girl is good. Let's get this thing done as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll always feel empty in my heart. No, let's check the situation for now. However, we brought them all back to the room, haha. The old man looked pleased. Although there are people in the Chen family who can carry on the family lineage, one more branch, one more person who can carry on the family lineage is better than anything else. This is something that is engraved in the bones of Hyuxia people. Chen's house was not big, so after walking around for a while or two, Chen Yunsong finally pulled Li Ziwan to his house. Scared me to death. Chen Yunsong patted his chest. Li Ziwan said with a smile, what's there to be afraid of? I'm not stupid. People who can't see souls and voids can't tell them about Za Realm. To a certain extent, Li Ziwan was just a father who was controlled by his suspected daughter, and he protected her very well. It did not mean that she was really stupid and sweet. On the contrary, the on-the-spot reaction is very powerful. Wait. Za Realm. Chen Yunsong invited Li Ziwan to sit in a small pavilion in the courtyard. There was a pot of hot tea on the stone table for some reason. Yes, Zhao Realm. I was born in Zhao Realm, Eastern Region, Juxia Mountain. Chen Yunsong casually placed a purple clay teacup in front of Li Ziwan and poured a pot of tea. Can I understand that? Zhao Realm has the same nature as Soul Realm. But Zhao Realm manage the Celestial Empire, and Soul Society govern Japan. Li Ziwan said with a smile, that's wrong, our Zhao Realm manages the entire East except Japan. Is it also available in the West? Yes, there are the Evil King Realm and the Dead Soul Realm in the West. But I don't know much about them. I have the impression that I have come into contact with someone from the Evil King Realm? I forgot. Okay. Chen Yunsong felt that his outlook on life had been somewhat impacted. Aren't you Shinigami? Yeah, the names are different. Shinigami is the name of the Soul Society and the Dead Soul Society. I prefer to call myself a Buddha. If you want, you can call yourself a Buddha. Zhao Realm, too. There are only two major schools, Buddhism and Taoism. Also, the Western Dead Soul Realm calls itself Shinigami, but the Evil King Realm calls itself Demon Cultivator. Hey? Cultivating demons? Cultivating Buddhism? Cultivating Taoism? Chen Yunsong was very suspicious that he had entered a world of cultivating immortals, and asked, are there any cultivators? I don't know, that's a legend. After the three flowers gather at the top, there is feathering, and another name for feathering. The five qi are rising towards the yuan, the three flowers are gathered at the top, and they are transformed into immortals. That's right, after the three flowers gathered together, they ascended to immortality. It has been tens of millions of years, and no one from the four major soul realms has emerged as an immortal. Chen Yunsong asked again, three flowers gathering, what kind of strength is it? If, compared to humans in the Soul Society. Soul Society? My father can destroy them all with one finger. Li Ziwan said disdainfully, there is only an old man named Yamamoto who can watch Soul Society. I'll go, why do I feel cold on my back? Chen Yunsong didn't expect Li Ziwan's father to be so powerful. If it's really a daughter controlling her father, tisk tisk, what happened today must not be allowed to happen. Li Ziwan's father knew. Chen Yunsong shook his head and said after throwing away his distracting thoughts, your father and the old man from Yamamoto, are the three flowers gathered at the top. Soul Society doesn't have Chao Yuan, Juding. It's just old Yamamoto who has a gathering, so there is no need to divide it into different categories. They are both three flowers gathering, but one early stage and one middle stage. Li Ziwan's the meaning is very simple. His father is very powerful in the midterm of Sanhua Juding, and Yamamoto is very bad in the early stage? By the way, what do you know about Shikai, Bankai, etc.? Well, look at your disgusted eyes. That's right, what is Shikai, Bankai? That's because Soul Society lacks spiritual skills and has to use another way to gain strength. As for how, I don't know. Let me tell you something. Dad once used it hundreds of years ago. I had a discussion with old man Yamamoto from Soul Society. What is the name of his soul weapon, Ridewaka? It can use the fire element to release a large sea of fire. Destroyed. So practicing spiritual arts is better than Shikai and Bankai in Soul Society. Chen Yunsong did not expect such a result. There are many spiritual arts in the Zhao world. Li Ziwan continued, for example, the intermediate spiritual arts that I have used, the spiritual art of manifesting, can create a physical body in the living world. Soul Society has been asking me for this thing from the Zhao world back then. But no big sect passed it on to them. Chen Yunsong, __, okay. Chen Yunsong is so speechless now, so speechless. Suddenly Li Ziwan approached Chen Yunsong, since you can see the soul and the void, do you want to come to Juxia Mountain? Ah! Chen Yunsong hasn't reacted yet. No, you seem to be following the path of Buddhism. You can only go to the Hanging Temple in the southern region, or the Shilling Mountain in the western region. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk. Oh, how about you abolish yourself? Then specialize in Taoism. School. Chen Yunsong asked weakly, how to abolish it? Li Ziwan thought for a while, from the palace. Chapter 4 Why are you here, sister-in-law? Chapter 4 Why are you here, sister-in-law? P.S. This book has been modified from the plots and settings of anime and manga, so please understand if any of the settings or the plot that happens at the time point are different from the original work. This book will not be extremely strict. It will be written according to the setting, plot, given in the original work, but 90% of it will be the same in the follow-up. Many plots will also take place in Soul Society, and characters from various animations and comics will appear. Thanks, Omega. The next morning, when Chen Yunsong opened his eyes from bed, he felt a little unreal. He didn't know whether what he experienced yesterday was real. Zhao Realm, Soul Society. Chen Yunsong turned around and saw that the pillow there was actually a sleeping pretty face next to her, with slightly messy hair, a peaceful face, and especially those seductive red lips, which made Chen Yunsong have the urge to kiss her. Chen Yunsong tried hard to suppress his pounding heart. After calming down for a few minutes, he recalled the scene where the two of them talked late into the night yesterday. I roughly understood the situation of this world, and also learned a lot about the differences between Zhao Realm and Soul Society. Although not every Soul Realm has its own system, according to the strength levels of the Zhao Realm, they are Kailing, Chengling, Zhuanling, Gui Yuan, Chao Yuan, Ju Ding, and the Final Ascension. According to the standards of Soul Society, Guiyuan is equal to Deputy Captain, Chao Yuan is equal to Captain, and Ju Ding is the rank of Li Ziwan's father, the head of Zhao Realm, East Region, and Juxia Mountain, and the rank of Captain Yamamoto of Soul Society. Then each level is roughly divided into the early, middle, and late stages. The closer to the end of the stage, the more significant the difference in strength between the early, middle, and late stages. For example, according to Li Ziwan, the head of Juxia Mountain, who was already in the middle stage of Juding 100 years ago, was able to defeat Yamamoto Yuan Li Zazakuo of Soul Society with one move. According to Chen Yunsong's inference, Li Ziwan's strength is probably that of a chief officer in the Soul Society. Chen Yunsong slowly got up from the bed, recalling Li Ziwan's last invitation yesterday in his mind, come to Zhao Realm. When asked why, Li Ziwan's answer was simple, you know the responsibilities of Buddhists and Taoists, so every year, every month, many Buddhists and Taoists die every day. In order to make up for the loss of Zhao Realm with power, the 5 regions of the Zhao Realm recruit a large number of disciples every year, and at the same time send people to the real world to find some children of destiny who can see souls and voids. History has proven that these children of destiny will often become good ones in the end. Combat strength. Regardless of whether others believed the reason given by Li Ziwan, he believed it anyway. The second question that follows is, why did he become the son of destiny? Li Ziwan's answer is simpler. Your ancestors of the Chen family may have been Shinigami, demon cultivators or the like. Let's call them cultivators for the time being, or you may have a strong soul power yourself. At the end of the day, Li Ziwan was still trying to persuade Chen Yunsong whether he should commit suicide. By committing suicide, he could abolish his existing spiritual power of Buddha nature, specialize in Juxia Mountain, and be imbued with the spiritual power of Taoism. This question was rejected by Chen Yunsong without even thinking about it. At the same time, she was still complaining, why did she have to resort to self-conception to abolish herself? Li Ziwan couldn't give an answer, she could only say that this was what her mother told her. Are you awake? It seemed that Chen Yunsong's relatively large movements woke up Li Ziwan, who was standing beside him. He rubbed his eyes with his hands and tidied his hair subconsciously. I'm here. Where? You're in my bed. really? Li Ziwan looked around and didn't seem to care about he slept in a man's bed last night. Yunsong, get up, I'll get down. Li Ziwan kicked Chen Yunsong with his foot. Anyway, Chen Yunsong's bed is enough for 3 or 4 people to sleep. I don't know what happened yesterday. Maybe he was too sleepy. Li Ziwan slept on the inside of the big bed. Chen Yunsong reluctantly made room for her. After simply getting up and tidying up, Chen Yunsong opened the door to his room, and then saw 5 heads pressed against the door. Chen Yunsong looked at these 5 guys with a depressed look. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, Brother, why are you here, sister-in-law? Li Ziwan happened to appear behind Chen Yunsong with disheveled clothes and messy hair. What? Who is there? Grandpa, haha, I'm here to exercise. Haha, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Dad, haha, I am exercising with the old man. Wait a minute, Dad. Brother, haha, I also exercise with the old man. Wait a minute, Dad. Mom, I originally wanted to dry my clothes, but I went to the wrong place. Look at my brain, haha. Wife, I was hanging out clothes with my mother, and I went to the wrong place. Wait a minute, Mom. It took the 5 people a second to escape from Chen Yunsong's courtyard. Li Ziwan, _3, _. Chen Yunsong, W. You guys. And you. Li Ziwan. I can't explain it. I can never explain it. Li Ziwan smiled and said, then come back to Zha Realm with me. Don't you want to go to Juxia Mountain, Xiankong Temple, or Shiling Mountain? It would be good to get some favors from the old monks. B, I admit it. Chen Yunsong looked resigned. Go to Zha Realm. To be honest, he actually really wanted to go to Zha Realm to see the Zha Realm. He would not consider cultivating Buddhism or Taoism for the time being. Who wouldn't be curious about these mysterious things? It is now June, the recruitment examination has ended, and Chen Yunsong has also received the admission notice from Pearl University. Or you can take advantage of the next 2 or 3 months of summer vacation to visit Zha Realm. If conditions permit, Chen Yunsong doesn't mind being a disciple of a certain force. For example, because he cannot let go of his family in this world and hopes to travel back and forth to this world frequently. For example, he does not want to take on the responsibility of a Shinigami practitioner for the time being, although strictly speaking, he is already a Buddhist practitioner. During breakfast, the 5 members of the Chen family looked at Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan, who were sitting together for dinner, with unclear eyes. Chen Yunsong, who couldn't stand it, took a deep breath and said, Grandpa, Dad, Mom. I might go to Ziwan to have a look. The 5 members of the Chen family showed various expressions, including relief, surprise, and joy. Even Chen Yunsong's mother shed tears again. Chen's father said, Okay. Mom, please prepare more gifts. No, give it directly to the banknote. A banknote of 10,000 yuan. Chen Yunsong, W. Li Ziwan, O, O. 10,000 yuan. How should I put it? For example, in Tianchao Bank in Pearl Harbor, an ordinary female employee's salary is less than 100 yuan a year. Ordinary daily necessities are calculated in cents or cents. Chapter 5 Can you shout the word xi yuan? Chapter 5 Can you shout the word xi yuan? Chen Yunsong spent a lot of energy to persuade the Chen family that there was no need to send troops to protect the 2 of them and go back to their parents' home. However, after taking a 100,000 yuan silver note, they finally embarked on the journey to their parents' home. So in a field in a village on the outskirts of Pearl Harbor, Chen Yunsong watched Li Ziwan pinch out a small formation with his fingertips, and a dark gate appeared in front of him. However, before passing through the black gate, Li Ziwan taught him a spell to transform the physical body into a spirit. The intermediate spiritual technique, the spirit transformation technique, is the corresponding spell to the spirit appearance technique. The spirit sun condenses into the body, or the body transforms into the spirit sun. After that, Li Ziwan couldn't wait to pull Chen Yunsong into the black door. Then as Chen Yunsong's eyes flashed, what appeared in front of him was a huge stone platform, surrounded by fences and floors in a retro style. There were many men and women wearing white robes around them. On this stone platform, which was roughly the size of a football field, they used black doors to enter and exit. Many people who came out of the black doors even had blood stains on their bodies. Especially in the black door that opened directly opposite them, a male monk, most of his clothes were gone and soaked with blood. He fell down as soon as he arrived, so the three of them quickly ran over and took the fallen monk was carried away on a stretcher. Li Ziwan explained, the boundary crossing platform of Juxia Mountain. Through here, the eastern region of Zhao Realm is connected to the present world. The 5 Zhao Realm areas all have their own boundary crossing platform. Sister. Someone finally noticed Li Ziwan. Following the shout of senior sister, the men and women around them all shouted senior sister one after another. Chen Yunsong suddenly felt that Li Ziwan was quite prestigious on Juxia Mountain. Senior sister, what you brought back? A disciple asked Chen Yunsong, who was next to Li Ziwan. A delusion breaker. Bring it back to the sect master to see. As he said this, Li Ziwan pulled Chen Yunsong and walked towards the platform. The disciples of Juxia Mountain were left talking about it. The one who destroys the illusion has not appeared for hundreds of years. Yet, I didn't expect that the senior sister would bring back a delusion destroyer. A person who is born to see souls and voids in this world, the one who destroys delusion. Mount Kyuxia is located in the Kyuxia Mountains in the eastern region of Zhao Realm. It can be said that there are many towns at the foot of the mountain and sects on the mountain. Moreover, Jushan Mountain manages the entire eastern territory and is one of the managers of the Zhao Realm. Each of the 5 realms of Zhao has a sect whose strength is comparable to or even greater than that of the Soul Society. For example, in Juxia Mountain, according to Li Ziwan, there are as many as 20 monks in the Chao Yuan realm. Every Chao Yuan realm is equivalent to a captain in the Soul Society. With such a tyrannical Juice Yashan, Chen Yunsong suddenly understood why Li Ziwan always showed a slight disdain for the Soul Society. Of course. The 20 here are only those who work in Zhuhua Mountain on the surface. Just like in Soul Society, there are more than 13 or 14 people with captain-level strength. How much is hidden inside, no one knows. As for the Giwan realm under the Chao Yuan realm, he is roughly the vice-captain level of Soul Society, and may be described as 100. What appeared in front of Chen Yunsong was a huge retro palace, quite Ming Dynasty style, surrounded by mountains behind it, and the main body of the sect seemed to be built in the center of Yamanaka. Along the way, while Li Ziwan introduced Juxia Mountain to Chen Yunsong, the news that the senior sister brought back a delusion breaker from the present world quickly spread throughout Juxia Mountain. My father is the head of Juxia Mountain, Li Yuanxiang, and my master, is also my mother, the deputy head, Chen Ling. Chen Ling. A family of 3. Li Ziwan warned, I'll see my dad soon. If he has any bad attitude towards you, don't mind. Juxia Mountain, everything is centered around my mom. After thinking about it, Chen Yunsong said, strict wife control. Almost. Under the guidance of Li Ziwan, he passed by the main entrance hall and slowly walked to the mountain col behind the hall, where a stone path slowly moved forward. Passing through the lush woods, a place with a different style from the previous magnificent and carved buildings was revealed, a thatched house that was emitting white smoke. It corresponds to the phrase small bridges and flowing water, people's houses, ancient roads with west wind, no horses. Pushing open the fence door made of pillars, Li Ziwan shouted sweetly, Mom! An adult woman who looked almost exactly like Li Ziwan and would be considered a sister when she walked out looked back and saw Li Ziwan with the same sweet smile as her. "I'm back." Li Ziwan threw herself into the arms of the adult woman. "My daughter is back. Is this world fun? The modern world is developing very fast. Various machines have appeared, and a kind of hot weapon called a gun has appeared. It's very powerful." Li Ziwan hadn't had time to share with Chen Ling what he had done in the modern world. "I heard that." Chen Yunsong coughed from behind. "Ahem, well, auntie, and uncle." Behind Chen Ling, a man with a ferocious face and glaring eyes appeared. The man with long black hair, who was about 2 heads taller than Chen Yunsong, had a naked upper body, revealing strong muscles and deep scars from the left chest to the right abdomen. "You don't need to think about it, you know that this is Li Ziwan's father, Li Yuanxiang." "Dad." "Ah. Xiao Ziwan is back. Let daddy give him a kiss and a hug." When Li Yuanxiang saw Li Ziwan, his expression quickly changed. Chen Yunsong covered his forehead in depression. "Well, this person is indeed a complete daughter-in-law." After seeing Li Ziwan's look of disgust, Chen Yunsong walked up to Li Ziwan and stood between her and Chen Yuanxiang. "Hello, uncle." "Li Yuanxiang, Taish." "Hey, brat, are you the one who brought me here from the edge of the stream?" Those who break the illusion are the so-called people of destiny, people who can see the soul and the void in the present world. Either they were practitioners in their ancestors and are now awakening back to their ancestors, or they have extraordinary talents, that is, strong mental power, soul power. Every delusion breaker is worthy of being personally inspected by the head of a sect, because as long as nothing unexpected happens, almost every delusion breaker can grow into a strong man in the Chao Yuan realm. The purpose of Li Ziwan bringing Chen Yunsong to find her parents was to see who Chen Yunsong belonged to. Is he an ancestral bloodline? Is he gifted? And see if Chen Yunsong can get rid of his spiritual power with Buddha nature and practice in Juxia mountain instead. Chen Yunsong was not impressed by Li Yuanxiang's angry look, and said in a respectful tone, "Yes, and Ziwan said that I am a Buddhist cultivator in the Kailing realm." "Ziwan. You can also shout the word Ziwan?" Oops. Chapter 6. Can I call uncle, mother, Xiao Yunsong? Chapter 6. Can I call uncle, mother, Xiao Yunsong? P.S. Again, this book will have magical modifications to about 10% of the settings or plots in anime or comics. I have never tried such modifications before, everything is still being tried, thanks, Omega. Li Yuanxiang was suddenly slapped on the forehead. Chen Ling, who was on the verge of an explosion next to her, had a very scary smile. "Dear, your daughter finally brought back a man. If you scare him again, run." "No. No. Ahem." Li Yuanxiang seemed to see a tiger that was about to attack. Chen Yunsong looked at Li Ziwan behind him again, and suddenly felt a little lucky. Fortunately, her temperament was the same as Chen Ling. Ahem. Li Yuanxiang coughed crazily for a while. After waiting for Chen Ling to relieve his anger, he looked at Chen Yunsong with a straight face, and Chen Yunsong also looked at Li Yuanxiang. The two of them stared at each other silently with big eyes and small eyes. The two women next to them didn't know what was going on with these grandfathers. They went back and forth with big eyes and small eyes for almost 2 or 3 minutes. When Li Ziwan couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to interrupt them, Li Yuanxiang suddenly said with an incredulous expression, "So strong. Who are you? Who am I? My name is Chen Yunsong." Chen Yunsong was a little confused by Li Yuanxiang's question. What is strong? Is the glare strong? Or is there something indescribable that happened in this? Also confused are mother and daughter Li Ziwan and Chen Ling? After Li Yuanxiang calmed down his shocked mood, he thought for a while and said, "Just now, my soul power invaded your soul, you don't feel anything." Invading my soul? How does it feel? What does it feel like? Are you tired just staring at you? Old man, do you want to kill the man your daughter brought? Soul invasion? A gathering of 3 flowers, a small Qiling, do you want to use your power to crush him to death? Chen Ling faced Li Yuanxiang again. A slap on the head. Li Yuanxiang said aggrievedly, let's see, what kind of delirium is he? But... Linger, this little guy. I first used 1/1000th of the soul power is enough for the enlightened little guy. After entering his soul, I found that the power of my soul was like a stone. Later, I used 1,000th, 100th, even a 10th, seemed to touch something in his soul. First of all, it is necessary to state that in the 4 soul realms, the body that a person walks in is not a real soul, but is based on the real soul as a structure and based on spiritual power. It can adapt to the laws of the soul realm. Special body, or it can also be called fake soul. After the death of any real person, it is not the soul that returns to the soul world in the strict sense. Instead, after the soul enters the soul world, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth automatically gathers around the soul, forming a special body that is a false soul. But what is different from the real world is that in the 4 soul realms, if you die, you are really dead, and your special body will be destroyed together with your soul. The current world is different. After people in this world die, their souls return to the soul world. After being attacked by 1/10 of Li Yuanxiang's soul power, Chen Yunzong still had no feeling and deduced that the reason why he could see the soul and the void was, the soul power, mental power, is strong, and the kind that is so powerful that it explodes. After Chen Yunzong figured out his situation, he once doubted whether his powerful mental power, soul power, was related to his reincarnation. His previous life was on the earth, and his current life is in a world with the soul society. Li Yuanxiang's family of 3 understands what strong spiritual power means. In the future, he is very likely to enter Li Yuanxiang's realm, which requires thousands or even 10,000 years of growth. But he has such extraordinary talent, which already explains a lot. Use your spiritual power and let me see your spiritual power density. Li Yuanxiang blocked Chen Yunzong with a serious expression. Chen Yunzong scratched the back of his head, feeling a little confused. He looked at Li Ziwan and when he was about to speak, Li Ziwan said, "Release your spirit son and let us see your spiritual pressure." Okay. Chen Yunzong nodded. From now on, spiritual energy is spiritual power, and spiritual pressure is also spiritual power density, energy density, etc. Understand? Although Li Ziwan didn't know why, Chen Yunzong knew a lot about Soul Society very well. Chen Ling asked, "Have you been to Soul Society?" Li Ziwan patted Chen Yunzong's shoulder. "Raiko, spiritual pressure, including the soul-cutting sword, kid, etc. are all terms in Soul Society. Za realm is called Za realm, spiritual power density, soul soldiers, spiritual skills, etc. Take out your relic and try it." Okay. Since we are in Za realm, we must comply with the name of Za realm. If we have the opportunity to go to Soul Society in the future, we should follow the local customs. Chen Yunzong took out the black and white patterned relics from his arms. Although he didn't know what spiritual power was, he followed Li Ziwan's previous explanation and had the idea of infusing spiritual power into the relics in his mind. In about 10 seconds, the relic began to glow with golden light, and as Chen Yunzong continued to pour spiritual power into his body, some white slowly flashed through the golden light, eventually forming a platinum light. "Hey! I don't have the strength anymore." Chen Yunzong stopped instilling the spiritual power in the relic. Li Yuanxiang said, "Yes, it's the Qiling level. Little guy, do you want to commit suicide? Abandon the Buddha's spiritual power and specialize in my spiritual power." "Oh! Wife, stop fighting, stop talking, stop talking." From the palace, From the palace? Believe it or not, I cut you off? I still want to be a grandma? Little guy, Yun Song, can I call you like this? Chen Ling faced Chen Yun Song. At this time, he quickly put on a kind expression. Chen Yun Song said quite speechlessly, you can do whatever you want. Ah. Call auntie. Chen Ling said. No, ah. Call, aunt, mother, okay? Xiao Yun Song. Chen Ling paused every word, which made Chen Yun Song and Li Yuanxiang tremble with fear, but Li Ziwan seemed not to. She was hiding behind Chen Ling heartlessly, looking at her like that, she must be out of sight and out of mind? It's, aunt. Chen Yun Song said tremblingly. Well, it seems that the really scary thing is not the daughter-controlled Li Yuanxiang, but Chen Ling. That's right. Uncle? Or, uncle? Chen Yun Song turned to Li Yuanxiang. Call uncle. Chen Ling interrupted. That's right, call me uncle, haha. Yeah, let's call you uncle, haha. The two men laughed tacitly. Ziwan, take Xiao Song to the southern region. Chen Ling said. Chapter 7 Sky Burial. Is this the relic of the Sky Burial Master? Chapter 7 Sky Burial. Is this the relic of the Sky Burial Master? Can ordinary people become Shinigami? Chen Yun Song, sitting on a silver giant sword, asked Li Ziwan in front of him. Li Ziwan's hands were always in a clasped hand gesture. The intermediate spiritual skill and sword-controlling skill was flying with a sword, or flying with one's own soul weapon. From Juxia Mountain in the Eastern Territory to Xiankong Temple in the Southern Territory, it is thousands of kilometers away. It is really a waste of time to walk or simply fly there. Yes, as long as you use spiritual techniques or soul weapons to instill spiritual power into ordinary people in this world. Also, if you want to call yourself a Buddhist, you can even say practitioner or Taoist. Li Ziwan made serious representations to Chen Yun Song. Chen Yun Song, _. Then why don't you do this and let people in this world become dead practitioners? The painful lessons of history tell us that it is not the delusion breakers, or the people who are deeply involved in the destiny of the delusion's destroyer. Ordinary people in this world can reach the spiritual enlightenment level at most. It really doesn't make much sense. People with profound destiny? Parents? Brothers and sisters? I don't know. Anyway, there will always be some people in this world who will have some special powers in this world for various reasons. We call this kind of thing real spirit art. Oh, in Soul Society, I remember it is called Gestalt. Yes, it's called Gestalt technique. In fact, the so-called Gestalt technique can be understood as a spiritual technique that is mastered by people in the world and exists in reality. Li Ziwan's fingertips revealed white power. Here we are. In the air, Li Ziwan put away the giant sword, attached it to her waist, and turned into spiritual energy and disappeared. Li Ziwan pulled Chen Yun Song's body and slowly fell from the air. Directly below was a huge, floating island. Chen Yun Song felt that he was not dazzled. On a huge floating island, there were a number of buildings, including pavilions of all sizes, and at the very back was a huge stone platform, which Chen Yun Song could clearly see. There are many black doors open on that stone platform, and some disciples with or without hair, belonging to the Xiankong Temple, come in and out. Presumably the stone platform there is the boundary crossing platform belonging to the Xiankong Temple, which facilitates the people of the Xiankong Temple in the southern region to enter and exit the world. Along the way, Chen Yun Song heard Li Ziwan talk about the Hanging Temple. The abbot here is about the same strength as Li Yuanxiang. They are basically in the middle stage of the Three Flowers Gathering realm. There are also about 20 Buddhist practitioners in the Chao Yuan realm. When it comes to who is the most powerful in the entire Zhao realm, or among the four soul realms, Li Ziwan said that there are two, namely the Valley Master of the Zhao realm, the Middle realm, and the Zhao Valley, and a certain big one in the Evil King realm. The devil, whose name is Li Ziwan, has been forgotten. According to Li Ziwan's original words, with one finger, there is no problem in breaking through half of the world of soul society or dead soul society. As Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan slowly fell, many monks or lay disciples began to watch in front of the hanging hall. The abbot of Xiankong Temple is wearing a red gold-rimmed cassock, 108 beads of unknown material around his neck, white eyebrows, a white mustache, and a small string of beads that appear to be made of wood in his hand. He has a kind look on his face, looking up into the sky. Behind the old man were about 5 people wearing red cassocks without gold rims, and another 5 people wearing grey robes with gold rims. The red cassocks and grey gold-rimmed robes mean that these 10 people belong to the Chao Yuan realm. Amitabha. The kind old man at the head called the Buddha's name, followed closely by monks and lay disciples, who all called the Buddha's name. For a moment, layers of golden light flashed from the sky above the hanging temple. In an instant, Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan felt that their souls had been purified and baptized in some way. After Li Ziwan and Chen Yunsong landed, facing the abbot of Xiankong Temple, they clasped their hands in front of their chests. Abbot Tianjing. Abbot Tianjing said with a warm smile, "Haha, after receiving the news from your father, I will wait here." Chen Yunsong said shamelessly, "I am a delusion destroyer, right?" "No, little friend, it's very special. Especially, the black and white relic you have," Abbot Tianjing said. Chen Yunsong glanced at Li Ziwan beside him, as if she didn't know what was going on. Since Abbot Tianjing said it was a matter of relics, Chen Yunsong took out the relics from his arms and sent them to Abbot Tianjing. "Thank you." Abbot Tianjing took the black and white relics from Chen Yunsong's hand. Slowly, the relic flew into the air in the hands of Abbot Tianjing. After shining with pure golden light, it slowly flew towards the mountain in the direction of Chen Yunsong. Chen Yunsong stretched out his hand and caught the black and white relic that stopped shining with golden light. At this time, everyone saw some tears in the corners of Abbot Tianjing's eyes. "That's right, these are the relics of my junior brother's sky burial." Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan looked at each other. No wonder they came to Xiankong Temple and suddenly created such a big battle. It turned out that the relic belonging to Chen Yunsong had a great background. Abbot Tianjing's junior brother was buried in the sky? Sky burial. Is this the relic of the sky burial master? Suddenly something seemed to come to Li Ziwan's mind. Yes, 1,000 years ago, my junior brother died in the sky burial war in the Void Realm, Hueco Mundo. He left behind a black and white relic and enshrined it on the top floor of the Hanging Temple Pagoda. But about 200 years ago, the pagoda was stolen, and one person stole the black and white relics. Now, the black and white relics have returned again. And it seems that my junior brother is very fond of you. Abbot Tianjing's voice changed from sadness to joy. Thousands of years ago, the Void World gave birth to a super high-level void with a strength of about the early stage of the Juding realm. Under his control were nearly 50 high-level voids of the Chao Yuan realm. So the 5 realms of Zhao united to conquer the realm of nothingness. Sky Burial is a figure regarded as a hero by people. Li Ziwan does not know the specific details. But she knows that if it were not for the sacrifice of the Sky Burial Master, perhaps there would not be so many powerful people in the 5 realms of Zhao at this time. At that time, he saved a large number of fresh blood from the 5 regions from several Chao Yuan realm virtual hands. Among them is Li Yuanxiang, the father of Li Ziwan, the current head of Juxia Mountain. In other words, without the self-sacrifice of the Sky Burial Master, Li Ziwan might not have been born. In addition, the Void Realm here refers to the large emptiness paradise between Zhao Realm and the real world. It's similar to the concept of Hueco Mundo in Soul Society. It's just that the name is different, but the Void Realm is much larger than Hueco Mundo. The relics should be returned to their original owners. Chen Yunsong felt that since the former owner of the black and white relics was important, it would not matter if they were returned to the Xiankong Temple. Haha, no, little friend, from today on, you are the owner of this black and white relic. Chapter 8 Soul Soldier Heaven Burial Tin Staff. Chapter 8 Soul Soldier, Heaven Burial Tin Staff. Time goes back to 8 years ago, Celestial Dynasty Pearl Harbor Chen Mansion. Xiaosong, this is the relic obtained from the Guanyin Temple in Mount Putuo. Chen Yunsong's grandfather, Chen Luosheng, held an open brocade box in his hand, inside which lay a small black and white ball. The material was very similar. Glass ball? Chen Yunsong took out the black and white relics and said with a puzzled tone, "Grandpa, isn't this made of glass?" "You brat," the old man finally got it from Guanyin Temple at a cost of 79,999 yuan. Chen Yunsong looked at Chen Luosheng's appearance, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his grandfather had been deceived by the monks of Guanyin Temple. "Still don't believe it?" Chen Luosheng said confidently, "Don't worry, my dear grandson, Guanyin Temple doesn't dare to lie to me." "Why?" Chen Yunsong was curious as to where his grandfather had the confidence to prove that he was not deceived. Or did he find someone to identify the black and white, glass beads? Or relics? Chen Luosheng said domineeringly, "Dare you lie to me? Lead troops to surround them." Chen Yunsong, Sigma, A. Chen Luosheng placed the brocade box on the coffee table next to him. "My dear grandson, you said you always have nightmares and see some things you shouldn't see. Remember, wear the relic on your body at all times. Even if it's useless, think of it as Grandpa's wish." Chen Yunsong nodded, "Understood, Grandpa." The dividing line between all evils, time returns to the present Xia Realm Southern Territory Suspension Temple. The main hall of the Xiankong Temple, also called the Great Buddha Hall, is the largest and most splendid hall in the Xiankong Temple. It occupies almost 1/10 of the total area of the Xiankong Temple. Its interior is even more magnificent than Zhuhua Mountain. What shocked Chen Yunsong the most was the reason why this building was called the Big Buddha Hall. Right in front, stands a gilded lotus statue of Sakyamuni that is nearly 30 meters high. On the left and right sides are the equally golden Manjushri and Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas. In the center below the Buddha statue, Master Tianjing sits cross-legged on a straw mat. To his left are 5 monks wearing red cassocks who are also sitting on the ground. To his right are lay disciples who have not shaved their heads. Whether it is Xiankong Temple or Shiling Mountain in the western regions, as early as 10,000 years ago, in order to strengthen their own strength, they all adopted an open policy, that is, those who practice Buddhism do not necessarily have to become monks, but can join the two as lay disciples. A great Buddhist holy place, these lay disciples were later called lay Buddhists, regardless of gender. For example, among the 5 lay Buddhists sitting on the right side of Abbot Tianjing, there are 2 women, but they are dressed simply, which seems to mean seeing through the world of mortals. Today, about 40% of the people in Xiankong Temple are monks, or nuns, and 60% are lay people. In the center of the hall, Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan were sitting on their knees, but this time Chen Yunsong was 1.5 body length ahead of Li Ziwan, and was further forward. Abbot Tianjing turned the Buddha beads in his hand, looked directly at Chen Yunsong with a serious look, and asked, "My little friend, would you like to join my Xiankong Temple and become my disciple?" No one seems surprised by this result. First, Chen Yunsong brought back the relics of the Sky Burial Master, the black and white relics. Second, just now Abbot Tianjing explored Chen Yunsong's soul power and concluded that it is as high as a mountain and as deep as the sea. Third, Chen Yun Matsumoto's body has been affected by the black and white relics, and he has the spiritual power of Buddha nature that is approximately equivalent to the spiritual realm. But to Chen Yunsong, all this seemed a bit illusory, or the illusion became false, which made Chen Yunsong unexpectedly calm. Abbot Tianjing's invitation to become a disciple, Master Sky Burial's relics, and 2 big gifts or surprises did not make Chen Yunsong too excited, of course he was definitely excited. Chen Yunsong responded equally seriously, Abbot, after becoming your disciple, can I have a small privilege? Abbot Tianjing smiled, tell me. Chen Yunsong plucked up the courage and said, I still have family members alive, so, at least for a few decades, I don't want to really go through life and death for Zhao Realm and Xiankong Temple. I will often travel back and forth to this world in the future. And can I become a layman? When Chen Yunsong said this, he looked back at Li Ziwan. She still had a sweet smile and stretched out her finger to point at herself, which seemed to support Chen Yunsong's decision. It seemed that Chen Yunsong's proposal was quite bold, but there was a lot of praise in Abbot Tianjing's eyes. A person who values love and justice is more worthy of being cultivated by Abbot Tianjing. It is often these people who value love and righteousness who are not afraid of life and death. For example, the Sky Burial Master who died in a battle in the void 1,000 years ago. Abbot Tianjing smiled and said, yes. So, disciple Chen Yunsong has met Master. Chen Yunsong lowered his head deeply and whispered, Ziwan, kowtow. Me. Li Ziwan didn't know why. Hurry up. Chen Yunsong urged. Oh. So Li Ziwan followed Chen Yunsong in confusion and kowtowed 3 times to Abbot Tianjing. When the two raised their heads, Chen Yunsong's chest began to flash with golden light, and the black and white relics flew out of Chen Yunsong's chest automatically, mixed with waves of black and gold emerging from Chen Yunsong's body, and poured into the black and white relics. It seemed that the two formed some kind of psychic circuit. This is Abbot Tianjing, Li Ziwan, 5 masters, and 5 lay people looked at this scene in surprise. As the black gold power released from Chen Yunsong's body poured into the black and white relics, the white part on it gradually transformed into gold, becoming the black gold relics, and the black and white, black gold relics began to deform, and finally turned into the tin staff, about 2 meters long, slowly fell into Chen Yunsong's hands. This tin stick is a bit special. It is entirely golden, but the tin rings at the top are black. Chen Yunsong gently stroked the golden tin staff. Is this the Heaven Burial Tin Staff? Soul Soldiers! Li Ziwan exclaimed. In an instant, Abbot Tianjing, as well as 5 Dharma masters and 5 lay people, clasped their hands in front of their chests and chanted the Buddha's name, Amitabha. Especially Abbot Tianjing, he seemed to be in tears. Disciple, your soul soldier, let me see it. Yes. Chen Yunsong stood up and stepped forward, placing the tin staff in Abbot Tianjing's hand. Abbot Tianjing wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and touched the tin staff with his dry palm. Junior brother. Is the soul soldier of junior brother. When Abbot Tianjing called out junior brother, the tin staff of Tianjing let out a series of wails. The Sky Burial Tin Staff is the former Sky Burial Master and now Chen Yunsong's soul weapon. Chapter 9 What are Shikai and Bankai in Soul Society? Chapter 9 What are Shikai and Bankai in Soul Society? Soul Soldiers, this is the power of each practitioner. At the same time, there will be some soul soldiers of the chosen sons who are rich in such things as soul weapon spiritual skills. Soul weapon spiritual technique can be understood as the ability obtained after soul Zanto Shikai or Bankai in soul society. In the Zhao realm, less than 1% of the soul soldiers possess the soul weapon spiritual technique, and it is considered a type of spiritual technique. Another point is that it does not mean that people with soul weapon spiritual skills are more powerful. For example, strong people such as Abbot Tianjing, Li Yuanxiang, and Chen Ling do not have soul weapon spiritual skills. Instead, it was owned by 2 juniors, Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan. To be more precise, Chen Yunsong's soul weapon, the soul weapon magic of the Sky Burial Tin Staff, is inherited from the Black Gold Relic, and is also the soul weapon magic of the former Sky Burial Mage. Some people like soul soldiers and specialize in soul weapons and spiritual arts as a supplement. Some people don't like soul soldiers and specialize in spiritual arts as a supplement. In a Zen room in Xiankong Temple, Master Tianjing faced Chen Yunsong and Chen Yunsong, who were sitting opposite him. Li Ziwan said slowly, and pointed outside. It was a martial arts training ground, with rows of monks or laymen holding long sticks in their hands, training one move after another. These people are what Master Tianjing calls those who specialize in soul weapons and spiritual arts as supplements. With powerful close combat skills and the assistance of other spiritual arts, these people can be called warrior monks or warrior warriors. Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan looked into the distance. They saw a group of people talking plausibly, but they didn't know what they were talking about. At the same time, they released flames, ice cubes, etc. in conjunction with various gestures. Master Tianjing said, those who specialize in spiritual arts and soul weapons as supplements are called Wen monks or Wen laymen. Chen Yunsong turned his eyes to Li Ziwan beside him. My soul soldiers have spiritual skills, so they can practice dual cultivation. The soul soldiers are close, and the spiritual skills are long range. Are all practitioners with soul weapons and spiritual skills like this? Master Tianjing nodded and said, that's true, your heaven-burying tin staff also has the soul weapon spiritual technique. Having, the ability is. Abbot Tianjing said with a smile, seal, right? Yes. This is, junior brother's soul weapon spirit technique back then. Abbot Tianjing's eyes showed a bit of nostalgia. I've always wanted to ask, what are Shikai and Bankai in Soul Society? Soul weapon spiritual technique. Abbot Tianjing said, you can understand that Shikai is an intermediate soul weapon spiritual art, and Bankai later evolved into an advanced soul weapon spiritual art. Something like Kid can be regarded as a junior spiritual art. First, let's briefly explain cultivation. It's very simple. Inhale the scattered spiritual energy, spirit, around you into your body. The reason why there are divisions between Buddha nature spiritual power and Tao nature spiritual power is because the spiritual power in the beginning is different. The simplest way is, for example, if someone worships Juxia mountain, the first thing they do when entering the sect is to give them a spiritual plant, which is a plant cultivated with spiritual power. What kind of spiritual power is used to nourish it will determine the characteristics of the spiritual plant. As for the earliest divisions between Buddha nature, Tao nature and Devil nature, almost no one knows. No one has yet lived more than 10,000 years. Another example is Li Ziwan, as the heir of Li Yuanxiang and Chen Ling. He was born with Taoist spiritual power. For example, Chen Yunsong, who has been influenced by the black gold relics for many years, has the spiritual power of Buddha. Different properties of spiritual power, damage to the void, combat characteristics, etc. are all different. For example, the Buddha nature spiritual root is more vigorous and hard, the Tao nature spiritual root is soft and skillful, etc. Basically, as long as you determine what kind of spiritual power you have in your body, and then practice, you will inject the non-property spiritual energy, in the surrounding environment into your body, and it will automatically transform into what kind of spiritual power you have. Those with high talent may be able to break through to Giwan in just 100 years, while those with low talent may be able to achieve it in as long as 1,000 years, but may not necessarily reach the realm of spiritual transformation. Master Tianjing explained, in the Soul Society, because there are almost no intermediate or high-level spiritual arts, it has turned to another system to develop soul weapon spiritual arts. Most people who have not reached the realm of reincarnation or return to the origin cannot obtain Shikai, not Giwan or Chao Yuan, let alone Bankai. Although this system makes up for the lack of advanced spiritual skills in Soul Society, it also has other negative effects. Too much reliance on soul weapon spiritual skills. Chen Yunsong said slowly. That's right. Too much reliance. Let's take Yamamoto as an example. His Ryukaru Ohuo is indeed powerful, with high temperature and strong destructive power. But under the same level of circumstances, Grandmaster has more spiritual skills. Li Zhong, you can easily destroy Yamamoto's Ryukao Wakahu, not to mention that Yamamoto and Master Li are not at the same level. Hey, my god! Master, have you seen the duel between Father and Yamamoto hundreds of years ago? Naturally. Let me correct you, it's not hundreds of years ago, it's 100 years. Li Ziwan stuck out his little tongue. It was so cute that Chen Yunsong wanted to take a bite. Did you remember correctly? Hehe. A warrior monk or martial layman can master 2 or more small series of spiritual arts, while a literary monk or a layman knows 4 small series as a base. There are many kinds of spiritual arts. First of all, there are large series. There are many, such as elemental type, summoning type, sealing type, rule type, soul type, etc., and there are also many small series below. For example, under the elemental system, there are many attributes such as earth, water, and fire. Under the summoning category, there are also self-summoning, alien summoning, mythical summoning, etc. In short, almost any practitioner in the Zhao world will master various spiritual techniques to deal with various complex environments. As for the Horcrux, you are a tin staff, which is suitable for training long-handled weapons. My Horcrux is a demon-subduing pestle, and I don't know how to use a tin staff. I will entrust Chief Tianhong of the Sutra Pavilion to teach you. Chen Yunsong was stunned and asked casually, Tianhong's leader, you don't know how to do some sweeping work, right? Well, how do you know? Have you met junior brother Tianhong? Chen Yunsong, degree. Really, sweeping the floor. The legendary sweeping monk. Not the sweeping monk, but the first one. Behind Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan, there was a chubby Master Tianhong who had the same beard and eyebrows as Master Tianjing, but his face was obviously fatter by several circles. Senior brother, it's a little, Master Tianhong glanced at Chen Yunsong and asked, is your surname Chen? Hey? Yes. Chen Yunsong looked at the fat monk silently. Master Tianhong took a deep breath. Boy, I want a drop of your blood. Please. Chen Yunsong stretched out his arm. Master Tianhong's fingertips lit a ray of white light, which touched the artery of his left arm. After sucking out a trace of blood, it suddenly spread out as if it was burned by something and turned into mist. Master Tianhong took a deep breath again. My uncles, the seedlings of the Chen family. Stop looking, you brat, my surname is Chen, my seniority, your ancestor. Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan, Sigma, A. Chapter 10 Waste. It's been a month and it's still not done yet. Chapter 10, Waste. It's been a month and it's still not done. Abbot Tianjing expressed that he was very happy that he had accepted a heaven-defying disciple. One person occupies 3 unique conditions. First, he has a powerful soul power. Second, he has obtained the black gold relics of his junior brother, Master Tianhong. Third, Chen Yunsong is actually a descendant of Master Tianhong, that is, he has the blood of a cultivator in his body, although it is so thin that only 1/1000th of it is left. Maybe even less, but even if it is only 1/10,000th, it can still be the source of Chen Yunsong's power. Master Tianhong told Chen Yunsong that his other name is Chen Qingzi. So Chen Yunsong has been thinking, what is the connection between Chen Qingzi and the person with the same name in history? However, Master Tianhong said, this Chen Qingzi is the same Chen Qingzi. Chen Yunsong was completely convinced. The Chen family, the family he was born into, did have a Chen Qingzi in the long family tree, but no one would have thought that this Chen Qingzi was really a famous general in history. At that time, Chen Qingzi was Master Tianhong. Because he was dying and seriously injured during a fight with Su, he could not open the black door. He could only use the magic of emergence to manifest his body and hope that people in this world would save him. Then, he was rescued by his benefactor, Emperor Wu of Liang. Later, in order to repay his benefactor, he fought with him in the north and south, and spent his whole life as a soldier. So Chen Yunsong discovered that the history of this world was not exactly the same as his own Earth, except for the interruption in Pingding Sanfan. Some details of its previous history were also slightly different from those of Earth. In short, there is no doubt that Chen Yunsong has Chen Qingzi's bloodline in his body. This fact has been verified by Chen Qingzi, Master Tianhong, through certain spiritual techniques. Even though it was only 1000th, Abbot Tianjing was really excited for a long time. It was 1000th, which meant that Chen Yunsong could at least increase the spiritual power density by 1% to 1000th. It's like the last straw on the camel's back. After confirming the master who taught Chen Yunsong the soul weapon, the practitioners had two major aspects, the soul weapon and the spiritual technique. The spiritual technique was naturally taught by Abbot Tianjing himself. Although Xiankong Temple has 4 halls, similar to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy in Seoul Society, they are used to teach monks or lay people spiritual arts. But as a direct disciple of Abbot Tianjing, you must have some specialties. The Sutra Pavilion of Xiankong Temple is located in the southwest of the main hall. It is an antique pavilion. The first one here is Master Tianhong. It is also the place where all the spiritual arts of Xiankong Temple are stored. Standing in front of the huge Sutra Pavilion, Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan heard Master Tianhong's voice in their ears. Returners must master 2 or more advanced spiritual arts in addition to a few basic intermediate spiritual arts. In the Chao Yuan realm, you need to master 3 or more advanced spiritual arts. They can be of the same series. But we will recommend practicing at least 2 small systems of spiritual arts to deal with more complex situations. Master Tianhong seemed to see the doubts in Chen Yunsong's heart. Seoul Society's soul weapon spiritual technique is equivalent to the intermediate level, but many of the abilities after Shikai are comparable to advanced spiritual techniques. After Bankai, the level evolves from intermediate at an advanced level. The power may be able to overtake some advanced spiritual techniques and become a forbidden spell, because the most important thing is one's own strength. Child, remember what I said. Although spiritual power cannot represent everything, absolute spiritual power means the crushing of absolute strength. Any weird spiritual technique is like the root of duckweed in the face of absolute spiritual power and is of no use. Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan swallowed their saliva and continued to listen to Master Tianhong. As for the spiritual arts you want to practice, you must first determine your adaptability to spiritual arts and see which spiritual arts suit you. For example, I am compatible with water spiritual arts and spell-like spiritual arts. Learning other spiritual arts will be slow and difficult. It depends on your own talent, but no one has his or her own talented spiritual arts. You need to study department by department to see which one is more suitable for you. Chen Yunsong's eyes turned to Li Ziwan beside him. Don't look at me, I haven't been exposed to advanced spiritual arts yet. But, can I also enter the Sutra Pavilion? Li Ziwan looked at Master Tianhong and asked worriedly. Master Tianhong asked, isn't it possible? Hey? Okay, I'm from Juxia Mountain. Master Tianhong asked, what then? Then? I am Ju Xiashan of Dao sect. Li Ziwan emphasized his identity again. But you kowtow. Kowtowing to whom? The big Buddha of Xiankong Temple. Li Ziwan seemed to have found the reason. Master, you mean, when Yunsong became a disciple? I kowtowed to him. Yes, since you kowtow to the giant Buddha of Xiankong Temple and are this kid's Taoist companion, why can't you learn? Li Ziwan was confused. Taoist couple? Really? Master Tianhong continued to ask, isn't it? Li Ziwan looked at Chen Yunsong beside him again, really? Chen Yunsong held back his overwhelming mood. Say yes, it feels like the progress is going too fast. Say no. Well, no. Master Tianhong, _. Chen Yunsong, _. Li Ziwan, degree. Master Tianhong said to Chen Yunsong, trash. It's been a month and it's still not done. Chen Yun Song, hey. Li Ziwan, oh, asterisk, oh. Master Tianhong said dissatisfied, what the hell, you're a loser. I think back then, I could finish Laozi in 3 days. What about you? Chen Yun Song, epsilon equals number. Now is a society ruled by law, which emphasizes freedom and equality. Laozi, what kind of society do you care about? Since a thing like you has appeared in the Chen family, we must pass on the bloodline of practitioners. The descendants between practitioners are naturally practitioners. Chen Yun Song, Xi Yuan, should we go to the Sutra Hall and you tell us some basic spiritual techniques? Okay, but I don't know many basic spiritual arts. It's useless to learn those things, a waste of energy. Only Soul Society and Dead Soul Society can learn them, and their kid are all basic spiritual arts. Moreover, primary spiritual arts exist. The meaning is just to confirm one's spiritual adaptability. Whoa, ah. 2 little dolls, don't ignore me. Let's go. Chen Yunsong really didn't want to talk to Master Tianhong, so he naturally took Li Ziwan's little hand. Chapter 11 Don't Learn Useless Punches. Chapter 11 Don't Learn Useless Boxing. At first, Xiankong Temple was a little lively because of Chen Yunsong's arrival. After a few days, it gradually returned to calm. The training of the training of the disciples who should go to the present world, the teaching of the disciples, there was another mission to deal with the virtual world. In the past few days, 2 Chao Yuan realm and many Giwan realm strongmen were dispatched. Chen Yunsong heard that they were 2 intermediate level voids with strange abilities. Regarding the classification of voids, the Zhao realm has its own method. The voids in the Chengling realm are called big voids, or primary voids, the Giwan realm is intermediate voids, and the Chao Yuan realm is high-level voids. Those in the 3 flowers gathering top the realm is called super advanced virtuality. A super high-level void like this appears in the void world probably every hundreds to thousands of years. Hence the war of conquest of the void. This is also the war with the most casualties among practitioners in the Zhao realm. Go up to Juding and go down to Kailing. For example, in the conquest of the void, when the sky burial master fell thousands of years ago, the heads of the 3 Daoist sects, including Juxia Mountain in the eastern region, Zhenji sect in the northern region, and Zhao Valley in the central region, all fell. It can be said to be the Assad of the Taoist sect. Later, new leaders of the Juding realm appeared in Zhenji and Juxiashan. Zhao Valley was forced to have no choice but to retreat to death. The rebirth of the previous generation leader of Zhao Valley, who was seeking to become an immortal, was able to alleviate the leaderless and chaotic situation. Looking back on the month he spent in Zhao realm, Chen Yunsong still felt that it was not very realistic. At the same time, within a month, he had a rough grasp of the most important soul weapons and spiritual techniques for practitioners. The soul soldier studied with Master Tianhong, and Chen Yunsong noticed that what he was taught was not only the use of pole weapons, but also a complete set of footwork and light skills that matched the pole weapons. To put it simply, this method is equivalent to Shinigami's Shunpo, the Quincy's flying low leg, in Soul Society, which can run faster and fly higher. Later, regarding spiritual arts, with the teachings of Master Tianjing and the assistance of Li Ziwan, I was finally able to use 3 basic spiritual arts: manifesting spirit, transforming spirits, and black gate. Its functions are to manifest the physical body in the present world with spiritual energy, and the physical body transform into spiritual energy, and then serve as the world transmitting gate connecting the present world with Zhao realm. But how to put it, Kailing is Kailing, releasing 3 basic spiritual arts, intermediate spiritual arts. Basically the spiritual power in the body will be completely eliminated. On the other hand, Li Ziwan, in the realm of spirit transformation, can probably release basic spiritual techniques 100 times. Behind the Sutra Pavilion is the small courtyard where Master Tianhong lives. Starting a month ago, this place has also become the residence and training ground for Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan. Almost every other day, Chen Yunsong would be here, either being taught a lesson by Master Tianhong or beaten by Li Ziwan. Today is also the day to learn soul weapons from Master Tianhong. Master Tianhong, after today, I want to return to this world for a visit. Okay. Your mission today is still to sparring with the little girl from Ziwan. If you survive 50 moves, you will be allowed to return to the present world for 2 days. If you survive 100 moves, you will be allowed to return to the present world for 3 days, and so on. Chen Yunsong suddenly smiled and said, "Then, what if I defeat Xi Yuan?" Li Ziwan said with a curious look on his face, "Hey, you don't think you can beat me?" Every sparring session, every confrontation between the sky-burying tin staff and the Doshin sword always ended with Chen Yunsong's defeat. However, it has made great progress compared to a month ago. From the first time I couldn't catch a single move, to the day before yesterday I was able to block about 40 attacks from Li Ziwan. There is no super speed, Master Tianhong said, it is only a little faster than the progress of ordinary disciples. In terms of scoring, the average score is 50, and Chen Yunsong's is 60. And after every battle, Master Tianhong will also point out Li Ziwan's shortcomings, such as what kind of movements can it be easier to defeat Chen Yunsong, where to use force to better block his attacks, etc. Master Tianhong naturally thought that Chen Yunsong was joking. If you defeat Li Ziwan, I will tell you this old face and ask my senior brother to deal with Li Yuanxiang. Ahem? Do you want Abbot Tianjing to deal with my dad? In an instant, Chen Yunsong's interest was extremely high. It's not that kind of solution, you will know it later. Chen Yunsong looked at Master Tianhong with excitement. Is what the master said true? Only for today. Master Tianhong looked at Chen Yunsong, who was eager to try, and could only shake his head and sigh with a chuckle. You are a young man. Okay. Chen Yunsong faced Li Ziwan with his bare hands. Xi Yuan, come on, don't use your spiritual power. That's it. Li Ziwan asked, don't you need soul soldiers? Need not. I told you before. Anyone who doesn't fight with soul soldiers is a fool. Don't learn useless boxing and kicking skills unless your soul soldiers are suitable for fists and kicks. Chen Yunsong nodded and said, understood. For the Soul Society, killing fists and moving ghosts are the 4 major foundations, but in the eyes of Master Tianhong, Li Ziwan, and others, there are only 2 major directions, soul weapons and spiritual arts. Cut and walk are all attributed to soul weapons, and ghost is naturally a spiritual skill. The part about boxing was strongly despised by Tianhong and Li Ziwan. They believe that this thing is useless unless the soul weapon has something to do with it. Because 99% of practitioners have never encountered fighting without soul soldiers. Even during a battle, if your soul soldiers are damaged or thrown away due to many reasons, don't fight with bare hands. There is only one thing to do, run. In their view, since you can't even use soul soldiers to defeat your opponent, let alone with bare hands. At this time, saving your own life is the most important thing. In Za realm, nothing is more precious than life. Not to mention the practitioners who died fighting the void every day and every moment. A single battle in the void would result in a minimum casualty rate of more than half. Therefore, people in Za realm have always adhered to the concept of where people are, everything is lost. I will definitely not learn useless things, such as the Fist of Soul Society and most of the kid. The existence of primary spiritual arts has only one meaning, which is to help practitioners find spiritual arts that suit them, and to assist in completing the practice of intermediate and advanced spiritual arts, and even forbidden spells. Li Ziwan didn't say anything more, and spiritual energy was immediately poured into his feet. In a flash, the peachwood sword flashed cold light across Chen Yunsong's cheek. But for some reason, Li Ziwan felt a sudden blow to his lower abdomen, and then he relaxed. Opening the Doshin sword in his hand, his delicate body fell sideways into Chen Yunsong's arms. The flying Doshin sword was steadily caught by Master Tianhong. Degree. Li Ziwan looked at the smiling Chen Yunsong, who was being held in the same way as a princess. Chapter 12 Zhang Tianyan. Seal. Chapter 12 Zhang Tianyan. Seal. Master Tianhong, do you think I won? Chen Yunsong hugged Li Ziwan without letting go, and looked at the surprised Master Tianhong with a smile. Master Tianhong. Master Tianhong reacted and recalled that the action he had just seen was similar to some kind of wrestling. But he didn't throw Li Ziwan to the ground. After all, he cherished her and held him in his arms. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. Oh, underscore. I don't believe it. Li Ziwan suddenly mobilized the spiritual power in his body, that is, to enhance his speed and strength. The cold light flashed across and was about to fly out towards Chen Yunsong's chest. A sword. W. Li Ziwan. As promised, you can't use spiritual power. Chen Yunsong was anxious and took out a tin stick from the burying heaven in his hand. Zhang Tianyan. Seal. In desperation, Chen Yunsong used the soul weapon's spiritual technique and seal of the sky burying tin staff. Then layers of black gold light appeared, like chains, suddenly wrapping around Li Ziwan, who was attacking in less than half a meter away from Chen Yunsong. What is this? Hey! As the chains produced by the black gold light blocked him one after another, Li Ziwan, who was just about to resist, suddenly saw the Doshan sword in his hand turning into white light and disappearing, and the spirit in his body disappeared. The force also disappeared. Under the influence of inertia, Li Ziwan rushed into Chen Yunsong's arms, the scene of being hugged by the princess for the third time. What? Soul soldiers, my soul soldiers, are gone. Spiritual power, is gone too. Li Ziwan couldn't notice a trace of it in his body. Of spiritual power. Li Ziwan, who lost her soul weapon and spiritual power, became an ordinary girl, with a world of difference in strength from Chen Yunsong in the Kailing realm. No, it was just sealed by me. Sealing, the soul weapon spiritual technique of the heaven burying tin staff. Yes. Chen Yunsong placed Li Ziwan on the ground and slightly opened the sleeve on her left arm. There was a word hidden about the size of half a palm. It's not Zhang for burial, it's Zhang for Zhao without the prefix chu. Give it back to me, give it back to me. I want my spiritual power. Li Ziwan kept patting Chen Yunsong's chest, and his aggrieved expression directly inspired Chen Yunsong's bad taste. But let alone, for Chen Yunsong, Li Ziwan's chest massage was quite comfortable. There was a huge gap in power between an ordinary girl and a practitioner in the spiritual enlightenment realm. Chen Yunsong smiled and said, okay, do you admit that you lost? No I lost, Li Ziwan snorted, tilted his little head, and stopped paying attention to him. Chen Yunsong once again picked up Princess Li Ziwan from the ground and walked to Master Tianhong. He smiled somewhat cheaply and said, Master Tianhong, I won. Li Ziwan in his arms had a rosy face and was quite happy. Shy, he tilted his little head and pressed it close to Chen Yunsong's chest. Chen Yunsong hugged Li Ziwan and said, as if he was holding the trophies he won and showing off in front of Master Tianhong, showing off? It means that Master Tianhong needs to solve. Li Yuanxiang. As long as there is no daughter controlling father, Chen Yunsong is still confident, just like Tianhong said in Chapter 10, it will be done in 3 days. Master Tianhong, _. Chen Yunsong, _. Li Ziwan. You win, unblock it now. Unblock it. Li Ziwan got rid of Chen Yunsong's princess hug, noisily. Yes, my princess. Chen Yunsong stretched out his hand and tapped Li Ziwan's forehead. After the black gold spiritual energy entered her body, within a few seconds, Li Ziwan finally felt herself the spiritual power in the body. Chen Yunsong. Li Ziwan, who felt the spiritual power, suddenly burst out with his own spiritual power. Chen Yunsong said helplessly, I knew. Zhang Tianyan. Fang. As a ray of light entered Li Ziwan's abdomen, her spiritual power was sealed again. After her body lost the support of her spiritual power, she could no longer hold up and fell into Chen Yunsong's arms again. Li Ziwan suddenly felt a little wronged and started crying, "You bullied me." Chen Yunsong was indifferent to Li Ziwan's tears. "Stop making trouble, okay? What you just said, well, fighting skills, do you want to learn it?" Li Ziwan immediately stopped crying and raised his hands enthusiastically, "I want to learn." "If you want to learn, come back to this world with me." "Good. That's it, that's the situation, Master Tianhong, are we leaving?" Master Tianhong watched Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan leave his courtyard. "Brother, stop looking. Come out quickly." "Amitabha, haha, the two children, are very good." Abbot Tianjin appeared out of nowhere and landed next to Master Tianhong. Abbot Tianjing asked, "How is the progress of this child's soul weapon?" Master Tianhong said with a smile, "It can be seen that he seems to have some martial arts foundation, which is much better than ordinary disciples. Moreover, he has a good grasp of the soul weapon spiritual technique, and he can seal the little girl instantly." "But the Zhang Tianyan, this is it, the spiritual technique of junior brother Sky Burial? I don't know. Maybe the little guy just relied on the soul weapon spirit technique to create a new sealing branch spirit technique." Abbot Tianjing guessed. Master Tianhong frowned and said, "Senior brother, Li Yuanxiang has urged us many times to ask Li Ziwan to go back. After all, she is from Zhihua Mountain and the daughter of the head." Abbot Tianjing waved his hand boldly, "It doesn't matter. Since you promised the little guy to solve Li Yuanxiang, then I'll leave him to you." "Master Tianhong, Dan. Senior brother. I'm hiding." Abbot Tianjing's figure instantly disappeared in Tianhong's courtyard. At this moment, a paper crane flew from the sky, and Li Yuanxiang's voice came from inside, "Where is my daughter?" Chapter 13, The Birthday Invitation Given to You by Princess Lihe of Goryeo. Chapter 13, A Birthday Invitation from Princess Lihe of Goryeo to You. At the gate of Chen Mansion in Pearl Harbor, Chen Yunsong pulled Li Ziwan and asked the guards on duty on both sides, "Hey, is there no one at home?" Reporting to the young master, the master and the head of the family went to the headquarters, and the eldest young master went to the army to wait for orders. The madam, Chen Yunsong's mother, and the eldest young lady, Chen Yunsong's brother's wife, are the same. After listening to the guard's report, Chen Yunsong immediately asked, "What happened?" "Yes. 4 days ago, Japan suddenly attacked Goryeo. Now the king of Goryeo has sent ministers to Shangjing, the capital of the Celestial Dynasty, located in this hilly province of the Celestial Dynasty, not to mention much else, and then I heard that it was the military department. The order was sent directly to the Jiangnan military region." Chen Yunsong ordered, "Send all the Pearl Evening News for the past 4 days to my room." "Yes." Chen Yunsong pulled Li Ziwan into the Chen mansion with a strange look on his face. "Military region? How many military regions does Daxia have?" Chen Yunsong did not expect that Li Ziwan would ask such a question. He clapped his fingers and said, "I calculated, Jiangnan military region, Zhili military region, Shangjing military region, Tianshan military region, Tianfu military region and Annan military region. There are 6 major military regions in total. Among them, Jiangnan governs the Celestial Dynasty. In the southeast, Zhili guards the capital, Shangjing governs the northeast, Tianshan guards the northwest, Tianfu guards the southwest, and Annan guards the Nanyang fleet. By the way, the Annan military region has a Nanyang fleet, and there are more people than Grandpa's Biyang fleet." At night's dinner, only 4 of the Chen family's talkers were present: Chen Yunsong, Li Ziwan, Chen Yunsong's brother Chen Yuns, and his sister-in-law Fuka Hezwo. This surname is quite magical. It was once one of the 8 surnames of the Qing dynasty, that is, the royal family among the Manchus. Nowadays, the Fuka family has considerable influence on the Shengjing military region. Why did Li Ziwan become the talker of the Chen family? Maybe it was because everyone in the Chen family acquiesced. Chen Yun's and Chen Yunsong are 4 years apart. Although they were born to the same parents, the 2 brothers are very different. Chen Yunsong's appearance is more handsome, he looks more like his mother, and he is in the literary way. Chen Yun's is not, he has a face like a knife and an axe, he is resolute and courageous, and he has been working hard in the army since he joined the army at the age of 13. Rolling and fighting is in line with the tradition of the Chen family and is in the vein of martial arts. Later, because of his involvement in the army, he officially married Fuka Hezwo 2 years ago. Fuka Hezwo is a typical lady, dignified and delicate, and she looks like a virtuous wife at first glance. Would you like a birthday invitation from Princess Lihe of Goryeo? He Zhou took out a white envelope from his arms, placed it on the dining table, and said to Chen Yunsong. Me. Chen Yunsong felt quite surprised. Princess Lihe? Why did you invite me? Chen Yunsong picked up the white envelope and opened it. The general content was to invite Chen Yunsong to attend Princess Lihe's birthday party at the Pearl Koryo Hotel tomorrow afternoon. Chen Yunsong said with a smile, speaking of a foreign princess, she went to heaven to hold a birthday party? To make money. Xiao Song, can you stop bringing up conspiracy theories all the time? Chen Yun said helplessly. I don't know what happened, and I don't know if he did it on purpose. Whenever something happened, Chen Yunsong would occasionally try to figure out the other person with the greatest malice. It roughly means thinking that there must be an ulterior motive behind something, that something is a conspiracy, etc. Okay. Chen Yunsong casually placed the envelope in front of Li Ziwan. He Zhou added, this time the king of Goryeo asked for help. The general hospital and the military headquarters let us Jiangnan military region handle it on our own. What? To the north. Chen Yunsong thought of something. Today, there is no stability around the Celestial Empire, such as Tsarist Russia from the north. After reading through the Pearl Evening News within a few days, Chen Yunsong immediately thought that the military headquarters was definitely contained by Tsarist Russia. The entire northern border was close to Tsarist Russia. Therefore, the 3 military regions of Shengjing, Zhili and Tianshan from east to west seem to have entered a state of military drills. Therefore, he went to Beijing to assign the task of whether it is necessary to rescue the King of Korea to the Jiangnan military region, and appointed 2 vice ministers of foreign affairs to deal with the envoys of the King of Korea. He Zhou nodded and said, Tsarist Russia in the north is gathering madly on the northeast and northwest borders. The 3 major military regions are very nervous in Beijing. They have no time to take care of Korea for the time being. Therefore, full military power is given to the Jiangnan military region. The general meaning is, whether to send troops or not, it is completely left to the Jiangnan military region to judge. Is it so cruel? So, Goryeo's envoys began to frantically persuade and win over the top brass of the Jiangnan military region. Chen Yun said. The configuration of the Jiangnan military region is 1 sergeant and 3 deputies, 1 commander, and 3 deputy commanders. 1 deputy commander serves as the commander-in-chief of the marine within the jurisdiction, 1 deputy commander oversees the logistics forces within the jurisdiction, and 1 deputy commander serves as deputy commander of all armies within the jurisdiction. Commander. Except for Jiangnan and Annan, all other military regions in the Hyuxia Empire had 1 chief and 2 deputies. Marine always takes it out alone. Who agreed? Chen Yunsong asked. I heard that Commander Fu Zhang and Deputy Commander Zhang agreed. Jiangnan and Annan are somewhat special. They have 1 sergeant and 3 mates. When it comes to sending troops to Goryeo, other military regions have 1 sergeant. It is determined that Jiangnan and Annan need at least 1 chief and 2 deputy commanders, plus more than 2/3 of the staff of the military region staff, and Deputy Commander Shang who manages the logistics force. It seems that they are unwilling to send troops because of logistical constraints. But they have not expressed their position. Not only Deputy Commander Shang, but also the staff has not expressed its position. Chen Yun's added for He Zhou. Then Li Ziwan, who had not spoken for a long time, glanced at Chen Yunsong, Grandpa Chen and Uncle Chen. He Zhou nodded and said, probably. The purpose of Princess Lai He's invitation to Chen Yunsong was simpler. Through Chen Yunsong, she could influence Chen Luosheng and Chen Jiangguo. One was the deputy commander of the military region and could directly influence the overall situation, and the other was the deputy chief of staff and could also significantly influence the staff department. Holding the grass, I suddenly knew why I didn't invite my brother. Chen Yunsong patted his forehead. No, you actually invited me, but I pushed you away. Hey? I thought wrong? About Rei and the princess's intentions. After He Zhou and Chen Yunch looked at each other, He Zhou said, probably not, it's just what you think. Li Ziwan, degree? Are you going tomorrow? Let's go, there's a free dinner. Besides, the invitation doesn't seem to say that I'm the only one allowed. Chapter 14 I want to play in the world and taste all kinds of things in the world. Chapter 14 I want to play with the world and taste all kinds of things in the world. My purpose is very simple. I will try my best to persuade the Chen family so that I can send troops to help my father. However, I originally wanted to invite Yun Song's brother, Chen Yun's, but later I heard that he had been married a long time ago, so I had to settle for the next best thing and give the invitation to Yun Song. To be honest, I really don't know whether I was right or wrong in inviting him. And should I go ahead with that transaction? But, there is no room for regret after I do it. I don't want to be he was dragged into hell. Sister Anohanaretsu's lesson is so painful that no one wants to follow her footsteps. Rather, his essence is, a demon? A demon who specializes in making deals with our bodies and souls? Please observe 10 minutes of silence for my sister, make the sign of the cross on your chest, Amitabha, Amen. Endless life, endless reincarnation. And that reincarnation can only be hell for my sister. Just before I started writing this article, Anohanaretsune was RD by him again, epsilon equals omicron, oh, I won't talk about it anymore. The dividing line between all evils, from the Book of Reincarnation by Wang Junli. The Celestial Dynasty is still the Celestial Dynasty in which the people are the masters of the country. No matter what system it is, the Kingdom of Goryeo, after decades of domestic struggle, finally followed the example of Great Britain and moved toward a combination of a constitutional monarchy and a celestial dynasty system. But in its domestic politics, the Goryeo royal family still has a lot of say. But things happened too suddenly. The Japanese islands suddenly raided Goryeo. In just 4 days, the Goryeo dynasty lost a quarter of the country's land. Therefore, the current king of Goryeo quickly dispatched an envoy to the Celestial Dynasty to ask for help. The envoy included a princess, a prince, and 2 important domestic ministers. It was definitely the most luxurious among the luxurious. Of course, in Li Ziwan's eyes, there is only one word: fun in all this. There is little connection between the civilizations of the present world and the soul world, but because the civilization of the present world develops too fast, it will slowly penetrate into the soul world in the future. And in the soul world, there are very few, probably almost no such intrigues in this world. Li Ziwan does not know about the other 3 soul realms, but in the Za realm, practitioners either have a strong sense of justice, or they all aim to achieve the realm of immortality. Grabbing territory? Anyway, there is no such thing in the current Za realm. For example, the leader of Zhao Valley in the middle region, his strength alone can completely crush the other 4 regions. But he has no time to spare to unify the Zha realm. The biggest wish of the leader of the Zhao Valley at present is that a strong man from the Juding realm will appear in the Zhao Valley as soon as possible to take his place. He can also continue to pursue the Ascension realm. Li Ziwan was very excited. She was wearing a pure white skirt dotted with gold. Her long hair was flowing, and there were no too many decorations except for a jade hairpin. At present, Hyuxia women in the Celestial Dynasty wear a dress called Tang skirt, or Tang suit, on formal occasions. A kind of clothing was born after combining the Tang Dynasty women's clothing with certain characteristics of the Ming Dynasty. Later, it was combined with some Western aesthetics to create the current set of clothing that the village chief could not imagine at all. He could only imagine and fabricate it out of thin air. The dress appears. Chen Yunsong is wearing a suit called Daxia Overseas Suit. It is said that decades ago, the great leader came up with a simple suit in order to change the clothes of the soldiers. The place where this outfit was modified was called Zonghai, so this outfit was called Zonghai suit. Later it gradually evolved into a common dress in the Hyuxia dynasty, and then evolved into a dress for official occasions. The original soldiers wore attire, heavy armor, cumbersome robes, etc., were all a burden to soldiers. Therefore, the great leader simplified the clothing step by step and created the Zonghai suit, which is essentially clothing suitable for thermal weapons. In fact, when Chen Yunsong first learned that this suit of clothing was called Zonghai suit, his heart collapsed, because in the previous life of the earth, this suit of clothes was called Zhongshan suit. People rely on their clothes, and Buddhas rely on their golden clothing. Even if they are not just words of wisdom, they are almost the same. Anyway, Chen Yunsong's eyes widened when he looked at Li Ziwan, who was wearing a Tang suit. Li Ziwan's eyes also kept glancing at Chen Yunsong. Ahem. Chen Yunsong coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. Do you really want to go? Li Ziwan smiled and said, well, you don't want me to go. No, how should I put it? You are from Zhao realm. Is it really okay to participate in this world? I want to play with the world and taste all kinds of things in the world. Li Ziwan said very deeply, looking at the slightly setting sun outside the gate. His figure seemed to be instantly covered with a layer of golden light. What? Chen Yunsong is somewhat uncomfortable with Li Ziwan's depth. He usually feels that she is used to being carefree. Didn't you hear what I said? Game world. Chen Yunsong asked, did you say this? No, I forgot who said it. Anyway, I saw it in the Spiritual Arts Pavilion in Juxia Mountain. The main reason is that Zhao realm is too boring, and my parents don't let me be responsible for the hollow somewhere. Let's go. Chen Yunsong took Li Ziwan's hand and boarded the double carriage in front of him, followed by 2 rows of about 100 soldiers carrying rifles and wearing blue and white military uniforms. In fact, Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan did not need the protection of soldiers. At most, 5 or 6 people could hold them to death. But today, 100 people, a whole company of marine troops were dispatched. In addition to going to the Koryo Hotel to attend Princess Lihe's birthday banquet, there was more naked shock, because there were also envoys from the Japanese shogunate attending Princess Lihe's birthday banquet. First time riding a carriage. Chen Yunsong looked at Li Ziwan. She was looking through the glass at the busy street with an excited look on her face. Yet. Li Ziwan nodded excitedly, I always walk around Mingzhou City in my spirit state. Haha, don't worry. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I will take you to have fun in Pearl Harbor. Okay. Even though Li Ziwan might be 50 years old, it might be because he was protected so well by Li Yuanxiang, and his simple mind is no different from that of a little girl in her 18s or 19s. By the way, don't look too excited for a while. Hold my arm. Suddenly Li Ziwan asked, what is Princess Lihe's name? Why are you asking this? Chen Yunsong was confused. I have to ask. A hint of cunning flashed in Li Ziwan's eyes. Koryo Kingdom Li and Princess Wang Junli. Wang Junli. A smile appeared on Li Ziwan's lips. I look forward to meeting you. Chen Yunsong didn't know what kind of trouble Li Ziwan was up to. He just hoped it would stop. Chapter 15. What if there is someone more beautiful than you? Although I don't think so. Chapter 15. What if there is someone more beautiful than you? Although I don't think so. Koryo Hotel, another name for the Koryo Embassy in Daxia. It's outrageous. There is the embassy in front and a hotel in the back. I don't know what the King of Korea was thinking. Does the embassy also have to raise its own salary at its own expense? The height of 3 floors is not very high, but it is very luxurious. People from the Korean embassy saw the 3 approaching carriages followed by hundreds of soldiers in green or blue and white military uniforms, and understood that the protagonists had arrived today. The people who got off the first carriage were the grandsons and granddaughters of Commander Fu Zheng and Deputy Commander Zheng of the Jiangnan military region. They were a couple, and they had already gotten married and had children. The people who got off the second carriage were the son of Deputy Commander Shang, who was 20 years old. Bai was the biggest among the 3 carriages. In the third carriage, Chen Yunsong was the first to step out. He held Li Ziwan's hand and stepped out of the carriage in a very gentlemanly manner. Then, the people from the embassy, like a messenger, shouted loudly, "Mr. Fu Jiang, Mrs. Zheng Shu, and Mr. Shang Qiaoqiang have arrived. Mr. Chen Yunsong, A&D. Miss Li Ziwan has arrived." Rows of soldiers lined up straight in front of the Koryo Hotel. Those who knew that the birthday banquet of the Goryeo royal family, Li and Princess Wang Junli, was being held here, but those who didn't know thought that the Koryo Grand Hotel and the Goryeo embassy were sealed off by the military. Hearing the names of the 5 people, people inside and outside the Koryo Hotel started talking. Everyone understood that the rightful masters had arrived. But who is the last Li Ziwan? No one knows. Is there an extra Li family in the Jiangnan military region? The birthday party was very grand, with all walks of life and religions in Pearl City. Anyone here must be a leading figure in a certain industry in Pearl Harbor, let alone Mingzhu. Almost all the descendants of political bigwigs from all the provinces under the jurisdiction of Jiangnan military region came to support him. Unfortunately, the protagonist of this birthday party is destined to be the military. Fu Jiang and Zheng Shu were recognized as a match made in heaven. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They looked to be in their 20s. Shang Qiaoqiang, who was following them, was strictly speaking with Chen Yunsong. His father belongs to the same generation, but he is only 30 years old and is the youngest son of Deputy Commander Shang. Finally, it is Chen Yunsong who is holding his arm with Li Ziwan. It's not so much a birthday party as it is a grand social reception. These people can be roughly divided into the following small circles: the descendants of political bigwigs from several provinces in the Jiangnan area, a group of people wearing standard Goryeo clothing, one of whom even wore a golden silk dragon suit. The third wave was based on led by the president of the Mingzhu City Chamber of Commerce. There are leaders from all walks of life. The fourth wave is more special, a group of Japanese people wearing typical samurai uniforms, wooden clogs, and braids. The last small circle is the weakest. With some, and there are only 5 people, namely Chen Yunsong and 5 others, representing the Jiangnan military region. "Hey, Xiao Song, why don't you introduce the girl next to you?" Beside Fu Jiang, the beautiful Zheng Shu held his arm. "Li Ziwan. Ziwan, these are brother Fu and sister Zheng." Li Ziwan's sweet smile and sweet voice, "Brother Fu, sister Zheng. This is Uncle Shang. Well, let's call him brother, you can also call me by my first name." Shang Qiaoqiang scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Among the 5, Shang Qiaoqiang may be the most shy one. "Uncle Shang." Li Ziwan glanced at Chen Yunsong with doubtful eyes. Whatever. But, is it called Ziwan? Haha, it seems that Princess Li and Princess failed to achieve their goal today. Chen Yunsong frowned, Grandpa Shang doesn't agree to send troops. Yet, my father thinks it's pointless to start a war with Japan. Well, the most important thing is that after sending troops to Korea, my father's original words were, "Those 3 old bastards will definitely want to attack Japan. The supply lines are too long and the logistics are difficult." Fujiang and Zhengshu, _ Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan, _ Tokugawa Iran, Sigma, A. Who are you? Chen Yunsong looked at the man dressed as a warrior who suddenly appeared next to him. He looked quite young, but he was actually a bit short, causing the 5 people in the military area to lower their heads. Ahem, my dear Tokugawa Iran, the second son of General Tokugawa, this time I was ordered to visit Daxia. Tokugawa Iran bowed deeply to the 5 people. Bowed. As the most important representative of the military region, Fujiang stood in front of Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan. Tokugawa Kairan. I know you. Really? Fujun knows about me. Zhang Shu said with some displeasure, hey, please change your title and use less Jun, and so on. Anyway, Zhang Shu heard Tokugawa Jialan call Fujiang Fujun, and the whole person was not very good. Hey! Young master! Let's go, Xi Yuan, go eat. Behind Fujiang, Chen Yunsong pulled Li Ziwan and ran to a place with many cakes and pastries. The dessert from the west is called cake. Try it. It's very sweet. Li Ziwan excitedly picked up the small chopsticks on the side, used the chopsticks to poke a piece of cake with blueberries on it, and put it directly in his mouth, with a look of sweet satisfaction on his face. When Chen Yunsong saw Li Ziwan's satisfaction, he also smiled a little. Li Ziwan asked, well, is it okay if we run away? What can happen? Haha, do you really think I represent the Chen family? I don't want to get involved in political matters. Chen Yunsong had a sneer on his face. Hehe, what if the other party comes up with the right chips? There was deep disdain on Chen Yunsong's face, similar to Li Ziwan's look when he heard about Seoul society, and he sat next to Li Ziwan. What bargaining chips can you get? Power? I need the Koreans to give it to me. Money? Believe it or not, if I start a company, 1 year will be the wealth of the Goryeo royal family. Otherwise, I would be embarrassed to say that I am from the 21st century. Although Li Ziwan didn't know what 21st century meant, the last item was also the most important, beauty. You're not? Why did I bring you here? Wow! Suddenly it feels like you have really reached the realm of Master Tianhong, having no desires or desires. Chen Yunsong smiled and said, not necessarily, what if there is someone prettier than you? Although I don't think so. Well, I like to hear it. Li Ziwan gave a thumbs up. B.D. Well, behind you. Behind me. Excuse me. Mr. Chen Yunsong, how do you look, little girl? Chen Yunsong immediately turned around and took a closer look. Princess Lai He, Wang Junli. Chapter 16 The Incarnation of the Void? What does it mean? Chapter 16 The Incarnation of the Void? What does it mean? The visitor is a petite, lowly wearing a pink tang suit? If they hadn't known that today was the princess's 16th birthday, Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan might have thought she was 11 or 12 years old. Children view. Short, with a flat weapon, a white neck, bright eyes, long hair, a beautiful nose, and a crisp voice, a primary school student. Wang Junli, the youngest daughter of the current Goryeo kingdom, was given the title of Ryeo and Princess. It seems that they were granted temporary titles before coming to the Celestial Dynasty. The meaning is even more simple and crude, peace in Goryeo. With Wang Junli's sudden appearance, she attracted the attention of everyone in the banquet hall. It can be said that Wang Junli today has given the Celestial Empire enough face, and at the same time, the intention of this mission is self-evident. Princess Lai He wore a tang suit, a traditional female dress from the Celestial Dynasty, and held her own birthday party. She also specially found Chen Yunsong. Although many people did not recognize Chen Yunsong, after all, he and his elder brother, father, grandfather, and other ancestors compared with Sun third generation, who has a resolute appearance, Chen Yunsong is more like his mother, who is more handsome and has a literary path. After all, this is a person who was admitted to Pearl University. In Chen Yunsong's opinion, the status of Pearl University is equivalent to that of King Bei in the previous life of the earth and heaven. The Pearl of the Yangtze River, directly under the control of Shangjing University, is now the only two most powerful university in the country. If some good people create a global university ranking, Chen Yunsong thinks that both Mingzhou University and Beijing University can be ranked in the top 20. Chen Yunsong looked Wang Junli up and down, and said with a smile, "Princess Li, should you grow up a little bit?" It's not that Chen Yunsong doesn't like it, but, how should I put it? When doing something bad, the psychological burden is heavy. Unless you are really old, you still look petite? Haha, let's go, Xi Yuan. Chen Yunsong took Li Xi Yuan's little hand and left Wang Junli. Humph, oh number, grow up a little bit. Wang Junli said angrily. Your Highness Princess, please come on stage and deliver a speech. A staff member of the Korean embassy reminded Wang Junli in her ear. As Wang Junli came on stage, the guests below gradually became quiet. Wang Junli began to give a speech on the stage, which was nothing more than a formal speech to thank the guests for coming to her birthday party. Have you discovered it? In the corner, Li Ziwan and Chen Yunsong were sitting together. The Princess of Korea is not simple. Chen Yunsong nodded and said, there is a lot of spiritual power in her body. She is also from the Zha realm? Like you. Li Ziwan chuckled, I don't know. It's not simple anyway, maybe it's the incarnation of Su. The incarnation of the virtual? What do you mean? Chen Yunsong seemed to understand something, some special abilities of the virtual. Who knows? Chen Yunsong rolled his eyes and suggested, try. Try it. The two of them used intermediate spiritual techniques and spiritual transformation techniques in a corner where no one could see them. Turning the physical body into spiritual power and becoming the so-called soul state. The clothes on the two of them haven't changed much. As Wang Junli on the stage finished her speech, the banquet once again entered the stage of free conversation. After all, this banquet invited the leaders of various industries in Pearl City, the bosses of the Jiangnan military region and the political bosses of the provinces within their jurisdiction, so they must give time to these exchanges and conversations. Otherwise, why would people come to your banquet? Just to support you? Who will come? It's not the kingdom of Goryeo. Therefore, rather than saying this is a birthday party, it is better to say it is a social meeting. Through this social meeting, the Korean envoys or the Japanese envoys can achieve their goals. A princess's birthday party is the best reason for this social gathering, because no one would think of going up to each other with a little girl. Even the Japanese envoys disdain to do this. Therefore, the status of a princess will always make these celebrities put aside their reserve of status. Wang Junli and other North Korean envoys really wanted to talk to Fu Jiang, but Tokugawa Jiaran from Japan has been occupying Fu Jun, and Zheng Shu is following Fu Jiang. For Tokugawa Jialan, although the Chen family is the key, if Fu Jiang and Zheng Shu can be persuaded, everything will be easy. This is a matter that tests acting skills and psychological quality. They agreed to send troops to attack Japan, and Japan's Tokugawa Ieiji had to greet the two with a smile, and promised a lot of benefits to persuade them not to attack Japan. Anyway, Tokugawa Iran is thick-skinned. But on the other hand, he is a talent, not in a derogatory sense, he is really a talent. In such an embarrassing situation, Tokugawa Iran remained humble and polite. Wang Junli and other members of the Koryo mission spoke highly of him. Have you found it? Wang Junli looked anxious. eager to find Chen Yunsong, eager to persuade Chen Yunsong, eager to send troops to Goryeo, eager to rescue Goryeo. Wang Junli had a chat with her before her speech at the banquet. After just a few minutes of speech, where was she? People from the embassy and diplomatic missions were looking around in the banquet hall, but they didn't even see anyone. Wang Junli, who had no choice but to calm down her mood, led a few people to Fujiang, Zhengshu, and Shangqiaqiang, and interrupted the conversation between Tokugawa Jiren and the three of them very forcefully. Master Fujiang, may I ask where Mr. Chen is? Tokugawa Jiren looked at Wang Junli and the Korean envoys, turned his back to avoid embarrassment, with a somewhat victorious smile on his face. Although I have not convinced Fujiang and others yet, the purpose of the Japanese mission this time is to stop the Koreans. Chen Yunsong's absence happened to satisfy the wishes of Tokugawa Jiren and others. He understood the plans of the Korean people and Princess Lai He, and also understood Chen Yunsong's intention to take care of a woman specifically. But Tokugawa Iji didn't think it was very safe, and his initial target was also Chen Yunsong. But when he saw that Chen Yunsong's eyes were all about the woman named Li Ziwan, Tokugawa Iji understood that the plan of the Korean people, Princess Rei and Princess failed 80%. Therefore, Tokugawa Jialan aimed his speech at Fujiang and Zhengshu. Fujiang smiled and said, "Xiao Song, let's go." "You're not leaving." A voice sounded next to Fujiang, but it did not attract the attention of Fujiang and others. "Mr. Chen!" Wang Junli shouted, making Fujiang and others confused. "Where is Chen Yunsong? Why didn't they see him? You just..." At this time, Wang Junli noticed that Fujiang, Tokugawa Jiren, and others stared at Wang Junli in confusion and surprise. Suddenly, Wang Junli's face changed and she became a little pale, and she quickly turned around and squeezed in the group. "What's wrong with your princess?" Fujiang looked at the remaining officials from the Korean embassy. "Haha." Tokugawa Keiran smiled contemptuously. Chapter 17 Is Chen Yunsong a devil? Chapter 17 Is Chen Yunsong a devil? Wang Junli's petite body moved through the crowded banquet hall with extraordinary agility. After a while, Wang Junli left the banquet hall and ran into a dim corridor. She leaned against the wall and put her small hands on her chest. The ups and downs of her heart made Wang Junli highly concentrated. Especially when she realized that as long as she could see Chen Yunsong, Wang Junli felt that her mind was shut down, and all kinds of psychological complexities, such as fear, uneasiness, nervousness, etc., followed one after another. No one, no one. Wang Junli's little head looked around. "Can you see us?" Li Ziwan walked out from the end of the dimly lit corridor with his hands behind his back. Wang Junli was so frightened that she almost shouted. Li Ziwan stepped forward and put his finger on Wang Junli's red lips. "He, the little girl is not simple. She doesn't have the aura of a practitioner, she is empty." Chen Yunsong's voice appeared inexplicably behind Wang Junli. The familiar yet unfamiliar feeling made her shudder. She also had a sixth sense. No matter how rational they are, everyone is telling Wang Junli that if the beautiful woman in front is an angel, the Chen Yunsong behind her is definitely the devil among devils. Don't ask why, Wang Junli doesn't know, but her intuition has never missed it. For example, the moment she realized that she was the only one who could see Chen Yunsong in the banquet hall. Wang Junli did not think about questions such as why and who is Chen Yunsong. The sixth sense told her, run. The farther you run, the better. But why does the virtual have a physical body? Chen Yunsong rubbed Wang Junli's soft face curiously. Li Ziwan held the trembling Wang Junli in his arms and stroked her hair. Feeling her trembling soul, "Look, this little girl is so scared. Hey, tell my sister, are you Su?" Wang Junli didn't dare to speak, especially Chen Yunsong's demon-like eyes. Although it was just Wang Junli's intuition to describe demon. Maybe after revealing her identity, she was afraid that Chen Yunsong would kill her. I. Wang Junli was incoherent. It's okay, tell sister, are you okay? Li Ziwan's tone this time also had a hint of threat. Wang Junli swallowed hard. I am, no, I'm not. It doesn't matter if you are. Zhang Tianyan. Seal. Chen Yunsong's patience reached the limit, and he took out the tin staff of burial sky, drew a black and golden circle of light, and fell on Wang Junli and Li Ziwan respectively. Then the two girls couldn't feel the spiritual power fluctuations in their bodies. At this moment, Li Ziwan's forehead was filled with words such as anger, I'm very angry, please comfort me, why are you even sealing me, and so on. Chen Yunsong said awkwardly, haha, don't mind. Untie me quickly. Chen Yunsong shook his head and said, well, no, let's deal with her first. Deal with it. When Wang Junli heard Chen Yunsong say deal with herself, she immediately panicked, no. Don't deal with me, I haven't hurt anyone. Really? I really haven't hurt anyone, I just. Wang Junli's little face was full of pear blossoms, and she pushed hard into Li Ziwan's arms. Was she afraid that Chen Yunsong would deal with her? Just what? Li Ziwan's tone was much more warm this time. Wang Junli's incoherent words just now proved 2 points. First, she is empty. Second, she has never harmed anyone, that is, she has never eaten the souls of ordinary people, which can be judged by her pure breath. Li Ziwan is not the kind of red canine general in a certain king of thieves who thinks that all pirates, virtual, will die. Wang Junli's tears rubbed against Li Ziwan's sleeve, and she said tremblingly, originally I was just looking for a host to take care of, but then the host had an accident and became brain dead. I developed feelings for the host, so I helped her. Now, her soul and I have become one. Sister, I have really never harmed anyone. Chen Yunsong suddenly touched Wang Junli's little head. What is your ability? Ability? I don't have any ability. This is because the soul power is so strong and the body is so weak that I can only find an ordinary person's soul to live in. It's just like a hermit crab, looking for a shell. Zi. My own existence does no harm to Kizi. A virtual person with a powerful soul is interesting. Chen Yunsong said while touching his chin. Probably only intermediate hollows and above can speak, but there will always be some gifted junior hollows who can. Just like Wang Junli, who has strong soul power, they can learn various complex thoughts and emotions such as language. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I. If Wang Junli's small body hadn't been held by Li Ziwan, she might have knelt down to Chen Yunsong on the spot. What are you afraid of? Li Ziwan didn't understand why Wang Junli was so afraid of Chen Yunsong. Yet, why are you afraid of me? Chen Yunsong didn't understand why Wang Junli behaved like this. Wang Junli shook her head. I don't know, just intuition. Your intuition is very accurate. Li Ziwan asked. Wang Junli glanced at Chen Yunsong and nodded silently. The spiritually powerful void has merged with the human soul. Chen Yunsong stared at Wang Junli carefully. Let's go back to the banquet hall. The protagonist is missing. I guess those Korean people will go crazy. Wang Junli nodded silently. Intermediate spiritual technique, spiritual appearance technique, go. 2 rays of light flew out from Chen Yunsong's fingertips, and together with Li Ziwan, his body appeared again. In both spiritual and physical state, Li Ziwan could not feel the spiritual power in his body, and looked at Chen Yunsong with resentful and shameful eyes. Yes, princess. Chen Yunsong drew a ray of light again and unlocked the seal in Li Ziwan's body. It stands to reason that Li Ziwan is in the spiritual transformation realm and Chen Yunsong is in the spiritual enlightenment realm. In terms of strength, it is impossible to seal Li Ziwan. However, in reality, Chen Yunsong has sealed it. Moreover, the successful sealing is not complete. Chen Yunsong seems to be able to freely control Li Ziwan's seal. I once asked Master Tianjing about this matter, but Master Tianjing also shook his head, because he did not remember Master Tianjing's soul weapon spiritual skills, which can freely control the opponent's seal. The seal is the seal, and the unsealing is the unsealing. How can I like a switch, it goes on and off. It's as if this seal remains on the other person's body. Perhaps as his strength increases, Li Ziwan will slowly get rid of Chen Yunsong's seal? But Chen Yunsong will also gradually become stronger? Chapter 18 Wang Junli achieves her goal? Chapter 18 Wang Junli achieves her goal? It is difficult to say whether Chen Yunsong will become the focus, because this birthday party is originally a social gathering based on one's own interests. Small fish look for big fish look for bigger fish look for sharks, and sharks look for political cliques. Because the current small group in the military region has been occupied by Tokugawa Iran. Although I didn't know what they were talking about, the envoys from Japan almost surrounded the small group in the general area and acted like no strangers are allowed in. As for the remaining member of the small military group, who knows where he is? And he is only a 16-year-old child? Although he is a pervert? Because Chen Yunsong was admitted to Mingzhou University. Li Ziwan is on her left arm, and Wang Junli is on her right arm. Whether she can become the center of attention, the answer is yes. Two beautiful girls holding the same man's arms, the man himself will be rejected by other people of the same S**X. But more importantly, did Wang Junli and her Korean envoys really achieve their original purpose and plan? When the people of the Goryeo mission saw Chen Yunsong holding Wang Junli, they almost jumped up with excitement. The Japanese mission headed by Tokugawa Iran had a gloomy face. Tokugawa Jialan's judgment was correct. Chen Yunsong's eyes were indeed Li Ziwan. Wang Junli only let Chen Yunsong look at him for a few times before she lost interest. But the scene in front of me, can't explain anything? Li Ziwan was full of resentment. Could it be that she was jealous? People would not know that Li Ziwan was angry because Chen Yunsong sealed the spiritual power in her body. Wang Junli seems to be a bit timid. Is it because she is shy after achieving her goal? People will not know that Wang Junli is afraid of Chen Yunsong, who is like a devil. And Chen Yunsong's face was all red? Because he got two beauties? Of course not. And people would never know that what Chen Yunsong thought was he got a very special and valuable virtual being. No matter how they looked at it, the guests in the banquet hall felt that Wang Junli and her Korean envoys had achieved their goal. Their mission, or Wang Junli's task, is very simple. Marry yourself into a small group in the Jiangnan military region. The relationship with marriage as the bond may still be affected by many factors such as interests. But if there is anything about the kingdom of Koryo when things happen, the Jiangnan military region will always favor Goryeo. So the Korean envoys began various intelligence collections targeting 4 companies in the Jiangnan military region. Collect whatever you can, even information like Chen Luosheng yawned a few times in the morning. I have to admire the powerful intelligence gathering capabilities of the Korean envoy. Perhaps they were forced to come out because of no other choice. The land of the Goryeo kingdom is suffering from Japanese invasion. So after layers of intelligence screening, plus the special position of the Chen family in the Jiangnan military region, the mission finally decided to marry Wang Junli to Chen Yunsong of the Chen family. Fu Jiang and Chen Yunch have been married for a long time, and Shang Qiaoqiang is a bit too old. He is close to 30 years old, marrying a 16-year-old wife. How can you say that she is also a princess, and Shang Qiaoqiang? The eldest son and grandson of the family is only 8 years old? Let alone Wang Junli. So after much selection, it seemed that only Chen Yunsong fit the original purpose. Seeing this scene, Fu Jiang said to Zhang Shu beside him, "Tisk, tisk, Xiao Song is awesome." Shang Qiaoqiang sighed, epsilon equals omicron asterisk. Well, I will probably inform the old man when I get home. Have you made preparations already? Zhang Shu's bright eyes rolled. Wait a minute, it seems that something is wrong. Fu Jiang asked, what's wrong? The girl is jealous, the princess is ashamed and angry, and Chen Yunsong is so happy that he almost flies into the sky. Zhang Shu shook her head, you are not a girl. The emotions between the girl and the princess seem to be due to other things. Tokugawa Jiaran's face was gloomy, but he quickly changed to a smiling face. Master Fu, since Mr. Chen is here, I will do it myself about the transfer of pearls that I just mentioned to Mr. Fu. Your noble sir, you are so busy, haha, for the time being, leave for a while. After Tokugawa Keiran quietly made a gesture to several people from the Japanese envoys, he immediately walked to Tokugawa Keiran holding a gift box. When he was about to walk towards Chen Yunsong with the gift box, a strong big hand fell on his shoulder. Behind him, Shang Qiaoqiang waved his fan with a smile on his face, don't bother Xiao Song. Haha, we haven't finished talking yet. What did we just say? North Blue said the hot spring. There was a hint of threat in Fu Jiang's eyes. Yet, you said there are monkeys in the hot springs on North Blue Road? I've never seen them before. Zhang Shu took the opportunity to say, listening to his description, I really want to visit North Blue Road in Japan. Tokugawa Iran's heart. Tokugawa Jiaran said, oh, asterisk, oh, yes, when Mrs. Fu goes to Japan, I will be the host, and I will definitely satisfy Mr. Fu and his wife. Haha. I have to lament that Tokugawa Iran speaks very standard Hyuxia. According to intelligence, in addition to Hyuxia, he also Grandmaster English, German, Korean, and Japanese. In the banquet hall, the eye-catching Chen Yunsong took the two girls and sat in the corner, and then started eating. Chen Yunsong took 3 plates and handed them to Li Ziwan. And Wang Junli began to sweep the dining table. Everyone thought that Chen Yunsong or Wang Junli would announce something. But they watched helplessly as the 3 of them cleared away a large plate of food. The first half of the banquet was very lively, which can be described as in full swing, but the second half seemed very weird, speaking cautiously, and looking at Chen Yunsong and the 3 of them from time to time. Finally, when a member of the Korean envoy said that the birthday banquet was over. That's it? What happened between Chen Yunsong, Wang Junli, and that beautiful girl? Don't talk about these banquet guests. The Japanese envoy, Fu Jiang, and the others, and even the people from the Korean envoy were equally confused. Because after the birthday party, Wang Junli kept silent and said nothing. No matter how the people from the Goryeo mission asked, they just didn't open their mouths. But in the end she revealed the news that she needed to go to the Chen mansion tomorrow. The question arises, why go? What are you going to do? What do you need to prepare? Wang Junli once again entered a state of silence, which made the Koreans very depressed. Chapter 19 My Stupid Brother. Chapter 19 My Stupid Brother. Xiao Song, are you planning to marry that Korean princess? Chen Luosheng and Chen Jiangguo took Chen Yunsong and Chen Yuns with them to have a small meeting in the ancestral hall. When 2 pairs of father and son, grandparents and grandchildren, 3rd generation, heard that at the birthday party, Chen Yunsong held the 2 girls Li Ziwan and Wang Junli on his arms, but did not express anything. In addition to being surprised, they were more curious. Chen Yunsong shook his head, who knows? Haha, let's talk about the future. Without considering Wang Junli, what are your plans? Chen Jiangguo put the teacup in his hand on the coffee table with a serious look on his face. This small meeting decided not Wang Junli, but whether to send troops to Korea. After the family has made a decision, Chen Luosheng will cast his vote in the military region, and Chen Jiangguo will also use his influence in the staff department. Chen Yuns was the first to say, "Don't ask me, I still have a lot to learn." Chen Yuns is not a simple martial artist. His younger brother, both father and mother, has been admitted to Pearl University. He is definitely not stupid as an older brother. However, if you want to take root in the army, you must force yourself to become a martial artist in the early stage. Once you have a prominent reputation, subsequent learning will follow. Chen Jiangguo suddenly said, "Let me go to Huangpu in 2 years." Agree, need. Chen Luosheng and Chen Yunsong both agreed. Chen Yuns. Chen Jiangguo was the first to say, "I don't agree to send troops to Goryeo. The General Staff has never been able to come up with a good action plan. Japan's raid on Goryeo was too sudden, and the specific situation on the battlefield was not known. Japan's what is the attitude of the shogunate? If we send troops to Goryeo, Commander Fu Zheng will definitely propose a counterattack against Japan, and in the end it is likely that the gains will outweigh the losses." Chen Yunsong said with a smile, "I think sending troops to Korea is a good choice." Reason? Chen Jiangguo asked. "When we counterattack Japan, maybe some weird things will appear. You will face unknown, mysterious, and powerful enemies. At least, don't counterattack Japan for the time being." Chen Yunsong said in a pretentious manner. "Damn kid, speak clearly." "Father, there are some things that are my secrets, which are said to be unspeakable. In short, I agree to send troops to Korea, but I cannot counterattack Japan." "What secret?" "It's unspeakable." Chen Jiangguo looked at Chen Yunsong's serious look and sighed with emotion. "Okay. Now that the child is older, he has his own little secret." Chen Luosheng, Xiaosong always has Xiaosong's starting point. "What do you mean, old man?" Chen Jiangguo and the Chen brothers looked at Chen Luosheng with wide eyes. Chen Yuns does not participate, Chen Yunsong supports it, and Chen Jiangguo opposes it. Everything depends on Chen Luosheng's ideas. "Wait, old man, let's break it into 2 issues." Chen Yunsong interrupted everyone's thinking. "First, send troops to Korea, second, counterattack Japan." "The first point, I agree, but Dad doesn't. Secondly, neither of us agrees, so Grandpa, don't think about counterattacking Japan." Chen Yuns, Chen Jiangguo, __. Chen Yunsong, number. Chen Luosheng, _, you distinguish, so clearly. It is not difficult to hear the strong resentment in Chen Luosheng's tone. This is Chen Luosheng, a small meeting at home. There used to be a small meeting between Chen Luosheng and Chen Jiangguo. Later, when Chen Yunsong showed his amazing talent in literary, the Chen family and his son unexpectedly discovered that Chen Yunsong had many unique insights into politics, history, etc. Many insights have benefited them a lot. Slowly, the Chen family's small meeting grew from 2 people to 4 people. Chen Yuns couldn't be left alone. More participation will be of great benefit to Chen Yun's growth. As for Chen Yunsong, politics, history, etc. are of course unique. Basically, as long as your high school studies are not too bad, and you usually like politics and history, you will naturally be far ahead of this era when you go back to around 1800. Okay, tomorrow I will propose to send troops to Korea, but I will not counterattack Japan. The attack on Japan is all Marine's business, and I almost have the final say alone. Chen Jiangguo also nodded. Among the first commander and 3 deputy commanders of the Jiangnan military region, only Deputy Commander Shang was a calm guy. The other 3 were all warmongers and would definitely make the decision to counterattack Japan. In the internal small meeting of the Chen family, Chen Luosheng stopped thinking about it first. Chen Luosheng glanced at Chen Jiangguo. It is basically determined to send troops to Goryeo, but not to counterattack Japan. The staff will consult with the staff and come up with a plan to the greatest extent possible. Chen Jiangguo said with a frown, It's difficult. There is too little information about Goryeo, especially for the Japanese, such as how many troops they came, their weapons configuration, firearms configuration, what kind of firearms, how many warriors came, how many places in Goryeo were occupied, how many people were stationed in Japan in each important town, are all questions. Don't worry, father, you can know everything you want to know today, don't worry so much, princess. Come here. Chen Yunsong clapped his hands. In the inner room, there was a person wearing a red skirt, acting a little shy. Actually, he was afraid of Chen Yunsong. After Chen Yunsong made a come here gesture to Wang Junli timidly walked to Chen Yunsong and sat on his lap. Third generation, degree. Chen Yunsong, Sigma, A. Wang Junli. Chen Yunsong asked, "Why are you sitting in my arms?" Wang Junli, "Didn't you ask me to come here?" Chen Yunsong, "I asked you to come over, just, Where is the chair next to me? Why is it in pieces?" "Brother." Chen Yunch pretended to whistle, but in fact he couldn't whistle anything. Only Chen Yun's could break a chair into pieces. Although a few seconds ago, Chen Yunsong's attention was on Wang Junli and he didn't pay attention to the sound of the chair breaking. Chen Yunsong shouted loudly, "Come here." Again. "My order, outsiders are not allowed to enter the important meeting," Chen Jiangguo said quickly. He is the head of the family and he has the final say, so the guards naturally obey Chen Jiangguo. Chen Yunsong, epsilon equals number. "Forget it, just stand." Chen Luosheng, "I am a princess, girl, how dare you let me stand?" Chen Yunsong, W. Wang Junli, surprised face. Chen Yunch stopped whistling and said, "My stupid brother, please tell me the information about Goryeo and let our lovely father know it as soon as possible. I promise to God, our father is definitely anxious. Isn't that right?" "That's right, say it quickly, say it quickly." Chen Yunsong. Chapter 20. Hey, that brat is pretty good, but he brought back another, Sue. Chapter 20. Hey, that brat is pretty good, but he brought back another, Sue. Wang Junli is very happy. Even if Chen Yunsong is really a devil, it will be verified in the future, he is really, she still admits it. They will send troops to Korea, but they will not counterattack Japan. It doesn't matter what's behind, what's important is the front. The best way to counterattack is to at least relieve your anger. The decision of whether to send troops or not lies with the military region. Once the decision is made to send troops, everything before and after will be left to the two vice ministers of foreign affairs. For example, what is the reason before sending troops? Give Japan some warning? If you send troops to Korea, you can't send them in vain, right? Various miscellaneous military expenditure reports will be sent to the desk of the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Jiangnan military region will give a rough military expenditure budget. What the Deputy Minister has to do is to be high, not low. Obviously Wang Junli is just a incidental. But these are not what Chen Yunsong, Wang Junli, and others want to think about. The purpose of Wang Junli and the Korean envoys has been achieved. Although I don't know why, Chen Yunsong kept Wang Junli in the Chen mansion for no reason. It was as if he was detained and forcibly placed under house arrest. Wang Junli. It's not house arrest, the degree of freedom is still very high, but the place of residence has been moved from the Koryo Hotel to the Chen mansion. Everyone in the Chen family seems to regard Wang Junli as someone like Fuka Hezwo and Li Ziwan. Its status is self-evident. No one dares to say anything. Just ask who dares to say? The people of the Korean envoy? The King of Korea? They are eager to? Japanese people? Tokugawa Kailan's Japanese envoy? Really, I am afraid that Chen Yunsong will encourage Chen Jiangguo and Chen Jiangguo to counterattack Japan. Even if you encounter some weird things or things. During this period, Tokugawa Jiaren came to the Chen mansion to visit the 4 Chen family members. Not surprisingly, everyone refused to talk to Tokugawa Jiaren for various reasons. The person who received him was either Fuka Hezwo, Li Ziwan, or even Wang Junli. Wouldn't Fang Lan, the mother of the Chen brothers, come forward to show up? She feels a little inferior. After returning to the present world, I can say that things are both simple and easy, and difficult and difficult. There is still 1 month left before the start of Mingzhou University. Going to Zhao Realm to train more is better than anything else. And now Chen Yunsong feels inexplicably anxious. Would you like to go to Zhao Realm with us? Li Ziwan and Chen Yunsong each extended a hand to Wang Junli. Wang Junli naturally understands what Zhao Realm is. She inherited Wang Junli's true form, as well as all of Su's memories and emotions. Anyone who can talk will always know the miscellaneous things about Zhao Realm and practitioners. I won't be killed. Wang Junli's body is both virtual and human, but she has a soul and a body. Spiritual manifestation or spiritual transformation can be used on her, but its essence is still virtual. Li Ziwan smiled and said, "Have you ever heard of the 4 saints of Zhao Valley?" Wang Junli and Chen Yunsong both shook their heads. One of the 4 saints of Zhao Valley, named Old Man Bonzi. He is a hollow. A high-level hollow. There was some light in Wang Junli's eyes. Old Man Bonzi, is he a virtual person? Each of the 4 saints of the Zhao Valley is at the peak of the Chao Yuan realm, and each of them possesses the soul weapon spiritual technique. Su can also possess it. The Old Man Bonzi, one of the 4 saints, is a virtual and a high-level virtual. In Chen Yunsong's eyes, the Zhao realm is much more open than the Soul Society. Whether it's a hollow or a delirium, after sticking to the bottom line, everything that can be used by the Zhao realm must be used. Moreover, who said that Su can't become a practitioner? Who said that Su must go to war with practitioners? Su can also practice and enhance his own spiritual power through practice. Of course, this will take longer than the practitioners of the Zhao realm to practice and improve, which is far less rapid than swallowing the same kind or cultivators. Compared to Soul Society, people in Zhao realm have a greater sense of crisis, pay more attention to life, and care more about actual combat. Perhaps it is the conquest of the void that occurs every few hundred to 1,000 years, which puts great pressure on the Zhao realm. Groups of practitioners, even those in the Chao Yuan and Juding realms, will die in the battle void. Now the leader of Zhao Valley is very lucky and stronger. He has survived 9 battles in the void. One can imagine what extent its strength will reach. Anyway, Chen Yunsong didn't dare to think about it. Li Ziwan once described it to him as piercing Soul Society with 1 finger or piercing the Japanese islands with 1 finger. Li Ziwan continued to explain, Old Bonzi has always hoped to find a person like him, who is naturally mentally strong as his successor. Old Man Bonzi, who is of the same generation as Taoist Suku, seems to have noticed that my end is approaching, and I have been looking for it for thousands of years. Is it good luck today? It should be God's blessing. Intermediate Spiritual Art, Black Gate. Chen Yunsong opened the door to the world of Zhao and Zhao. Li Ziwan pulled Wang Junli, what reason did you use to explain that you were not at home for a month? Let's go to your house and continue playing, take this little guy with you. Chen Yunsong pointed at Wang Junli. On the surface, Wang Junli was taken away by Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan. The reason given was to go to Li Ziwan's Taoist sect to cultivate his moral character. Naturally, several people in the Chen family were willing. Chen Yunsong stepped through the black door, and Wang Junli swallowed, really? So much nonsense. Chen Yunsong walked out of the black door again, holding Li Ziwan and Wang Junli with his left and right hands respectively, and entered the black door. So on the platform of Zhejixiankong Temple, a group of monks and laymen saw their little junior brother and pulled the 2 girls towards the Sutra Pavilion. Master Tianhong? Master Tianhong! Chen Yunsong pulled the 2 girls and kicked open the door of Master Tianhong's courtyard. What are you shouting for? What are you shouting for? Hey, that brat is pretty good. He has brought back another one, Su. Master Tianhong jumped down from the roof, glanced at Wang Junli, and immediately recognized her identity. No. The hollow has merged with the human soul. Master Tianhong, first take a look at her soul, why aren't you afraid? Chen Yunsong looked at Wang Junli's calm look. He thought that Wang Junli would react when she saw Empress Tianhong, who was in the Chao Yuan realm. Acting scared? Wang Junli tilted her little head. Why are you afraid? Why aren't you afraid? This old monk is very powerful, very powerful. Well, I know, but my intuition tells me that there is no need to be afraid. Then why are you afraid of me? This is very strange. Wang Junli is not afraid of the more powerful Tianhong, but is afraid of herself? Did she do something that left a psychological shadow on her? Wang Junli's hands began to tremble, because she saw something cold and demonic emerging from behind Chen Yunsong. Chapter 21, The Branch Spiritual Technique of the Bonzi Old Man. Chapter 21, The Branch Spiritual Technique of the Bonzi Old Man. In the air from the southern territory to the central territory, there was still the Doshan sword, and Li Ziwan was still driving in front, but there was Wang Junli sitting between Chen Yunsong. Yesterday, at Xiankong Temple, I found Abbot Tianjing and Master Tianhong to detect the soul power in Wang Junli's body respectively. The former commented that it's as majestic as the sun and the moon, as vast as the starry sky, while the latter said, it's even bigger than you kid powerful. No matter which one, Wang Junli's soul power is extremely powerful. When she was a virtual person, her ability was powerful soul power. After becoming one with Wang Junli's soul, the power of his soul increased exponentially. Although it was a special combination of Su and human, coupled with her powerful soul power, Master Tianhong immediately sent a letter to the old man Bonzi. Chen Yunsong asked, "Where are we going?" "Directly to Zhao Valley." "No, go to Qipanshan in Zhao Valley." In the sky, a white lightning mixed with black and golden light disappeared in an instant. Old man Bonzi was of the same era as Taoist Su Gu, the current leader of the Zhao Valley. It is said that the two of them had a Taoist practice of at least 8,000 or 9,000 years. The four saints of Zhao Valley are represented by four things, namely harp, chess, calligraphy, and painting, which are either their soul weapons or the advanced spiritual arts they master. Qipanshan, Bonzi, any name proves that the symbol of the old man Bonzi is chess. Chen Yunsong looked through the buildings below, which were similar to Juxia Mountain, plus a bunch of mountains and canyons. Finally, Li Ziwan controlled the Doshan sword and slowly descended like a helicopter. Directly below, it seemed that there was just a lush and dense mountain peak with no people in it. No, there was actually a curl of smoke rising from the top of a peak that was almost the same as other peaks. If you look carefully, you will see that there are 2 or 3 lowest mud houses with beautiful tile roofs on the mountainside. Li Ziwan controlled the Doshan sword to fall on the campus, and a heavy and warm voice appeared, "Ho ho, a guest has arrived, please sit down." The front door of the house opened, and a centaur, the upper body of a human, the lower body of a horse came out. Although Li Ziwan had vaccinated Chen Yunsong and Wang Junli, the old man was a high-level virtual person, in the form of a centaur. It was still strange to see them for the first time. Who could imagine that an old man with a white beard, a Taoist robe, an immortal style, and a childish face with white hair, would have a black and brown horse body? The sense of dissonance is really shocking. The old man Hanzi is a character who always lives in legends and rumors. His appearance is always accompanied by the occurrence of major events in the Zhao world, such as the conquest of the void. It can be said that it is not easy for him to get out of the mountain, and the things he does when he gets out are not small, and each of them is a big event that affects at least one large area. "Zioxa Yuan, I haven't seen you in 10 years. The old man with white letters combed his white beard, which was almost touching the ground, and his face was red. It's been more than 10 years. In fact, Lu Ziwan couldn't remember clearly for a long time. When did she meet the old man Bonzi? Sit down. The old man waved his hand slightly, and a stone table and 3 stone chairs appeared on the ground. At the signal of the old man, Bonzi, Chen Yunsong, and Li Ziwan sat on the left and right sides respectively, with Wang Junli in the lower position. The old man Bonzi sat down like a horse. Su, it's not like Kazuto's combined, but why is there a seal in your body? The old man Bonzi knew a lot of things just by looking at Wang Junli. Wang Junli seemed to have a feeling of being exposed. However, Wang Junli's intuition told her that the old man in front of her was not scary. Maybe after meeting Chen Yunsong, she didn't find anyone scary now. Wang Junli said quietly, "Would you like to observe Sister Ziwan again?" The old man Bonzi followed Wang Junli's gaze and looked at Li Ziwan again. This time his eyes gradually turned white, and an invisible powerful force penetrated Li Ziwan in an instant. "You also have a seal? Like her? Although it won't hurt you at all." The old man Bonzi slowly became a little angry in his heart. "I can target you too at any time and seal the spiritual power in my body. The person who placed the seal is Daezu. You are fish and meat." Li Ziwan suddenly glared at Chen Yunsong. "Grandpa Bonzi, can you untie it?" The old man stroked his beard with one hand. "No way. I read it right, this is the soul weapon spiritual technique." Cough cough cough, cough. Chen Yunsong started coughing like crazy. "Humph, you big BD, tell me how to untie it." Li Ziwan glared at Chen Yunsong fiercely again. Chen Yunsong's face turned red. Can I say I don't know?" The old man with white characters looked at Chen Yunsong, the delusion destroyer of Xiankong Temple. It is said that he got back the relics of the Master of Sky Burial. Sky Burial, no wonder. It's you. It's me, but after setting a seal, I don't know how to completely remove the seal from Xi Yuan and the princess. I can seal it at any time, like this. Chen Yunsong casually typed with a snap of his fingers. The spiritual power in Li Ziwan and Wang Junli's bodies disappeared without a trace, and the old man was also surprised. Epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals number. Big BD. You do it again. After Li Ziwan stood up, he slapped Chen Yunsong's chest with his small hand. Anyway, Chen Yunsong had a look of enjoyment on his face. Is it a little abnormal? It stands to reason that the soul weapons and spiritual skills of Sky Burial should not be like this. Or, the seals set on them. Old man Zi felt that Chen Yunsong undoubtedly hit the two-girl. The seal you set is a newly created branch of spiritual art. What is branch spiritual art? In short, a bunch of spiritual arts are combined to form advanced spiritual arts or soul weapon spiritual arts. For example, the essence of many advanced spiritual arts is the combination of various intermediate spiritual arts. Another example is that Chen Yunsong's soul weapon spiritual technique is sealing. He can rely on the sealing characteristics to develop more sealing tricks. A branch-like spiritual technique. The abbot said he had never seen the seal I used. That's your newly created branch spiritual art, but it's not a complete branch spiritual art. If it were complete, Chen Yunsong's Zhang Tianyan would not be left in Li Ziwan and Wang Junli's bodies. Sky Burial, I miss you so much. Let me come and see how much you have inherited Sky Burial. The old man's eyes turned grey and cast white light, falling on Chen Yunsong. In vivo. Xi Yuan, be honest for now. Chen Yunsong commanded, stretched out his hands, and took Li Xi Yuan into his arms. A ray of black gold light penetrated Li Ziwan's delicate body, and quickly lost its power. It became soft and waxy, and was left to be held by Chen Yunsong. Ugh. Chapter 22 Advanced Spiritual Arts Chess Game. Chapter 22 Advanced Spiritual Arts Chess Game. In a void of space, the white-haired centaur old man looked like a bodhisattva, with circles of light wrapped around his body, suspended in the air. Not far below, he stood with his hands behind his back, wearing large black pants and a red suspender belt. Chen Yunsong in a vest and a pair of slippers. An almost substantial soul space. The old man, Bonzi, stepped on a white cloud and slowly appeared in front of Chen Yunsong. Old man, who are you? Chen Yunsong looked at the old man Bonzi up and down, and the other party was also looking at him. The old man was a little surprised. You don't know me. Chen Yunsong in the soul space seemed a little depressed. Why should I know you? Old man Bonzi, my name is Old man Bonzi. Then what? Then. No more, just come and go out as you came. This is not the place you should be. Chen Yunsong waved his hand as if to ward off flies and mosquitoes, not taking the old man seriously at all. Have you not felt alive in hundreds of years? Golden light suddenly appeared around the old man, and then turned into black and white. Two huge black and white meteorites suddenly appeared in the air on the left and right. Wow, you are quite powerful. Are you sure you want to be like this? Chen Yunsong said with deep doubts, and admiration for the old man Bonzi. Admiration that he dared to be in his own soul space hit the target. The old man Bonzi had an angry look on his face. He seemed to have been ignored many times, so two huge black and white meteorites immediately appeared in the sky and hit Chen Yunsong in the center. I said, this is my territory. Chen Yunsong simply put it in front of him, and with a slight tap, a black and golden light flew out, and a black and white meteorite fell in the sky? Or should I say, the chess pieces instantly shattered into powder and dissipated in the air. The old man Bonzi looked at Chen Yunsong in surprise. His intermediate spiritual skill Luzi was broken so easily. There's nothing surprising. I told you, this is my territory. Chen Yunsong looked at the old man as if he were a clown. The old man did not believe in evil, advanced spiritual skills chess game. Quickly, a large amount of spiritual power and soul power that belonged to no one knew who it belonged to gathered in front of the old man Bonzi. A huge Go board appeared, or it could be said to be a stone table, with 19 horizontal and vertical lines drawn on it. Two stone chairs also appeared on the left and right sides. Chen Yunsong's body seemed to be attracted by the stone chairs and was automatically pulled to the side of the stone chairs. Please. The old man was already sitting in front of Chen Yunsong. One of the advanced spiritual arts mastered by the old man Banzi is the game of chess. In short, it creates a space where you are forced to play chess. You cannot use force or use spiritual arts, otherwise you will suffer backlash from spiritual power or soul power. Consequences. These are the rules of Go. In this small space, the outcome can only be decided on the chessboard. The winner can make a non-extraordinary wish in this small space, such as killing the opponent or causing the opponent's hands and feet to be amputated. A law-based spiritual technique? It seems quite powerful. Chen Yunsong said with some admiration. Old man Bonzi corrected, strictly speaking, it is a combination of summoning type and law type. As we all know, law-based spiritual arts are the weirdest and most changeable of all spiritual arts. It may not be the most advanced or most powerful one, but it will always be the most elusive and difficult to deal with. Various mandatory conditions can be called bugs. You old man, you are really bad. Chen Yunsong sat on the stone chair and complained to the old man, use what you are best at to deal with things that others don't know how to do. The outcome is determined by Go. You can only use your toes to know how advanced the old man's Go skills are. What about Chen Yunsong? A novice Go player who only knows simple rules will probably be defeated in less than 2 or 3 moves. The half-old man was killed without leaving any trace of his armor. Unless you have more perverted advanced spiritual arts based on laws. Old man Bonzi smiled while condensing his spiritual power, turning into a black stone and landing in the center of the chessboard. Yes, but there is a simpler way, which may be able to break your Go game. Chen Yunsong smiled. Little friend, please. The old man said with a hint of provocation. The word please contains too many meanings. Ask Chen Yunsong to make a move, ask him to use more abnormal advanced spiritual techniques, ask him to use other weird methods to break his own chess game? Chen Yunsong said lazily, go. Xia, come on. With a bang, a white cloud appeared next to Chen Yunsong, and then Wang Junli wore Pikachu's pajamas, with a bit of doubt and hesitation. What did you call me for? Did you sleep well? Well, come on. Chen Yunsong pointed at the chessboard. After Wang Junli noticed the old man, she looked very surprised. Hey, how come there are strangers in your spiritual world? Who knows? Used a strange spell to force me to play chess. Go? I haven't played Go for a long time. Wang Junli didn't care about the old man Bonzi at all. His jaw was so surprised that he almost dropped to the ground. He sat directly in Chen Yunsong's arms. After taking a look at the old man Bonzi, he said, face. Familiar, I always feel like I've seen you somewhere. Have you seen him? This time it was Chen Yunsong's turn to be surprised. Wang Junli seemed to recall something in her mind. I should, but sooner or later, okay, I don't understand what's going on. Are you, Wang Junli? The old man was shocked. Yes. You, half-old man? Master. Wang Junli's vague memory slowly unfolded. No wonder, tisk. Trouble, why did you enter Chen Yunsong's mental space? Isn't this asking for abuse? The old man Bonzi noticed a saying, spiritual space. It's the soul space, the power of the soul, which can also be called spiritual power, is our habit, it's also the customary name in the West. While saying this, Wang Junli used her spiritual power to form a white chess piece and landed on the chessboard. Really, how did you get in? I'll have to erase your memory later, which is very troublesome. The old man Bonzi felt that he had met the most difficult enemy in his life. The white chess piece represented by Wang Junli had formed a big dragon, the kind that could not be conquered. An old man wants to slay a dragon? He will probably be eaten by the dragon. I give in. Wang Junli nodded and said, very good. My wish is to eliminate all the memories of the old man in the mental space. I almost forgot the effect of your chess game. Yunsong, send him out quickly. Hey? Okay. Chapter 23, My Daughter Was Abducted. Chapter 23, My Daughter Was Abducted. Zhao Realms Hongaihu Zhao Valley Chessboard Mountain. With a pop, the old man spit out a mouthful of blood, which almost sprayed onto Wang Junli opposite. Li Ziwan, who was in Chen Yunsong's arms, stepped forward in surprise. What are you? The old man Bonzi took a thoughtful look. Chen Yunsong, who was also stunned, patted Li Ziwan's arm to comfort him. It's okay, I used too much force, cough cough. Chen Yunsong touched his head strangely. What is there in my body? Buddha said, it cannot be said, it cannot be said. Old man Zi, a cultivator, took the name of Buddha. The old man vomiting blood was suffering from the effects of high-level spiritual arts and chess games. Removing a small part of the old man's memory is equivalent to forcibly erasing part of his soul power, and the soul power fills the soul space. Suddenly, a piece of soul power is missing, and the remaining soul power is quickly filled. At the same time, it severely impacted the soul space, causing the old man to spit out a mouthful of blood. The old man Bonzi could no longer remember what happened in Chen Yunsong's soul space, but he clearly felt that this memory of his was caused by his own spiritual magic. Either Chen Yunsong possesses strong chess power, or he uses some more abnormal spiritual skills, or he uses a power that is n times more than the power of the old man's soul to forcefully break through the chess game. No matter which one, the old man did not dare to go deeper into Chen Yunsong's soul space. What happened? Chen Yunsong felt a little baffled. It's okay. The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, then turned his eyes to Wang Junli aside. Girl, are you willing to be my heir? Wang Junli felt a big pie hit her head, and she immediately stood up from the stone chair and knelt down. Behind her, Chen Yunsong pulled her shoulder. Wait a minute. What are you doing? Don't forget our purpose. Li Ziwan complained. I know, but, old man Bonzi, if she still has this bond in this world, she may often travel back and forth between Zha realm and this world in the next 100 years. In addition, it is a combination of human and virtual. You are virtual, is that okay? Haha, you have thought carefully. The old man stood up from the ground and patted the dust on his robe. No problem. Wang Junli's big eyes looked at Chen Yunsong, full of prayer. Chen Yunsong nodded, and Wang Junli was immediately overjoyed and knelt down in front of the old man. A month passed by in a hurry, and the time came to the end of August in an instant. It seems that the weather changes in Zha realm, the rotation of the 4 seasons are similar to those of the Celestial Empire, and the distribution between regions is roughly the same as that of Tianchang. For example, Chen Yunsong, who has been at the Hanging Temple in the Southern Territory, has not felt any changes in temperature, while the temperature in Juxia Mountain in the Eastern Territory has dropped a lot compared to the Southern Territory. In the pavilion of the small courtyard of Master Tianhong of Xiankong Temple, 2 people were sitting. Chen Yunsong and Li Yuanxiang looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Master Tianhong looked at the pair of them with great interest. I don't know if they are related to Wang's son-in-law. Li Yuanxiang gritted his teeth and said, do you want Xi Yuan to come to this world with you? Chen Yunsong has long been accustomed to Li Yuanxiang's attitude. She needs her own consent to come back. In the small courtyard, Li Ziwan sat on the Doshan sword and fell from the sky. She and Chen Ling took Wang Junli back from the Central Territory. In front of Li Yuanxiang, Li Ziwan stretched out his hand and asked, Ziwan, will you come to the present world with me? Of course. Li Ziwan put his little hand into Chen Yunsong's without hesitation. And me? Wang Junli also missed a small hand. Master Tianhong, number. Li Yuanxiang. Chen Ling, oh. Then Chen Ling glared at Li Yuanxiang. Li Yuanxiang, Of course Li Ziwan wanted to play in this world. The 5 realms of Zhao were almost visited by Li Ziwan, and his life was the same almost every day, whether he was the manager of the 5 realms or an ordinary soul. For example, in Juxia Mountain, there are sects standing on the mountain and numerous towns and cities at the foot of the mountain. It may only be more fun at the foot of the mountain, but more people at the foot of the mountain want to be like people at the mountain. Because that means that he will get stronger strength, better treatment, more food, warmer clothes, and the education from the mountain to the people is that everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world concept. As a result, many of the ordinary people at the foot of the mountain were as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The reason? It may still be that the battle in the void gave Zha realm too many scars. The real situation is completely different from that of Zha realm, which is filled with all kinds of places that attract Li Ziwan, such as intrigues, sharing the same boat through thick and thin, and heart-to-hearts. Especially the actual technological development is what attracts Li Ziwan the most. She has also been imagining how to apply today's rapidly advancing technology to Zha realm. According to Chen Yunwei's description of Li Ziwan, there will be drone, nuclear bomb, computer, and other weird things in the future. This made Li Ziwan want to witness the booming history more and more. Chen Yunsong asked, do you want to come to my university? Wang Junli tilted her little head, can I still go in? There is always a way. The princess of a kingdom has the Jiangnan military region as her backer, and Chen Yunsong himself believes that Wang Junli has good abilities. Anyway, she is very good at liberal arts knowledge. I'm going to build a steam engine. Li Ziwan thought. Hey! Chen Yunsong was quite skeptical about Li Ziwan's idea. While talking, he opened the black door. Build a steam engine. Are you sure? Certainly. It's open, let's go. Chen Yunsong opened the black door, holding Li Ziwan and Wang Junli with his left and right hands respectively, and passed through the black door. Li Yuanxiang watched helplessly as his daughter was abducted. Epsilon equals number. My daughter. What are you crying about? Chen Ling kicked Li Yuanxiang, and immediately he was sobbing like a child being taught by his parents, not daring to talk back and crying silently. Is Abbot Tianjing here? Chen Ling asked. Here. Tianhong asked doubtfully, what's the matter? Chen Ling smiled like a flower, it's about the two children. Haha, that's exactly what I meant, let's go. When Li Yuanxiang heard their conversation, he was extremely excited. Master Tianhong and Chen Ling ignored Li Yuanxiang, walked out of the small garden, and walked straight towards Abbot Tianjing's monastery. Chapter 24 Hello, my name is Yun Shan Shan. Chapter 24 Hello, my name is Yun Shan Shan. Pearl University's business major is not a top subject at Pearl University, but its score is very high. I feel a bit uncomfortable about today's education system. Most of them are self-study, private schools and official schools. Famous private schools and various official schools all have a diploma, which is similar to the high school diploma on Earth in the previous life. It is a certificate of comprehensive quality education. With this certificate, you can continue to study at university or find a job directly. And many of the laws are similar to those on Earth in previous lives. Those with credentials make more money than those without credentials. Those with credentials from a well-known private school or government school make more money than those with no reputation. And the group of ruthless people who continue their studies are the elites among the elites. Daxia has a population of 30 million, and the universities only recruit no more than tens of thousands of college students every year. So why is it said that the education system is somewhat difficult? First of all, the age is mixed. Basically, anyone under the age of 40 can study in private schools or government schools. The age limit for college entrance examination depends on the school. For example, at Pearl University, applicants must be under 35 years old. Secondly, the education level of the people is still very low. After decades of development and nearly 100 years of development, the illiteracy rate has dropped from 99% to 73%. It is still very high. Finally, there is the Minister of Education of the Hyuxia dynasty. He tried to implement education reform several times, but was blocked by some invisible push hands. Chen Yunsong can roughly understand whose interests are affected by the education reform of the Minister of Education. This is a complicated network of interests. Chen Yunsong is 16 years old this year and is the youngest male student at Mingzhou University Business School. That's right, just the youngest male? This made him feel very surprised. By implication, there are also the youngest women. The business school has a total of 5 majors, 9 classes, and about 300 people. Among them, the subject business has only one business class. Business Class 1 was the class Chen Yunsong was assigned to. In the huge lecture hall, which could accommodate nearly 200 people, less than 30 people were sitting scatteredly. There were 3 or 2 big cats and kittens among the others, but Chen Yunsong was sitting alone in the corner, looking out the window. I wonder if Chen Yunsong was isolated or what. No one was sitting near him. Maybe it's because of isolation, because among the people sitting in the classroom, the oldest is 32, twice as old as Chen Yunsong, and the youngest is 24, 1.5 times as old as Chen Yunsong. Admitted to Pearl University at the age of 16, a child prodigy. 16 years old, Chen Yunsong. What a child prodigy! Yeah, I'm 16 years old, still staying up late studying. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk. Well, people are more irritating than others. I heard that there is a little prodigy in our class who is so mad at the little prodigy. Yeah. Yes, he is only 15 years old, and he is still an international student. International student. She must be a princess or a prince from some important country. I heard that the little princess of the Goryeo dynasty is also 15 years old this year. No, 16 years old. Didn't she also go to the history department? No, they both passed the exam seriously. Really or not? Really. My second uncle's mother's nephew's great-uncle's third uncle's grandson's seventh daughter-in-law's sister's husband's third aunt's seventh aunt's eighth aunt were the invigilators at the time. It is said that the two of them answered the questions on the spot. Scores will be given on the spot and admission will be made on the spot. The admission score of the one in our department ranks second among the business schools. The first is that male prodigy. And the princess from the kingdom of Goryeo ranks first among the history schools. When Chen Yunsong was listening to other people's whispers, he noticed a situation. In the business class, it seemed that he was not the only prodigy. There were also international students. Princesses of a certain country? Princes? Chen Yunsong was very touched by this. Interest. Okay, everyone, be quiet. A man about 40 years old, with eyes and wearing a grey coat walked into the teacher. My name is Shang Qiuqing. I will be your class teacher starting today. Call your name first. XX. Arrive. Shang Qiuqing, the son of Deputy Commander Shang of the Jiangnan Military Region, and the third brother of Shang Qiuqiang. Like Chen Yunsong, he did not follow the martial arts line that the Shang family has always followed. He followed the literary path and is now an associate professor at the business school of Pearl University. Chen Yunsong, hey. Shang Qiuqing was a little dazed when he called Chen Yunsong's name. He learned from Shang Qiuqiang that Chen Yunsong from the Chen family was admitted to Mingzhou University, but which college was related to it? I didn't know my major, and I didn't expect it to be my own business school. Here. Chen Yunsong raised his hand high and smiled at Shang Qiuqing. After Shang Qiuqing nodded slightly, he continued to call the name, Shan Yun Shigot. Shan Yun Shigot? Are you there? Is this the international student? Shang Qiuqing pushed up his glasses and continued to shout. Are you there? If you are not, you will be treated as absenteeism. You will be late on the first day of registration. Wait, teacher, I'm here. At the door of the classroom, a beautiful figure panted, attracting the attention of everyone in the business class. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the school and I ran into a little trouble. The beautiful figure soothed her breath. She is indeed a foreign student, with very standard and authentic blonde hair and blue eyes. She is also wearing a white tang skirt with an orchid pattern printed on it, which seems to add a bit of fairy air to this blonde girl. Her long wavy hair hangs down to her waist, and a black hairpin with some golden edges that resembles an angel's wings is stuck behind her left ear. Big eyes, green pupils, a handsome nose, and red lips that are not so flaming. She is obviously 15 years old, but she has a temperament that does not suit her age. And momentum? Shan Yun Shigot. After Shang Qiuqing looked at Shan Yun Shigot, his expression was a little more dazed than when Chen Yunsong's name was called just now. First, Shan Yun Shigot is indeed good-looking. Secondly, his identity is not simple. Shan Yun Shigot said calmly, Teacher, just call me Yun Shan. Yun Shan? Pretty good. Shang Qiuqiang felt that he was almost 40 years old, and he still blushed when he saw the beautiful Yun Shan, and quickly blocked his face with the roster. The old face said, Go and sit. Yun Shan looked around the classroom, and walked towards Chen Yunsong amidst the shocked eyes of the men and the envious eyes of the women. Hello, my name is Yun Shan. Hello, are you sure you want to sit here? Of course, you look younger. Yun Shan sat next to Chen Yunsong. Okay. Chapter 25. Do you dislike me? Am I not beautiful? Chapter 25. Do you dislike me? Am I not beautiful? Shan Shan Yun Shagat, on the surface, is a princess from the Kingdom of Denmark, a Nordic constitutional monarchy. The Kingdom of Denmark in Northern Europe is so powerful that it has no problem ranking among the top 5 countries in Europe in terms of both soft and hard capabilities. The once very famous pirate country was originally founded by the Vikings, but now, it is the Anglo-Saxon British Empire next door that inherits the Viking tradition. Although the Danmai Kingdom is not worth mentioning in front of the Celestial Empire, it is still a country that has established diplomatic relations with the Celestial Empire on an equal footing. Therefore, Shan Shan Yun Shagat and Wang Junli from the Goryeo Kingdom have become the key protection of Mingzhou University. Object. But Wang Junli saves trouble. It seems that there are some secret guards around her when she goes to and from school, and they are secret guards from the Chen family. Pearl University is extremely happy to see this. At least Wang Junli's safety is guaranteed. You must know that the Japanese mission headed by Tokugawa Iran is still in Mingzhou, and Mingzhou University is very afraid of being messed with. After all, Japan is a famous assassination country, and many people in power have died in assassinations, including the Tokugawa shogunate of the previous generation. Wang Junli and Shan Shan Yun Shagat were relieved that she really came to study abroad and was interested in the mysteries of the East. Wang Junli is of a passive nature. Although I don't know what the relationship is between her and the Chen family of the Jiangnan military region, but now she eats, lives, and is protected by the Chen family, she may not be in the future. He is a member of the Chen family in life, and a ghost of the Chen family in death. For safety reasons, the school always has to make some special arrangements for Shan Shan Yun Shagat. Originally, the embassy of the Kingdom of Denmark was equipped with several attendants for her, but Yun Shan Shan declined politely, "I'm here to study, not here for an inspection visit." What can we do? Danmai also provides secret guards for Yun Shan Shan. The problem is that the secret guards assigned to Wang Junli by the Chen family are at least yellow-skinned, black-haired and dark-eyed people who pretend to blend in among the students, showing off the mountains but not revealing the water. What about the Kingdom of Danmai? The secret guards are all Europeans and can be recognized at a glance. There are foreigners at Pearl University, but in a small business school, an influx of more than a dozen foreigners all at once. If you think about it, it will cause trouble for the order of the business school and even Pearl University. Therefore, Pearl University came up with another plan. Xiao Song, can the Chen family also protect Yun Shan Shan? In the office belonging to Shang Qiuqing said earnestly to Chen Yunsong in front of him. Chen Yunsong, _. Shang Qiuqing continued, all expenses will be borne by the Danish embassy. Chen Yunsong, Sigma, A. Wait, whose idea was this? Shang Qiuqing said helplessly, the dean, principal, several vice presidents of the business school, A&D. Shang Qiuqing turned his eyes to Yun Shan Shan next to him. And me? Yun Shan Shan said. If I don't want protection, my family won't let me. But the protection given to me by the embassy can easily cause unnecessary trouble. Chen Yunsong was very speechless and said depressedly, don't tell me, you still want to live in Chen Mansion. Hey! Yun Shan Shan perked up immediately upon hearing this. Yes. That's a very good suggestion. Yes, yes, it really is yes. Chen Yunsong couldn't help but slap himself. Big mouth, it's not allowed, it's really not allowed. No, no, yes, really yes, the fees will be billed to the embassy. Chen Yunsong really wished he could rewind the time to a minute ago and give himself a mouthful before he said live in the Chen Mansion, epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals number, stop making trouble, my your highness, you live in the Chen Mansion? What happened? Yun Shanshan's face changed immediately, she looked shy and sobbing, her hands kept drawing circles on her chest, and she said pitifully, can't it be done? Why can't it be done? Is it because you don't like me? Am I not beautiful? Your Highness, there are already 2 princesses living in my house. When you come again, you go to Uncle Shang's house. Shang Qiuqing immediately shook his head. Sigma, me? No, no. If I take it back, your aunt will kill me. Absolutely not. According to Chen Yunsong, any of the 4 families in the Jiangnan military region can protect Yun Shanshan. Why must it be the Chen family? So he immediately suggested, then, go to the Zheng family? Sister Zheng is a very nice person. Is it you who has the final say whether I can live in the Chen family? No. It should be another princess of my family who makes the decision. Chen Yunsong was quite downcast. Another princess? Li Ziwan. Since Yun Shanshan herself made the suggestion that the Chen family can send people for protection, it means that she has done a lot of the same intelligence work as the original Goryeo mission. Why our family? Not another family? Anyone will do, right? Even if it's not a family from the military region. Yun Shanshan touched her chin with her finger, pretended to think, and smiled. Compared with other families, the Chen family is easier to talk to. Your family already has one more. It's nothing, right? Okay, I'm speechless. Chen Yunsong became more and more depressed. There are 2 princesses in the family? One more. It seems like it really doesn't matter. But for other families, the sudden application for protection of a foreign princess is abrupt and weird. On the other hand, the Chen family has 2 precedents. In essence, Chen Yunsong is a man, and he is also a lustful man. In fact, he can reject Yun Shanshan face to face. But for some reasons known to all men, he was brought back by some strange combination of circumstances. The current people in the Chen mansion are Chen Yunsong's family, Chen Yuns and his wife, Chen Jiangguo and his wife, Chen Luosheng, and others. Because the Jiangnan military region has sent troops to the Kingdom of Korea, they have been dealing with the affairs of the military region continuously. At that time, Chen Luosheng and Chen Yuns may rush to the front line to cause trouble for the Japanese. Although Chen Yunsong in his previous life liked many cultures of the island country, due to certain historical and political reasons, he did not mind causing some trouble to Japan, or Seoul society, in this world. Yun Shanshan followed Chen Yunsong back to Chen Mansion. Even though Chen Yunsong is a direct heir, everyone in the Chen family seems to obey Li Ziwan. Don't ask why, even the guards of the Chen family don't know about these servants. It is undeniable that Li Ziwan's aura is so strong that it overshadows Fuka Hezwo. Just like Chen Yunsong, he often exudes an aura that sends chills down the back, which is even more disturbing than Chen Luosheng. Chapter 26 Evil King Realm 2nd Demon Lord Shanshan Yun Shagat. Chapter 26 Evil King Realm 2nd Demon Lord Shanshan Yun Shuget. Li Ziwan looked at Yun Shanshan standing in front of her quietly. Chen Yunsong and Wang Junli didn't want to have anything to do with them, but they had to eat the bitter pill themselves. Li Ziwan was invited by himself, and Yun Shanshan was brought by herself. Chen Yunsong never thought about a big crystal palace or anything like that. He simply felt that there were 3 beautiful girls in Chen's mansion every day. If you are here, don't you think it's very eye-catching? Moreover, it seems that this Yun Shanshan is a little abnormal. Chen Yunsong and Wang Junli were frightened. Xiaoli, what should we do? You won't start a fight, will you? Wang Junli shook her head. I don't know why they brought her back. The frowning Chen Yunsong said, I don't want to either. She came here by herself? I'm too embarrassed to drive her away. The girl is a princess like you. The 2 of them were at war with each other, as if they were on the verge of breaking out at the slightest sound. Chen Yunsong did not expect that the aura displayed by Yun Shanshan was almost the same as that of Li Ziwan. You must know that she is the daughter of the head of Juxia Mountain in Zha Realm. On the surface, Yun Shanshan's origins are clear, but in fact, Li Ziwan seems to know best. Why do people from the Evil King realm come to the Celestial Dynasty? Li Ziwan revealed the origin of Yun Shanshan in one sentence, successfully making Chen Yunsong and Wang Junli look at the two people confronting each other in stunned silence. Sister Ziwan, what are you going to say? The Evil King Realm? What is that? It's terrible. Shanshan Yun Shigat's tone was obviously intentional. Doshin. After a black gold light flashed from Li Ziwan's waist, Doshin's sword appeared, cut. A sword flew out and aimed at Yun Shanshan's heart. This sword strike was definitely heartbreaking. Chen Yunsong wanted to stop Li Ziwan, but was stopped by Wang Junli with a solemn expression. Wait, let's see. Humph. Yun Shanshan snorted coldly, then a white light flashed from her waist, and a thin sword from the Western fencing movement emerged. The hilt shone with gold, and the blade was indeed a strange black color. Dang! With a sound, Li Ziwan's sword flew away. Sure enough, who are you? Li Ziwan, don't you remember me? Zanggu Realm, Eastern Region, Juxia Mountain. Yun Shanshan slightly stabilized her wrist that was paralyzed by the shock. Who am I? Well. Shanshan Yun Shigat, the current identity is the sixth princess of the Shigat royal family. Not telling the truth. Li Ziwan struck out with his sword again without saying a word. So the two girls, in the middle of the courtyard of the Chen mansion, were fighting each other, back and forth. In terms of pure soul soldiers, both of them seem to be similar. Li Ziwan prefers some chopping movements, while Yun Shanshan prefers thrusting and prodding. Between the swords and sword shadows, there were bursts of metal collision fires. Even many of the guards in Chen's mansion were absent from their posts. Following the clanking sound, they found the courtyard and saw the two girls fighting. So it was not just Chen Yunsong and Wang Junli who were trembling, but these soldiers who had been on the battlefield were also trembling with fear. The two of them showed their familiarity in close combat, almost attacking the vital points with deadly blows. At the same time, both girls have more or less murderous intent in them, which is caused by years of fighting with Su or other practitioners. There was a bang, and the Momoyama sword that Yun Shanshan flew away, without letting go, was struck on the stone table nearby, so the stone table was split into two in an instant. With a bang, the Momoyama sword that was thrown away was struck. It fell on a thick tree and was cut in half. With a bunch of crackling sounds, the flying Momoyama sword landed on the pillar of a small pavilion, and the pavilion collapsed immediately. Li. Xi. Yuan. Yun. Shan. Shan. A black aura gradually emerged from Chen Yunsong's body. Of course, only Wang Junli could see this. At the same time, her little heart began to beat loudly again, nothing else. Purely out of fear that Chen Yunsong, who now has a black and golden aura coming out of his body, is like a devil. Suddenly, a golden tin staff appeared in Chen Yunsong's hand, and a shadow passed across it. The tin staff of burial sky slashed diagonally downwards. The peachwood sword and the attack of the thin sword in Yun Shanshan's hand landed on the tin staff of burial sky together, and then the two girls felt light, and their delicate bodies fell down one after another, and suddenly fell into a strong embrace. Chen Yunsong hugged one with one hand and said with a cold face, "You two, let's get over it. And you, where did you come from and where are you going back to?" Chen Yunsong gave an order, and the lively soldiers scattered like deserters on the battlefield. "You two, let's talk. But before that..." Zhang Tianyin, seal. A powerful energy impacted Yun Shanshan's body, black the golden chains formed into chains, sealing the two girls. "What is this?" Yun Shanshan looked at Chen Yunsong with horrified eyes and quickly left his arm. However, with the strength of an ordinary girl, how could she be a match for Chen Yunsong, who was about to break through to the spiritual realm? "Let me go. Where is my spiritual power?" Yun Shanshan couldn't feel the spiritual power in her body, and was extremely panicked. Seal the spiritual art? Are you also a practitioner?" "Juxiashan, no, this is the heaven-burying tin staff." Yun Shanshan saw the sky burial tin staff lying on the ground. Master of sky burial of Xiankong Temple? Aren't you dead? Hey, do you think I have hair? You, how long do you want to hold her? Li Ziwan's face was red, and there was deep jealousy in his words. Yun Shanshan seemed to understand something when she heard Li Ziwan's somewhat jealous tone. She immediately became interested and took the initiative to put her arms around Chen Yunsong's neck. You can hug me as long as you want. Wang Junli, degree. Chen Yunsong. Chen Yunsong let go and threw the two girls out. Although their spiritual power was gone, their skills and other abilities were still there, and the two of them landed firmly on the ground. You. Tell me, who are you? Chen Yunsong pointed at Yun Shanshan and then Li Ziwan. You. Be honest. Oh. Li Ziwan lowered his head and said nothing more. Yun Shanshan stared at the obedient Li Ziwan with big eyes, which was very different from the one she remembered. Hold the grass. Li Ziwan, what are you doing? Hey? You. Who? Chen Yunsong grabbed Yun Shanshan's arm. It hurts. Okay, people say it's not okay. Yun Shanshan shook off Chen Yunsong's hand. Then he took a very solemn step back and performed a standard European noble etiquette. Evil King Realm, Second Demon Lord, Shanshan Yun Shagat. Li Ziwan, long time no see. The second devil? The second, you are Shanshan. Chapter 27. Can you two try moving? Chapter 27, Can you two try moving? Immediately, memories burst out in Li Ziwan's mind. Yun Shanshan, the second demon lord of the Evil King Realm, had come to Zhao Realm with people from the Evil King Realm many years ago and organized an unusually grand and friendly event. The exchange meeting redefined the sole boundary between the East and the West. At the exchange meeting at that time, the girl in front of me was the one who competed with Li Ziwan. Second Demon Lord. Although Chen Yunsong didn't know much about the Evil King Realm, he could tell from the name that Yun Shanshan had a lot of background. Moreover, this time it seemed that he came specifically for Li Ziwan. The only people who can confront her are those who belong to a certain powerful force in the Evil King Realm. It's you. Li Ziwan recognized the other party. What are you doing here? Yun Shanshan said, come to see you? When I learned that you seemed to be permanently in this world, I was shocked for a long time. Finally, I begged my mother to let me come to this world to play. Humph. Our fight back then was a draw. This time, you two try to move. Chen Yunsong's cold tone reached the ears of the two girls. Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan suddenly trembled and looked at Chen Yunsong with slightly scared eyes. Yun Shanshan said in a panic, next time, next time. This time, this time. Hey, Your Highness, do you want to leave? Unfortunately, the gate of Chen Mansion is not for you to come and leave whenever you want. I'll pay right away. Don't worry, double the amount. Yun Shanshan said immediately. Chen Yunsong walked slowly to Yun Shanshan, and she was forced to retreat step by step. Finally, she reached the point of no retreat. She slowly turned around and saw a big tree. Chen Yunsong suddenly pinched Yun Shanshan. He raised his chin and said, Girl, you are very powerful. The Evil King Realm? The second Demon Lord? Come to this world, forget it. Come to the Celestial Dynasty? Come to the Pearl? Come to my house to cause trouble. It's not, I. Yun Shanshan was involuntarily oppressed by Chen Yunsong's black gold aura. You, what are you going to do? What do I want to do? Chen Yunsong said coldly, from today on, give me the 2 points and 1 line between Chen Mansion and Mingzhou University. And you? If you have nothing to do, you can also go to university for me. Chen Yunsong's eyes turned to Li Ziwan. Let me think about it. Li Ziwan said weakly. And you? I know. Yun Shanshan agreed in a daze. As a result, there seems to be another mistress in the Chen mansion, a princess from the kingdom of Danmai. The servants and soldiers of the Chen mansion don't know if she is the mistress, but it seems that this princess from Danmai has various treatment is equivalent to Li Ziwan. More than Wang Junli? To put it simply, Li Ziwan's right to speak equals Yun Shanshan Wang Junli Chen Yun Song. Of course, these all have a premise, that is, Chen Yun Song cannot be angry, otherwise, the angry Chen Yun Song's right to speak everything, except for Chen Luosheng, no one else will be given face. Moreover, Chen Yun Song took advantage of Chen Luosheng's special status as an old man. Today's Pearl Morning Post, I didn't expect that your Far East is also quite lively. Yun Shanshan went to drink tea comfortably and put a newspaper on the table in the restaurant. A month has passed, and Yun Shanshan seems to have adapted to life in the Chen family. Chen Yunsong looked at the newspaper that Yun Shanshan had put down and read the headline, "The XX Army Department defeated the Japanese XX name at XX in Goryeo." It's pretty good. Chen Yunsong had an unknown smile on his lips. Very good? Very good? You don't know that with war, the pressure in the soul world will be great. Yun Shanshan said with an expression of extreme disgust. With war, it means that the number of souls of the dead increases in a short period of time, and the battlefield itself is a place where evil and emptiness easily breed, making it easier for all kinds of emptiness to arise. Yun Shanshan complained, "What kind of anti-French alliance do we have there?" "Several times. A man named Napoleon. How many times can't he be killed? Those countries are really useless. Some time ago, my mother we even sent out half of the demon cultivators in the territory to stabilize the number of Suhi's souls." Chen Yunsong put down the newspaper and said with a smile, "I don't like war. What do you think?" Yun Shanshan rolled her eyes at Chen Yunsong. Yun Shanshan is not the only practitioner who has this idea, but a large number of people. They hate real war, because it means work. 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 Who is willing to work? Who is willing to work overtime? Whether it is the Zhao King realm of the East or the evil King realm of the West, it is the same. What has Xi Yuan been doing recently? You asked her to go to university, but I didn't even bother to go. I set up a Chen's trading company, and I don't know where I got a lot of people to study steam engines. Chen Yunsong said helplessly. Li Ziwan has always hoped to introduce various current technologies into the Zhao realm, and even combine them with soul weapons, spiritual arts, and so on to create more powerful weapons to deal with the void. Chen Yunsong and Yun Shanshan suggested that she go to the School of Engineering at Mingzhou University. She doesn't want to do her own research. Then he pulled out the tiger skin of the Chen family, registered a Chen company, and fiddled with it himself. After Yun Shanshan lived in the Chen mansion for a few days, Chen Yunsong finally understood the relationship between her and Li Ziwan as both enemies and friends. Due to the different camps they belong to, there is a certain degree of hostility in certain matters, but in essence, the two of them are unexpectedly similar and are good friends. One of the 8 trigrams is Li Ziwan's father. It is said that Li Yuanxiang pursued Yun Shanshan's mother hundreds of years ago. Which one is true or false? It cannot be verified. Perhaps only the person involved knows. In addition, I don't know why, Yun Shanshan inexplicably has the same identity and status as Li Ziwan in Chen Mansion. Wang Junli naturally got one. This may be due to various factors such as her own strength, temperament, and background. It's caused by the sum total. As a result, Chen Yunsong's family members also silently classified Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan at the same level. Yun Shanshan looked at the soldiers who came from a distance to report, "Well, I guess it's Tokugawa Keirin." "I guess so." Chen Yunsong rubbed his forehead with a headache. Ever since Yun Shanshan, the princess of the Danmai kingdom, also moved into the Chen residence, Tokugawa Keirin, for some unknown reason, visited the Chen residence several times, bringing with her the daimyo's daughter, the emperor's daughter, his sister. The soldier saluted the two men. Report. Japanese envoy. Okay. Chen Yunsong waved his hand. Shan, go ahead, I have a headache, ___. Yun Shan, __. Chapter 28 I am willing to give my sister. Chapter 28 I am willing to give my sister. In the living room of the Chen mansion, Yun Shan was sitting in the first seat, and the guest was Tokugawa Jiren, and a beautiful girl wearing a kimono. Tokugawa Jiren felt that he was in pain. Even though the war was going on, he still had to stay in Daxia and do some activities. Protests and other things are just spraying water and useless. Instead of doing this, Tokugawa Jiren might as well pay more visits to these warmongers in the Jiangnan military region. Fortunately, the four families in these military regions did not show shame to Tokugawa Jiren. Every time he visited, either nothing happened, or he was greeted with a smile, said a lot of gossip, and sent Tokugawa Jiren away again. Is it embarrassing? Very embarrassing. Is it embarrassing? It's embarrassing. But that's what Tokugawa Jiren did. Therefore, Chen Yunsong and other four families in the Jiangnan military region have high evaluations of Tokugawa Jiren. The fact that the enemy is an enemy does not prevent us from correctly and objectively evaluating a person who is thick-skinned and capable enough, and giving him due respect. To be honest, if it weren't for Tokugawa Jiren's unique personality charm, the Japanese people visited by the four Jiangnan families would definitely go away. At least after Tokugawa Jiren visited, they would give the head of the family, "The speaker is not here, please find another time to evade," which at least gave Tokugawa Jiren some face. Including the visit to Chen's house, they were relatively easy to talk to. Among the 10 visits, they were not at home 3 times and asked to come in 7 times. However, what made Tokugawa Jiren very depressed was that Chen Yunsong could not be seen every time. Every time, it was either Yun Shan or Li Ziwan, who received Tokugawa Jiren like a hostess. For example, this time, the person hosting their brothers and sisters was replaced by Yun Shan from Li Ziwan last time. As for Wang Junli, after judging through various channels, Wang Junli seemed to be unable to receive Tokugawa Jiren's messy things due to status issues, and after adding various conjectures of Tokugawa Jiren, I came to a general conclusion. If Chen Yunsong is compared to the emperor, then Yun Shan and Li Ziwan are like queens, and Wang Junli is the concubine. After all, Tokugawa Jiren is also a heavyweight guest. Wang Junli, who has a slightly lower status, seems a little awkward to receive her. The above is purely Tokugawa Jiren's imagination. The real situation is that Wang Junli's temperament, experience, speech and behavior, personal abilities, etc. are far inferior to Shan, who comes from a powerful force in the world of evil and Zhao. Shan Yun Chagot and Li Xi's relationship. Therefore, there were many things that Chen Yunsong was too lazy to deal with and would subconsciously leave them to the two of them. As a result, everyone in the Chen family and outsiders thought that Wang Junli's status was inferior to Li Ziwan and Yun Shan. Tokugawa Jiren smiled. "Mrs. Chen. I've said it so many times, my surname is Yun. Ba, Shigo. I'm not married yet." Yun Shan said, quite dissatisfied. This situation has happened many times, but every time people call it wrong. Yes, Miss Yun, may I ask Mr. Yunsong? Yun Shan immediately interrupted Tokugawa Jiren. Stop. To be honest, when the doorman said you came to visit, he ran away, saying he had a stomachache, and left you to me. I'm here, I'm very annoyed. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Okay. Tokugawa Jiren did not hesitate, since the other party chose to speak his mind directly. I hope Brother Yunsong will persuade the Chen family to cancel support for the kingdom of Goryeo. My father, the shogunate, said that he is willing. Will my sister stop? Yun Shan pinched her forehead. Did you misunderstand something? Okay, it doesn't count as a misunderstanding. It is indeed not a misunderstanding between Tokugawa Iran and others. Yun Shanshan moved in not only to ostensibly accept the protection of Chen Mansion, but also to monitor her. She was from the evil king realm, so she naturally had to be placed in the sight of people from the Zhao realm. Therefore, Chen Yunsong forcibly stayed in the Chen Mansion, and Wang Junli was even more special. Yun Shanshan never thought that Wang Junli was a combination of Su and human beings. At first, Yun Shanshan noticed a weak spiritual power from Wang Junli. She thought it was influenced by Li Ziwan and didn't care. This is also the case when he is aware of Chen Yunsong's spiritual power. Therefore, when Chen Yunsong used Zhang Tianyan, he really scared Yun Shanshan. A combination of a virtual person and a human being, no matter how you think about it, you feel that keeping her in the Chen Mansion is the best choice at this stage. Another point is that before Yun Shanshan moved into the Chen Mansion, Chen Yunsong would always say 2 princesses in the family intentionally or unintentionally. After Yun Shanshan moved in, Chen Yunsong changed it to there are 3 princesses living in the house. Over time, Li Ziwan's identity was also described as a princess, and she was also according to legend from a country in Southeast Asia. So outsiders think that Chen Yunsong likes the status of princess. And he is very good at hooking up with girls. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 3 princesses from a certain country in Nanyang, the Kingdom of Denmark in Northern Europe, and the Kingdom of Korea living in Chen's mansion? Yun Shanshan said helplessly, your sister, well, it's impossible. Yun Shanshan glanced at the princess slightly. She was indeed beautiful, but there was no spiritual fluctuation in her body. It's Mr. Yunsong. It has nothing to do with anyone. In addition, I will give you a clear answer, we will not withdraw our troops. Yun Shanshan said in a slightly tough tone. But, I can help you convince a few old guys not to attack the mainland. Chen Yunsong suddenly appeared next to Yun Shanshan. Zuko, you scared me to death. Yun Shanshan rolled her eyes at Chen Yunsong and punched him in the chest. In the eyes of the Tokugawa brothers and sisters, this action was considered flirting. Tokugawa Jiren frowned, what do Yunsong-kun mean? Haha, relying on your judgment, what will those old guys in the Jiangnan military region do next? Tokugawa Jiren suddenly looked gloomy. Among the 4 members of the Jiangnan military region, the old man of the Fu family needs military merit to impact the next military election. If his attack is successful, the old man of the Zheng family will change from deputy commander to chief commander. Not to mention that the 2 are still members of the same family. Well, what about the Chen family? The situation is a bit special. The Chen family controls the marine, which is the Beiyang fleet. The personnel of the Beiyang fleet and military expenditures are overwhelmed by the Nanyang fleet. The Chen family needs some achievements to manage its own fleet. No matter who the 3 of them are, if they want to seek greater military success after sending troops, they will choose to continue marching eastward. Chen Yunsong smiled and said, and I can help you dispel the thoughts of those old guys. Tokugawa Jiren frowned, really? Chapter 29 Shinigami also needs performance? Chapter 29 Shinigami also needs performance? What's the point of me lying to you? Chen Yunsong waved his hand and sat next to Yun Shanshan. Don't you have a headache? Please, let's talk. I'm leaving. Yun Shanshan just stood up when Chen Yunsong grabbed her hand. Don't leave, be a shield for a while. Chen Yunsong used the intermediate spiritual skill, sound transmission, to automatically send the voice into Yun Shanshan's mind. Then, before Yun Shanshan could reply, Chen Yunsong directly sent Yun Shanshan's voice to Yun Shanshan's mind. Pull him into your arms and sit on his lap. Yun Shanshan, Dan. Chen Yunsong, _, can you help me? Please. Yun Shanshan, hey. Yun Shanshan sat on Chen Yunsong's lap obediently and stopped talking. Tokugawa Jiren asked, what do you want? A trace of greed flashed in Chen Yunsong's eyes. Many, many. Tokugawa Jiren naturally saw the flash of greed, feeling comforted and helpless. What comforts Tokugawa Jiren is that since Chen Yunsong is greedy, it proves that he can negotiate, but what is helpless is that he doesn't know what kind of price can impress him. Since the other party was able to get into Pearl University at the age of 16, he would definitely not deceive Tokugawa Jiren. Looking at Yun Shanshan sitting on Chen Yunsong's lap, Tokugawa Jiren looked even more depressed. He thought that his sister's various conditions were not weaker than those of Shanshan Yun Chagat and Wang Junli, but she was looked down. Tokugawa Jiren was ready to be disposed of. Please Yunsong-kun to give me a price. I want the Iwami silver mine. Impossible. Tokugawa Jiren immediately stood up angrily, but then calmed down. Yunsong-kun's price. It's just a joke. Chen Yunsong naturally understood that Japan would definitely not release the Iwami silver mine unless the shogunate went crazy. Yunsong-kun, please, stop joking. My heart can't bear it. Tokugawa Jiren wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chen Yunsong suddenly asked, Shanshan, what do you think I should want? Who are you planning to seek benefits for? Yourself? The Chen family. Chen Yunsong thought for a while and then said, myself, and you and Xi Yuan. That's easy to say. Yun Shanshan wanted to break free from Chen Yunsong's embrace, but the BD holding her used Zhang Tianyan. The spiritual power in her body was gone and she became an ordinary person. So she rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, the special trade rights should be given to Chen's trading company and the Danmai kingdom. By the way, we have the final say on tariffs. Mrs. Chen, the special trade rights are okay, but what about tariffs? Tokugawa Jiren wiped the cold sweat from his face again. Call me, forget it, Mrs. Chen, Mrs. Chen, I can bear. Yun Shanshan said helplessly. Really? Chen Yunsong looked at Yun Shanshan with great joy. In essence, Chen Yunsong is indeed a pervert? It's you. Yun Shanshan slapped Chen Yunsong on the back of the head. Don't hit, it hurts. Why is it sealed? Even hitting someone hurts. Chen Yunsong covered the back of his head. Stop. I was wrong. I was wrong. Maybe it's a farce. Anyway, today, Tokugawa Jiren took his sister away with regret. After a series of verbal battles, Tokugawa Jiren and Yun Shanshan reached an agreement. As long as Chen Yunsong follows up, or the Chen family can come forward to oppose the attack on Japan, then a series of promised benefits will be handed over to Chen's trading company and Danmai kingdom. Moreover, this visit to Chen Yunsong allowed Tokugawa Jiren to fully realize Chen Yunsong, and the powerful strength and power behind the current Chen family. Brother, is this okay? He doesn't like me? Asked Tokugawa Jiren's sister, who had not spoken for a long time. It doesn't seem like. In his eyes, in addition to the legendary Princess Li Ziwan of a certain country in Nanyang, there is another Shanshan Yun Chagat. There is nothing direct about you or the title of princess. Relationship. Tokugawa Jiren continued, I don't know what status Wang Junli has in his heart. At present, it is not as good as Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan. Okay, let's go. The dividing line between all evils, Night Chen Mansion. The agreement with Tokugawa Jiren. Li Ziwan was very surprised and curious about what he had done today. A more detailed agreement will be signed later. Yun Shanshan said leisurely. Tokugawa Jiren. Gao Li. Wang Junli felt cold all over. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with you. We will send troops to Korea, but we will follow up on our promise not to send troops to Japan. Chen Yunsong explained. Wang Junli finally breathed a sigh of relief. We won't send troops to Japan, that wouldn't be fun. A strange voice sounded in front of the four of them. Wearing a black Death Tyrant uniform, he carried a soul-killing knife at his waist. His black hair looked a bit flowing, and he was not too tall, only a little over 1.7 meters tall. At first glance, you can tell that this is a Shinigami from Soul Society. If the people currently talking in Chen's mansion were all normal people, they would definitely not have seen the sudden appearance of Shinigami. However, no one in the room is normal. Why isn't it fun? Chen Yunsong looked at the Shinigami coldly. Because I need performance. As the resident Shinigami who governs the Tsushima area, you can see me. The Shinigami looked at Chen Yunsong in shock. And 3 other girls. Performance? Shinigami also needs performance. Chen Yunsong was very confused and turned his eyes to Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan. Of course, the more Zus you kill, the more rewards you will get. I don't know what to do in the Soul Society. Anyway, in Juxia Mountain, the more Zus you kill, the more spiritual plants and elixirs you will get, and you will be able to enter the Sutra Library. There will be plenty of opportunities. Yun Shanshan also said, it's almost the same. Within the scope of the second Demon Lord, performance is directly linked to the supply of demon blood, similar to elixirs. Chen Yunsong and Wang Junli looked at each other. They didn't expect there to be such a reward system. Explained Tsushima, a very special place. If the Celestial Dynasty wanted Dongjin and passed through the kingdom of Goryeo, Tsushima Island was the only way to go. Currently Japan's most powerful fleet is stationed on Tsushima Island, guarding against Goryeo and Daxia. If the war starts on Tsushima, it means that more and more souls will accumulate there. After the base number increases, the number of ordinary people's souls converted into voids will also increase. Coupled with the fact that it is a battlefield, there are more resentments, etc., the virtual conversion rate will increase a lot. Chapter 30 Are all the nobles in Soul Society such idiots? Chapter 30 Are all the nobles in Soul Society such idiots? 9 Summer Mountains? The Second Devil. Shinigami was obviously not a novice. When he heard these 2 names, his whole head was confused. Chen Yunsong looked at this Shinigami, isn't he a fool? After Li Ziwan took a look at Shinigami, he said with neither sadness nor happiness, I guess so. Yun Shanshan said with a bit of contempt, no need to estimate, that's it. Wang Junli took a few steps back in fear, and walked behind Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan. It's not good to call someone stupid, right? Ah! You guys! This Shinigami was obviously angry. His purpose is very simple, to instigate a war between Daxia and Japan, so that the 2 sides will inevitably start a war on Tsushima Island, causing a large number of casualties, and the most rapid increase in the so-called performance. And one of the best ways to provoke the 2 sides into war is undoubtedly to kill Chen Yunsong and Wang Junli. The Shinigami of Soul Society will not interfere with anything in the world, but this rule is limited to Japan. If you come to Daxia, the sea will be wide for fish to leap, and the mountains will be high for birds to fly. Unfortunately, this shrewd Shinigami was kicked onto the iron plate. Kill you. The moment Shinigami drew out his soul-cutting sword, Yun Shanshan and Li Ziwan also took out their own soul weapons, the Holly sword and the Momoyama sword, the Western rapier and the Hyuxia long sword. Intermediate spiritual technique thought control delay. Wang Junli very simply summoned a black gold spiritual power and penetrated the entire Shinigami's mind. For an instant, his movements stopped, as if they were frozen. The effect of Wang Junli's spiritual technique is literal, it can control the opponent's thinking in a short period of time. Yun Shanshan and Li Ziwan, one on the left and one on the right, each put their swords on the Shinigami's neck and kicked his knees. With a click, Shinigami fell to his knees. Sealing techniques 10 wheels. Each finger of Chen Yunsong's left hand was wrapped with black gold spiritual power, and he slapped it directly on the forehead of this Shinigami. 5 black gold spiritual powers penetrated directly into this Shinigami. In the mind. Ah! Shinigami wailed in pain, but Yun Shanshan and Li Ziwan quickly restrained her arms. There's more. Chen Yunsong's right hand emitted black gold spiritual power again and slapped Shinigami's abdomen hard. As expected, after Shinigami wailed again, the two girls retracted their soul weapons and let go Shinigami's arms. Li Ziwan couldn't help but said, "You sealing techniques, are you in pain?" "I don't know. It seems so. This is an intermediate level sealing techniques that I randomly found in the scripture collection pavilion." Today, it was the first time that Yun Shanshan saw Chen Yunsong use Zhang Tianyan other than sealing techniques. "Your spiritual skills are mainly sealing techniques." Chen Yunsong shrugged, "Well, there is also a summoning type, but I don't know what can be summoned yet." "Ahem, you, poof." Shinigami collapsed on the ground, a stream of blood spurting out of his mouth. Shinigami thought that he would have a lot of achievements in the future, but what about now? 4 people? One of them met and made him die. He couldn't understand why there was an ordinary family in this world, 4 people in the soul world, 4. Shinigami will appear? It seems that the plan is flawless, at least logically Shinigami thinks there is nothing wrong. The fault lies in. Where did Shinigami appear? "Hey, what's your name?" Chen Yunsong knelt down and looked at this Shinigami. Shinigami's mouth was very harsh. "Ahem, do you care what my name is? Then kill it." Chen Yunsong didn't hesitate, took out a dagger and pointed it at Shinigami's heart. Before he stabbed it down, Shinigami immediately opened his mouth. "Shifun Toki. My name is Shifun Toki." Well, he is still a noble? No wonder he suddenly understood when he heard about Juxia Mountain and the second demon realm. Yun Shanshan said with a bit of laughter. "For the Za realm and the evil king realm, the soul realm is like a closed pool of dead water. People inside cannot get out, but people outside. Anyway, if it is Chen Yunsong and others, they can get in. As a result, only those in the upper class of soul society know something about the 4 soul societies. Ordinary Shinigami or ordinary people have no idea at all and think that soul society is everything. Kill him. A Shinigami from soul society? Or, who of you wants to cause trouble in soul society?" Li Ziwan suggested. "No. You can't kill me. I'm the Saifanjai Yuan family. A great noble." Saifanjai Yuan Boxi looked very panicked and wanted to run away, but he couldn't feel any spiritual pressure in his body at all. Chen Yunsong's seal first landed on Saifanjai Yuan Boxi's head, sealing his soul power. The second strike landed on his danshan, sealing his spiritual pressure. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk. Oh, what a fool. Wang Junli, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but curse. Chen Yunsong asked, "Are all the nobles in soul society such idiots?" "There are smart people, but most of them are idiots." Yun Shanshan couldn't help but step on Bo Xi's head in Saifanjai Yuan, feeling it was funny. "Hey, he's still staring at me." "What? It's fun, just kill me. You dare to stare at me? My mother has never looked at me like this." Once Yun Shanshan's little temper comes up, no one can control it except Chen Yunsong's Zhang Tianyan or being dragged out for a fight by Li Ziwan. Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan held Yun Shanshan's body on the left and right, and Chen Yunsong activated the Zhang Tianyan in her body. "I was joking Yun Shanshan immediately greeted Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan with a smile. Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan, Wang Junli asked very inappropriately, "Then what are you keeping him for? One more mouth?" From what he means, it seems that it was his idea to come to Daxia and disturb the war between Daxia and Japan. "Okay, kill." Without saying a word, Chen Yunsong took out the dagger and stabbed Bo Xi and Saifanjai Yuan in the waist. "Ah, sorry, I stabbed you in the wrong place." The cry was like a killing pig, especially when Chen Yunsong pulled out the knife. "No, no, no. Please, What do you want? Sifenjai Yuan can change it. It can change it. For a change, apart from the Soul King, there is nothing that can be done in the Soul Society. Li Ziwan said with a strong look of contempt. Chen Yunsong suddenly asked, "Don't kill him yet." "Well, Shinigami can't die without eating or drinking." "Certainly. Xi Yuan should be sent to the prison in Juxia Mountain first. If something happens in the future, maybe it will be useful." Chen Yunsong suggested, "Boxy of Sifenjai Yuan?" Haha. Sifenjai Yuan Boxy was originally very happy when he heard that he was not dead, but when he heard that he was going to be imprisoned in the prison of Juxia Mountain, it seemed that he might as well die. Chapter 31 Wow, what a tacit understanding! Chapter 31 Wow, what a tacit understanding! Sifenjai Yuan Boxy is an episode, to Chen Yunsong anyway. But in the hearts of Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan, they had even more contempt for the nobles in the Soul Society. Wang Junli? It's also a bit despising. It's the first time I've met Soul Society. The idiot of the Sifenjai Yuan family was taken away by the people of Juxiashan. I don't know what punishment will follow. Life in this world should be as it should be. Interestingly, Li Yuanxiang sent someone to find Li Ziwan, hoping to go back and see him. But now that all her energy is focused on the steam engine and she has conducted various anatomies on it, how can she pay attention to Li Yuanxiang? Chen Yunsong highly doubts whether Li Ziwan will build a generator in the future. However, in order to help Li Ziwan, under Chen Yunsong's special leadership, Chen's trading company and Mingzhou University jointly established a power laboratory to specialize in things like engines. Others should go to school, and those who should go home should not go home. In fact, the current Chen family, except for Chen Yunsong, including Fuka Hezwo and Fang Lan, has not returned for more than a month. Home passed. Chen's 3 generals all went to the Goryeo battlefield in person. The army of the Jiangnan military region and the combined armies of certain Japanese daimyo conducted many offensive and defensive battles on the territory of southern Goryeo, and the Chen family's Biyang fleet, after experiencing a large-scale battle, was wiped out. Came from Tsarist Russian troops. That's right, it's the Far East Fleet from Tsarist Russia. Chen Yunsong and everyone else would not have thought that northern Tsarist Russia would intervene in this war. At the same time, everyone also understood why Japan dared to attack Goryeo. It turned out that Tsarist Russia was behind it. In order to relieve the pressure on the Jiangnan military region, Chen Yunsong turned to the Fuka family of the Shengjing military region and the Fang family of the Zhili military region in the name of the Chen family. Immediately, the 2 major military regions, as if they had been given a shot of blood, strongly requested to go to Beijing and send troops to the northeast of Tsarist Russia. Not only Commander Fu Zheng of Jiangnan military region is planning to change the headquarters of the 3 services, but also several other military regions. So when the Fang family and the Fuka family got Chen Yunsong's letter, they had an excellent reason, to relieve the pressure on the Jiangnan military region, they sent troops to the northeast. Originally, the 3 major military regions in the northern border of Tsarist Russia and Chen Bingtian dynasty, without exception, had already entered a state of military exercises. If there is no war, there will be no war. Daxia will ultimately value peace and moderation. But it doesn't mean that you really can't fight. Don't you see how Daxia came to have such a vast territory? Don't you see why a lot of ethnic minorities live in remote places? If we don't fight normally, we won't fight. If we really want to fight, who knows what will happen? The chief culprit of all this, Chen Yunsong, traveled very leisurely day after day with Yun Shanshan between Pearl University and the Chen Mansion. College courses are indeed easy for these 2 prodigies, including Li Ziwan and Wang Junli. They spend more time on spiritual practice, soul weapon training, and spiritual training. Chen Yunsong didn't know why, he just felt that his strength could be stronger. But it's not that easy to break through. Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan are both at the soul transformation level. Chen Yunsong felt more and more that he was getting closer and closer to the Zhuanling above Qiling. What's interesting is that before Li Ziwan moved into the Chen mansion, Chen Yunsong could always meet a virtual figure around his house every once in a while. But after Li Ziwan came, the virtual world, including Mingzhou City, seemed to disappear without a trace overnight. The credit is not only for Juxia Mountain and Xiankong Temple, but also for my second demon realm. On the training ground in the backyard of the Chen mansion, Yun Shanshan put away her holly sword and picked up a towel from the shelf next to it. Okay, wiped the sweat. The one who was sparring with Yun Shanshan was Chen Yunsong, who was holding the tin staff of burying heaven. Now, using his tin staff, he is much better than he was in the first month. At least he could block hundreds of moves from Yun Shanshan, whose strength was almost the same as Li Ziwan's. Two eldest ladies. Chen Yunsong sighed. Li Ziwan said nonchalantly, "Didn't you also become the young master of Xiankong Temple? Abbot Tianjing has many disciples, but you are the only direct disciple." Chen Yunsong did not deny that his treatment in Xiankong Temple was the same as Li Ziwan's treatment in Juxia Mountain and Shanshan Yun Shigat's treatment in the second demon realm. Okay, the same is not enough. Can I tell you, are there people from Zhao Valley here? Wang Junli raised her little hand hesitantly. Originally, the city of Pearl was located in the east of the Celestial Dynasty and was under the jurisdiction of the Juxia Mountain in the eastern region of the Zhao realm. But now, the three major forces of the Zhao realm, plus a large area of the Evil King realm, all the people from the four major forces have poured in. Here. Wang Junli's treatment in Zhao Valley was also inferior. If a big power is compared to a kingdom, Yun Shanshan and Li Ziwan are princesses, Chen Yunsong is equivalent to a prince, Wang Junli is the daughter of the prime minister under the king, and she also has a status that cannot be ignored. I almost forgot, you are a disciple of Old Man Bonzi. Yun Shanshan thought of Old Man Bonzi. In the past, there was a strong man who could use advanced spiritual arts and astrology in the first demon realm of the Evil King realm. It's a pity that he died in the battle void. The Evil King realm is similar to the Zhao realm. They both have a void realm, and both have a conquest of the void. Before the battle, there will be a strong man who can use prophecy-like spiritual skills to make prophecies. It is a pity that the strong man in the Evil King realm died thousands of years ago. During the recent battle in the Evil King realm, he was forced to find the old man Bonzi of Zhao Valley and made a prophecy. From that time on, the old man was extremely eager to have an heir. In the battle against the void, it can be said that every 100 to 1,000 years, the two soul worlds will experience a bloody and passive massacre. It is estimated that if there was no such thing as conquering the void, the Dead Soul Society in the West and the Soul Society in the East might have been wiped out by the Evil King realm and Zhao realm long ago. It might even cause a war between the East and the West. The four soul realms all have a common enemy, Hollow. Especially the Zhao realm and the Evil King realm. Brother Shang Qiaqiang has a small party tonight. Which of you will go with me? After Yun Shanshan and Li Ziwan looked at each other, Yun Shanshan said, I'll go. Li Ziwan said, she go. Chen Yunsong was quite surprised, wow, what a tacit understanding. I'm going to the lab tonight. Due to the absence of other members of the Chen family, some foreign-related activities had to be carried out on Chen Yunsong, whose female companion was either Li Ziwan or Yun Shanshan. Chapter 32 This is Goose Slices. Chapter 32 This is Goose Slices. Maybe Wang Junli herself is not inferior in ability, but compared with Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan, two old witches who have lived for almost decades, she is only a 15-year-old girl who is just starting out. Not to mention Chen Yunsong, a monster who has lived in 2 lifetimes. More often than not, the three of them regarded Wang Junli as their sister, or their child. There are currently 3 tall men holding the sky in the Chen mansion. As for identity, to be honest, for Shinigami, an advanced life form with almost endless life, Does real identity still have meaning? I believe that after waiting for these decades, it will be close to 100 years. After a period of time, Chen Yunsong and Wang Junli ended their real-life relationship and are expected to stay in Za realm forever. Regarding the small gathering in the evening, it was initiated by Shang Qiuqiang of the Shang family, and is a various second-generation gathering within the small circle. The small gathering place is still the Koryo Hotel. It was very different from Wang Junli's birthday party last time. Chen Yunsong and Yun Shanshan went there on foot. When they got there, the service staff of the Koryo Hotel naturally took them to Shang Qiuqiang's place. Rumors about Chen Yunsong have long spread among the various second generations in Mingzhou City. Many of the external social affairs of the Chen family were involved. A few years ago, it was Fuka Hezwo who took over the baton from Fang Lan. After people in the Chen family changed things about the military region, the two princesses replaced Fuka Hezwo. Many things require a female companion, but they don't. For example, this time, it's a small gathering, it doesn't matter if you bring someone with you or not. However, Chen Yunsong has a showing-off attitude. Every time he goes to an external social gathering, unless he does not need to bring a female companion, if he can, Chen Yunsong will definitely bring one of the two girls with him. In fact, Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan didn't have to deal with Chen Yunsong. However, he controlled Zhang Tianyan and drained the spiritual power from their bodies anytime and anywhere. This is intolerable to them. Therefore, under the compromising situation, he had to do something that was in line with Chen Yunsong's wishes, which was considered pleas in disguise. The two girls also cooperated with each other in a tacit understanding to cooperate with Chen Yunsong. The small gatherings organized by Shang Qiuqiang were all second-generation people, most notably a second generation with a net worth of over 10 million. According to Chen Yunsong's imagination, a net worth of more than 10 million yuan is equivalent to his net worth of more than 10 billion yuan on Earth in the 21st century. Only 3 people from the military community attended: Shang Qiuqiang, Chen Yunsong and Yun Shanshan. Among the more than 10 people in the small gathering, half were from political circles and half were from business circles. Maybe there are elites and dandies among these second generations. As the forest grows, there are all kinds of monsters and monsters. For example, the fat man standing in front of Chen Yunsong and Yun Shanshan now has a fat face and a fat body, holding a cigarette rod in his left hand and holding it in his mouth. This body type is fatter than Chen Yunsong and Yun Shanshan, both of them put together. You too. The fat man blew out a smoke ring. Chen Yunsong. Shanshan Yun Jagat. When he heard the name, the fat man's eyes narrowed and he opened his eyes instantly. Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen, please take a seat. The fat man took 2 steps back, opened the door, and made a please gesture very respectfully. Maybe the fat guys are the dudes in the second university, but that doesn't mean they have no brains. Their parents had already made a long list of people for whom they could and could not offend. Others don't know, but the fat man's father is like this anyway. The second son of the Chen mansion in the Jiangnan military region and the princess of the Danmai kingdom were among the list. Chen Yunsong was very tough and asked Yun Shanshan to hold her arm. He walked past the fat man calmly, smelled it with his nose and said, "Fat man, it's okay to call him this." The fat man was somewhat flattered. He put down the pipe in his hand and said with some respect, "Yes, my surname is Ma. My father is the director of the Mingzhou Public Security Bureau. You can call me Fatty Ma. Fat Ma, show me your cigarette rod." "Okay. Please." Fatty Ma offered his cigarette rod with both hands, thinking that Chen Yunsong was interested in his cigarette rod, so he explained, "Mr. Chen, this is something from the late Shunzi period. It's not very good. It's valuable. My father also had a minister from the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty, who was said to be Yan Song." Yun Shanshan interrupted Fatty Ma's babble, staring at Chen Yunsong with an indifferent expression. "Don't talk nonsense yet. Maybe outsiders couldn't see anything, but at this time Yun Shanshan, and Li Ziwan too, noticed something strange about Chen Yunsong. It's quite strange. Many times, Yun Shanshan and Li Ziwan can tell what Chen Yunsong is thinking by looking at his expression. Wang Junli can do it, but she has to use the method of applying soul power that she learned from the old man Bonzi, which is more cumbersome. Far inferior to the tacit understanding between Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan towards Chen Yunsong. It seems that Chen Yunsong's real family members are not good at this either. Fatima couldn't help but break into a cold sweat as he listened to Yun Shanshan's cold words. He was thinking whether his words and deeds had offended the Chen family, or did they not like smoking. But he had never heard of Chen. Does the second son of the family or his wife, mistakenly hate the smell of cigarettes? But looking at Chen Yunsong's appearance, it has something to do with his cigarette rod, and Yun Shanshan's words, probably don't want her to the words disturbed Chen Yunsong's thinking. Fatima, who didn't understand why, closed his mouth, quite tremblingly. The room where the small party was held suddenly became silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Yunsong. Xiao Song. Shang Qiuqing came over and looked at Chen Yunsong, who kept playing with Fatima's pipe. Fatima, did you offend you? Shang Qiuqing glared at Fatima with an innocent expression. Expression, you didn't do anything? Brother Shang, please wait a moment. Yun Shanshan answered on behalf of Chen Yunsong. Chen Yunsong took out some powder from the pipe, looked at it, smelled it, and tasted it. His face suddenly changed. He couldn't help but exert a little force with his left hand holding the pipe, and with a click sound, the wooden tobacco stem inlaid with gold and jade is split in half from the middle. Suddenly, Fatima was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. If it weren't for the support of others on both sides, he would have knelt down long ago. What's the problem? Yun Shanshan asked anxiously. Maybe Chen Yunsong is acting calm now, but Yun Shanshan knows that Chen Yunsong's heart is filled with anger at this time. Chen Yunsong brought the black powder to Yun Shanshan. She tasted it, smelled it, and after looking at it, she couldn't help but frowned and looked at Chen Yunsong doubtfully. This is goose slices. Chen Yunsong's face was gloomy, because some bad history suddenly came to his mind. Yes, it's goose slices. Fat Man Ma, where did this thing come from? Chapter 33 Mr. Chen from the military region is going to do some mischief tonight. Chapter 33 Mr. Chen from the military region is going to do some mischief tonight. Fatima said tremblingly, yes, yes. Say it quickly. Yun Shanshan kicked Fatima lightly on his fat belly. It didn't hurt, but it was very uncomfortable. Yes. Fatima said without stopping. Gao's hung cigarette shop next to Lloyd's Bank. Shang Qiuqing looked at Chen Yunsong and Yun Shanshan and asked anxiously, any questions? There is a problem. Chen Yunsong explained, this kind of thing. Then Yun Shanshan replaced Chen Yunsong as Shang Qiuqing, and Fatima and others explained in detail the dangers of goose slices and so on. I could hear sweat pouring from Fatima's head. Fortunately, Fatima smoked goose slices for the first time today, otherwise who knows what he would have turned into in the end, or in other words, turned into a ghost. Shang Qiuqing may not know the seriousness of the matter yet, but looking at Chen Yunsong's extremely gloomy face, he understands that the matter is much more serious than he imagined. Xiao Song, what are you going to do? Goose slices are really like what my siblings said. The military region fully supports you. When Yun Shanshan heard the title of brother and sister, well, she was actually used to it, although there would always be some waves in her heart. Thank you. Chen Yunsong glanced at Fatima. Your father is. Back to you, sir. My father is the director of the Mingzhou City Public Security Bureau. Fatima suddenly realized, it's time to put himself to use. Chen Yunsong glanced at Yun Shanshan, and she immediately understood. Like Chen Yunsong, She had a gloomy expression. Very good, go home and tell your father. The Mingzhou City Public Security Bureau has gathered urgently. Yes. This time Fatima gave a military salute to the two Chen family members, and then ran out in a panic. Brother Shang, this little gathering. Chen Yunsong said with guilt. Shang Qiuqing said with a serious look, if the goose slices are really harmful, they must be completely destroyed. I will contact the mayor of Mingzhou City. Chen Yunsong bowed his hands to Shang Qiuqing and said, thank you very much. Then Chen Yunsong pulled Yun Shanshan out of the private room. Shang Qiuqing and many second generations watched Chen Yunsong and Yun Shanshan leave. A woman in her early 20s, not very beautiful but dignified and quiet, with eyes walked up to Shang Qiuqing. Brother Shang, is this appropriate? With the second son of the Chen family acting so randomly. That's right. Which family hasn't made a fool of themselves before? Besides, what happened this time is not simple. Don't forget, Xiao Song was admitted to Pearl University at the age of 16. He doesn't know many things. Okay, then. Inform your father and tell him that young Master Chen from the military region is going to have some mischief tonight. By the way, take Fatima's pipe to the number 1 hospital for testing. Shang Qiuqing's face, which had been a bit warm just now, changed again. She had to be stern. Xiao Song, and Yun Shanshan will not lie to others. The woman walked out holding Fatima's pipe. Shang Qiuqing watched the woman leave silently, and couldn't help but say, you all heard it. Each of us will use our own power to make the goose incident a big deal. Create momentum for Xiao Song. Tomorrow. Haha, there's a lot of excitement at the British Embassy. Shang Qiuqing didn't know whether it was goose slices. But there's one thing. Since Chen Yunsong and Yun Shanshan became obsessed with the same thing, then this matter is estimated to be 99% true and 100% serious. Chen Yunsong can be regarded as an angry youth. The past history cannot be changed, so he feels that since he has the ability, can he change the celestial dynasty in the Shinigami world? Goose slices are something that can poison an entire country. Yun Shanshan, like Chen Yunsong, hates this thing. As mentioned before, although the Kingdom of Denmark in Northern Europe is descended from the pirate Vikings, it is the British next door who inherit the Viking tradition. Like the Celestial Empire, the Kingdom of Denmark also suffered from the export of goose slices from the British Empire in the past few years. For various reasons, the Kingdom of Danmai is regarded as a private territory by the second demon in the Evil King realm. When something poisoning the Danmai kingdom emerges, people from the second demon realm, such as Shan Shan Yun Shagat, will definitely nip it in the bud. But the Evil King realm cannot interfere in the present world. But secretly manipulating the Kingdom of Denmark, a trade war started with Great Britain. After struggling for several years, finally about 2 years ago, goose slices became extinct in the Danmai kingdom. Now, Yun Shanshan encountered goose slices again, especially when Fatima mentioned Lloyd's Bank. Yun Shanshan was so angry that her teeth itched. The main force in the trade war with the Kingdom of Denmark over goose slices was this powerful bank affiliated with the British aristocracy. It was also the largest financial backer behind the East India Company. The action was very fast. It took less than an hour from the time Yun Shanshan gave the order to Fatima to the time Chen Yunsong and Yun Shanshan arrived at the Mingzhou City Public Security Bureau. Nearly 1,000 police officers in black uniforms gathered in the small courtyard of the Public Security Bureau. Fatima's father is also a fat man, but Chen Yunsong's impression is that this fat man may be similar to a certain martial arts star named Hong Mubeo from the previous life. Although he is white and fat, he has excellent martial arts skills and is very powerful. Normally, Fatima is a serious person and does not show off his anger in front of his subordinates. However, when facing Chen Yunsong and Yun Shanshan, he must not put on an image of a angry-eyed King Kong. Give a warm and calm expression. As for Fatima, he is obviously a good person, unlike Fatima before, who nodded and bowed to Chen Yunsong and Yun Shanshan. There is no smile, but there is also harmony, but at the same time, there is a little resentment, and 2 parts of heaviness. The hateful resentment is that while having a candlelight dinner with the horsemen at home, Fatima went to Fatima and conveyed Yun Shanshan's order, and explained the cause and effect in a few words. After that, Fatima felt more in his heart a bit heavy. Regardless of whether it was the mischief of Mr. Chen from the military region or not, Fatima felt the need to conduct a raid on that Kaohsiung opium shop next to Lloyd's Bank. It would be best to check the bank as well. But when it comes to Lloyd's Bank, Fatima is quite wary of the strength and power behind it. But this time, with the second son of the Chen family and Princess Danmai as the backdrop, Fatima instantly felt full of energy. A surprise attack? Of course. Not only Kaohsiung opium shop, but also Lloyd's Bank. Fatima himself was also persecuted by a relative of Lloyd's Bank for loan sharking. He had already disliked them. Chapter 34 You twist off my head and use it as a chamber pot. Chapter 34 Twist off my head and use it as a chamber pot. Chen Yunsong and Yun Shanshan put a lot of pressure on Mr. Ma. He felt that he had been struggling in the police for nearly 30 years and had served as the director of the Pearl Harbor Public Security Bureau for 6 or 7 years. His subordinates, thousands of police officers, have long developed an aura of not angry but self-defeating. What about the other side? 2 elite second generations aged 16 or 17. Fatima admits that they are elites, or they are perverts who were able to get into Pearl University, but what is the aura of superiors exuding from them now? What's going on? The moment they met, Fatima knew that his importance was defeated. Even the thing called aura that Yun Shanshan, a girl, can't help but exude, can defeat herself. Let's go. Lloyd's Bank. Yun Shanshan's first words when they met were with a strong command. After Fatima saluted involuntarily, he ordered the police force of nearly 1,000 people behind him, let's go. Lloyd's Bank. There are nearly 300 Lloyd's Banks in the UK, and the other 300 are distributed around the world. In the Pearl alone, there are 3 Lloyd's Banks. The one Fatima was talking about was the Lloyd's Bank Pearl head office, but Fatima each separated into a team of about 150 people and headed towards the other 2 Lloyd's Banks in Pearl City. It was evening, and Lloyd's Bank had stopped receiving customers long ago, but its internal employees were still handling the day's affairs. 500 to 600 police officers led by Fatima surrounded the place where Lloyd's Bank was located. Facing Kaohsiung cigarette shop next to Lloyd's Bank, Yun Shanshan made a go-in and search gesture. So Fatima personally led 50 police officers and rushed into the Kaohsiung opium shop. About 10 minutes later, a police officer showed up with 1 to 2 smokers smoking inside. Many smokers are also vicious, constantly insulting the police officers, and even fighting for their lives. Under Yun Shanshan's instruction, the policemen had to use their batons several times against the noisy smokers before they became more honest. In the end, Fatima was holding an old man with a goatee in his hand. He was 60 or 70 years old at least, but he was thrown to the ground with a bang. Mrs. Chen, Mr. Chen. The back hall found that there were 2 or 3 tons of goods at least. And as you two said, this thing called goose slices is easy to become addicted. If you smoke it too much, you will become a human being and a ghost. The guy said, that guy used to weigh 180 kilograms, but now he has a skeleton. Fatima pointed at a smoker, and became more and more shuddering as he spoke. Mr. Chen's incident happened because his son had smoked goose slices. After thinking about it, Fatima walked up to Fatima and grabbed his ear. Dad. It hurts. Damn kid, kneel down. Fatima kicked Fatima's knee, knelt down in front of Chen Yunsong and Yun Shanshan with a bang, and said very sincerely, thank you quickly for saving your life. Only then did Fatima react. He gave the 2 of them a loud nod. Yes. Fatima, thanked Mr. Chen and Mrs. Chen. If there is anything going on in the future, I will go up the mountain of knives or go down into the sea of fire. Okay. You have to learn more from your father and be more promising. Yun Shan Shan interrupted Fatima. Fatima bowed deeply to the two of them. If you can find me usefully in the future, just ask. Chen Yunsong said seriously, okay. Fatima. Yes. Say. Fatima and Fatima responded at the same time. Well. Fatima. Chen Yunsong added an extra word in order to distinguish father and son. You are free to do as you like. Fatima said, Master and Madam, please tell me. Chen Yunsong's gloomy voice, check for me all the opium dens in Zhu City. Count every one of them. There are also banks from Daying. Check them all for me. Sir, maybe not all opium dens sell goose slices, and many opium dens have a lot of energy behind them. Also, about the banks in Great Britain. Yun Shinshan's words with a sneer were full of sarcasm. Is there any problem? Fatima naturally understood the meaning of Yun Shinshan's sarcasm and said nonchalantly, there is a small problem, there are not enough manpower. Chen Yunsong looked at Fatima and praised softly, yes, he has the guts. Isn't it easy because there are not enough manpower? Is it enough to give you a group? Fatima wiped his cold sweat in embarrassment. Young master, how many troops does a regiment have? Chen Yunsong and Yun Shan Shan, _ Fatima was also embarrassed and whispered in Fatima's ear, Dad, there are 1,000 people in one group. Really? Haha. Fatima sorted out his thoughts. Second young master, Madam, can you give me 2, not 3 groups? 3 regiments. Go, Xiao Song, I make the decision. Fu Jiang suddenly appeared behind Chen Yunsong and Yun Shan Shan. Brother Chiang. It's okay, you just passed it on to me during the National Day. Haha. Goose slices? Are these the people who smoke goose slices? Fu Jiang clasped his hands behind his back and looked around at these skinny people on the ground. Their eyes were dull, and they even showed a few expressions. Those stupid smokers. Yun Shan Shan said to Fatima, this is Fu Jiang. The manly Fatima knew from his name that he was the son of the biggest boss in the Jiangnan military region. He said respectfully, they are all, according to the accounts of several young men, there are quite a few. Beaten to death. Fu Jiang turned around and glanced at Fatima, with sharp eyes, really? Beaten to death? Haha, a brigade, Fatima. Fatima. To be honest, Fatima didn't know if there was something wrong with his senses. He always felt that the aura exuded by the person in front of him was not as good as that of Chen Yunsong and Yun Shan Shan. First of all, Fu Jiang's own aura was not weak, and he could even compete with Ma. The old fat man has his own game. But in front of Chen Yunsong and Yun Shan Shan, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Now it was just the two of them giving Fu Jiang face and giving him the home court, which made Fu Jiang appear domineering. Brother Jiang is so generous. Chen Yunsong walked to Fu Jiang's side and looked at Fatima, can you do what I said? If you can't do it, you can twist off my head and use it as a chamber pot. Okay. Chen Yunsong glanced at Fatima again, Brother Jiang, do you still have more people in your army elite class? How? Chen Yunsong smiled and said, don't you think Fatima is quite suitable? After Fatima heard this, he immediately kicked Fatima's knees again to make him kneel down. Hurry. This time, Fatima took the initiative and said, please Mr. Fu, Mr. Chen will take you in. Chapter 35 Laozi almost died in your cigarette shop. Chapter 35 Laozi almost died in your opium shop. The structure of the Celestial Dynasty is divided into 3 parts, administration, justice, and military. Among them, the highest organization of the military is called the Tri-Services Command. It is worth mentioning that the Tri-Services Command includes the Army, Navy, and Air Force. However, the Air Force only exists in the concept and is equipped with a shell for the future Air Force. No real content yet. Among these three power structures, the military is always the most powerful. Under normal circumstances, we will not interfere in politics. But whenever there is a big problem, the army needs to take action. After all, the general environment outside the Celestial Empire is smoke and war, which is the sadness of the era. It is also the consequence brought about by the great emancipation of Eastern and Western minds and the First Industrial Revolution. The emancipation of the mind and the transformation of society can be very fast or very slow. Fast means that the keynote of the world is war, and slow means that the keynote of the world is peace. Perhaps only in the future, when things like technology have the second and third revolutions, and mankind develops nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, and other major killers, will the tone of the world slowly change from war and gunpowder smoke into peace and development. Peace. Anyway, in this era, it is a luxurious word. Speaking of Pearl City, a brigade of the army, 4 regiments, 5,000 people, and 1,000 people from the police station, without having to stay overnight, the large and small opium dens in Mingzhou City, and the bank from Great Britain were all surrounded and sealed. The dividing line between all evils. In the southeast of Mingzhou City, there is a mansion that is as luxurious as the Chen Mansion. There is no plaque, but basically everyone in Mingzhou City knows that this is the home of Jian Feng, president of the Mingzhou City Chamber of Commerce, referred to as the Chamber of Commerce. At this time, Jian Feng's mansion was crowded with people of all sizes. They were either shopkeepers of some business houses or owners of a large restaurant. Basically, all the prominent figures in the business community of Pearl City crowded into Jian Feng's mansion. There are hundreds of people in the living room. The leader among them has a long white goatee and squinty eyes. The oldest one is Jian Feng. Everyone here, including Jian Feng, has a sad face. President Jian, why did the military suddenly close down all the opium dens in the city? That's right. Smoking shops are a big source of income. They are all reasonable and legal. Not only the opium dens, but also all the banks from Great Britain have been inspected. What should I do with my deposits? Deposit? I bought shares. 3%. 3% of the shares of Tianchao branch of XX Bank. Shut up! Jian Feng shouted, what are you yelling about? President Jian, this. Shut up! Jian Feng said angrily, I have 5 opium dens. 20% of the shares of Lloyd's Bank Tianchao branch. I believe that no one in the living room is more depressed than Jian Feng. Cigarette dens are a hugely profitable industry, so no one specializes in opium dens. Anyone with money and goods can start one. Master. People from the army, from the army. A disciple ran over in a hurry. Before Jian Feng and others could react, Fatima, who was wearing a green military uniform, was followed by a group of police officers in black uniforms and 3 or 4 groups of army troops in green uniforms. Jian Feng recognized at a glance that the leader was Fatima, the son of the director of the Public Security Bureau. Although I don't know why he is wearing a green military uniform instead of a black police uniform, I also know, he is coming with bad intentions. Before Jian Feng could speak, Fatima stared at Jian Feng angrily. Jian Feng, are you the owner of Gaosheng Opium Shop? Yes. Jian Feng wanted to hand over his hand to calm Fatima's anger. Unexpectedly, Fatima gave an order, arrest him. Yes. Then 2 policemen stepped forward and grabbed Jian Feng's arms, and another policeman put handcuffs on him. Why are you arresting me? Jian Feng tried hard to calm down. But Fatima, who was in a very bad mood, thought that Jian Feng was the owner of the Gaosheng Opium Shop that sells goose slices, so he gave Jian Feng a slap in the face. Why? Laozi almost died in your opium shop. Fatima is definitely not as good as Fatima in terms of temperament and ability. These things need to be trained. The tiger father has no dog son, and Fatty Ma still has some abilities, otherwise Chen Yunsong would not have asked Fu Jiang for a place in the Jiangnan military region's elite class for him. In addition, Fatty Ma is very fat, but he is not puffy. Like his father, he has good kung fu skills and strong hands. As a result, the left side of Jianfeng's face became swollen, and his last 3 or 4 teeth were knocked out. Fatty Ma said angrily, "If Master Chen hadn't ordered me to take you back, Lao Zi would have been killed long ago." Originally, Fatty Ma wanted to give him a slap on his right cheek, but he was afraid that Jianfeng would be slapped with 2 slaps. The 70-year-old man was beaten to death. "Come here, drag him to see the second young master. There are these people. You can't run away one by one." Fatty Ma's eyes were bloodshot. "Leave 50 people and watch them. Second young master's order, those who resist will die, and those who run away will die." "Yes." 50 heavily armed soldiers surrounded the living room, and then 5 policemen were separated and dragged Jianfeng, who had been trapped, out of the Qian family's mansion. The nearly 100 old men and women from the Mingzhou City Chamber of Commerce were all so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground, crying and howling. It was so lively. Before Fatty Ma could walk out of Jian's house, he heard the cries and howls of these people and instantly became furious. "Everyone, please be quiet. Those who are not quiet, die." One by one, the big-headed soldiers pointed their rifle muzzles at the center, and instantly all the old men and old ladies closed their mouths. "Damn, there aren't enough people. Go get someone. There are 4 opium dens and 2 banks here." Fatty Ma walked out of the door angrily. With the full support of the Jiangnan military region behind him, Fatty Ma felt very confident. In addition to Chen Yunsong's orders, many of the troubles caused by Jianfeng were also personal grudges. After all, Fatty Ma himself bought goose slices at the opium shop owned by Jianfeng. If Chen Yunsong hadn't taken action in time, Fatty Ma didn't dare to think about what would have happened to him. Anyway, there is still a great possibility of entering a small box within 2 or 3 years. In the current Hyuxia dynasty, businessmen are not afraid of officials, nor are they afraid of court summons, because judges are also officials. But he is only afraid of the army. The military, administration, and courts are completely different systems. Its strong command and discipline make it impossible for businessmen to penetrate. But the most troublesome thing is that from top to bottom, 80% of the people in the army are warmongers. For them, war and wine are the most exciting things. Compared with any money, power is many times more exciting. Chapter 36. Do you still want to live? Chapter 36. Do you still want to live? Since Jianfeng sells goose slices in Gaosheng cigarette shop, he said that he already knew the consequences of smoking goose slices. He was dragged and thrown into the courtyard of the police station by 2 policemen. He knelt on the ground. In front of him, there were 3 taishi chairs with 3 people, 1 man and 2 women, sitting on them. The woman on the far left has a happy and contented face, with an expression like "I'm here to see the excitement." The man in the middle has a face as calm as water, but there is a certain gloomy atmosphere around him. The face on the far right seems to be a foreign woman, a look of resentment on his face. People in the military region are always the bosses among the bosses. Jianfeng has long memorized the faces and names of almost everyone in the 4 major families in the Jiangnan military region. From left to right, they are Li Ziwan, Chen Yunsong, and Yun Shanshan. Shanshan, isn't it? Li Ziwan doesn't quite understand why Yun Shanshan hates it so much. It's not that he doesn't understand, it's just that he doesn't understand that Li Ziwan has not done a national administration like Yun Shanshan. Experience. Not 100,000 people. 300 million crowns. Yun Shanshan reported 2 figures, at least 100,000 people in Denmark were destroyed by goose. What is the population of Denmark as a whole? 6 million. And 300 million crowns. The financial revenue of the Danmai Kingdom is only 100 million per year. The harm of goose slices is all round, not only harming others and ourselves, but also causing immeasurable impact on society and the country. This is also because the kingdom of Danmai is small, far less large than the Celestial Empire, and cannot withstand excessive political, economic, demographic, and other impacts. Goose slices are very addictive. The more you smoke, the more addictive you become. The more addicted you are, the more you spend money to buy goose slices. The more you buy, the more you smoke. The more you smoke, the worse your health becomes and your spirit becomes more and more depressed. Eventually, the natural result is to beat yourself to death. From an economic point of view, Yun Shanshan cannot tolerate all the money in the people's pockets being made by De Ying. Yun Shanshan will not nag about serious goods, even if it is smuggling some tobacco and alcohol. The thing that makes money is goose slices. Now that goose piece has reappeared in Yun Shanshan's eyes, she feels that she is exercising restraint by not directly killing Qian Feng. Chen Yunsong gently placed the teacup on the table beside him, smiled coldly, and stretched out his hand. Li Ziwan handed him a piece of white paper, and then, not knowing where Chen Yunsong got the strength, he just snapped it. It hit Qian Feng's already heavy left cheek. The force of this blow was almost the same as Fatima's slap in the face. Qian Feng forced himself to hold on to his body, which was about to faint. He knew that as long as he fainted, he would never wake up again. Now, at least there is a chance of survival. Qian Feng picked up a white piece of paper from the ground. It was a test report from the first hospital of Mingzhou City, a test report for goose fillets. Anyway, he couldn't understand the various professional names. But he understood the skull symbol at the end of the test form. It means that goose slices are highly toxic. And he knows this. Tell me, where did it come from? Chen Yunsong's gloomy voice reached his ears, and at that moment it was like being in an ice cave. After Qian Feng gathered up his courage, he asked, "Can you survive? Do you still want to live?" Yun Shanshan's delicate body was trembling with anger, and sporadic black gold light appeared around her. Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan knew that this was a precursor to her wanting to summon the Holy Sword. Immediately, Chen Yunsong stretched out his finger and opened the Zhang Tianyan on Yun Shanshan, and Li Ziwan in a place invisible to outsiders. The provincial Yun Shanshan became angry and killed people. Yun Shanshan glanced at Chen Yunsong's slightly comforting eyes, sat down angrily, relieved her breath and said, "Death is inevitable, but you can strive to leave more property to your descendants." Clear. When Qian Feng heard the word death, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was stunned for about a minute. Yun Shanshan ordered someone to put a basin of water on Qian Feng's face. "Wow! Ahem." Chen Yunsong asked, "What do you want to say?" Qian Feng cheered up again. If he died, he would die. He would leave enough property for his wife and children. Yes, in my bedroom, there are me and Lloyd Bank Elmer. The Duke's current account, correspondence, etc. Oh? Duke Ahmed. Chen Yunsong was familiar with this name, but it was harsh at the same time. In Mingzhou. It's familiar because Chen Yunsong has heard this name many times, and it's jarring because Duke Ahmed is one of the largest shareholders of the East India Company and Lloyd's Bank. Qian Feng said with a pale face, At the British Embassy." "Haha, the British Embassy." Chen Yunsong sneered a few times. "Take it with you, by the way, Qian Feng, the more information you can provide, the more things you will leave for your wife and children, do you understand?" "Yes." Qian Feng was helped up by two policemen and walked towards the police station building. Chen Yunsong kept repeating the name, "Ahmed, Ahmed." Li Ziwan asked curiously, "What happens next? Apart from Mingzhou, what do you plan to do next?" Chen Yunsong glanced at Li Ziwan. "After that, of course, the entire Jiangnan military region will be reorganized. Not only Jiangnan, but also the Shengjing military region and the Zhili military region will conduct a large-scale screening. In addition, the army is easy to unite. Under the instruction of Fu Jiang, Shang Qiuqing, and others, Jiangnan military region basically has the final say. In using the relationship between Fuka Hezhuo and Fang Lan in the Shengjing military region and the Zhili military region and the family, they rectified the opium dens and banks from Great Britain, not to mention goose slices, a cancer that poisoned the country. As Chen Yunsong said, despite the fierce competition among the major military regions, such as the three major military regions in the north, Jiangnan and Annan military regions, etc. But it is easier for the army to unite than compete. If one military region makes a noise, other military regions will make more or less noise depending on the situation. What happens next? Li Ziwan asked, what about diplomacy and trade? If the people and banks of Great Britain are touched, it will definitely cause a backlash from Great Britain. But if Great Britain sanctions Daxia? Are you kidding? Chen Yunsong smiled gloomily, diplomacy? What's the point? I don't mind supporting Gaul's trade with the broken wheel through connections. Shan Shan, can Danmai replace Great Britain's trade position with Daxia? Yun Shan Shan and Chen Yunsong shared a gloomy smile. It's probably half as good as Britain's, but we are the four Nordic countries. It is true that a Danish country is not as good as Great Britain, but what if it is the whole of Northern Europe? That is another statement. So in terms of consequences, at most Chen Yunsong would be pointed at by Chen Luosheng and scolded as reckless, or more. He didn't believe that the group of patriotic warmongers in the military would react after hearing about the goose slices. Indifferent. Chapter 37. You can also twist off my head and use it as a chamber pot. Chapter 37. You can also twist off my head and use it as a chamber pot. Who is the most patriotic? Of course it's the soldiers. No reasoned answer is required. Chen Yunsong became violent after discovering the goose slices. Shang Qiuqing realized the seriousness of the matter, and Fu Jiang fully supported Chen Yunsong. This was the case. Maybe they will not become soldiers in the future, but if they are born into a family of soldiers, they will definitely have the same strong patriotism as the soldiers. Qian Feng is a businessman, but not all businessmen are like Qian Feng. According to Qian Feng's confession, 3 of the top 10 businessmen in Mingzhou City dealt in opium in their opium dens. Other people's tobacco shops sell normal tobacco leaves. In Daxia, only opium dens were qualified to sell all kinds of normal tobacco leaves or rolls. Although normal tobacco is also harmful to the body. Compared with goose slices, in terms of harm, one is in the mud and the other is in the mud. Heaven! Chen Yunsong will not close down all opium shops. Normal operations and normal sales will remain normal. Abnormal operations, abnormal sales, and the proprietors or shopkeepers behind them, one by one, may all be dragged to the guillotine by Yun Shan Shan. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Fatima in a black police uniform and Fatima in a green military uniform, followed by a mixed police and army team of at least 200 people, arrived in front of the British Embassy. Most foreign embassies are located in Shangjing and Mingzhou, one is the political center and the other is the economic center. The embassies of Korea, Great Britain, and Denmark are all in Mingzhou. Since last night, the British Embassy has entered a state of emergency. At 8 o'clock last night, a company of army soldiers suddenly appeared and surrounded the British Embassy. It was just a siege, nothing else movement. What made the British Embassy furious was that the company commander who surrounded the embassy said, "Except the British Embassy, all other places in this area are blocked." The British ambassador would only believe this company commander's lies unless he was out of his mind. It was not until morning that another 200 people, probably 2 more companies, arrived. The British ambassador knew that the real owner had arrived. It seems that the Ma family and his son did not give the British ambassador and others a chance to protest, and directly issued an order, Second Young Master Orders, arrest Ahmad. Then 50 policemen and 50 soldiers rushed into the embassy and began to search for Duke Ahmad. The British ambassador to Daxia was an old man about 60 years old. His face turned red with anger. "What are you going to do? What are you doing? This is the British embassy. You have violated. FKU, uncle." Since Fatima had the army as a background, he had more shadows of his father on him, and he acted more ruthlessly, and slapped the British ambassador away. Qianfeng ended up like yesterday, the left side of his face was bloody and bloody. Fatima, the emperor, smiled slightly. "What are you doing? I am the ambassador of Great Britain. The two countries are at war, so I will not kill the envoy. Dad, I didn't think of beheading him. Is he okay?" Haha. Fatima didn't give any answer. But his laughter confirmed what Fatima had done. "Son, remember, you have entered the elite class of the army. You must study hard and practice hard. You can't embarrass me. If you let me know that you were fired because you didn't study hard or practice hard, you can also twist off my head and use it as a chamber pot." Fatima patted his chest at old Fatima. Fatima smiled and patted Fatima on the shoulder. Yun Shanshan walked over with a gloomy expression. The Ma family and his son quickly stepped back and said, "Where are the Ahmed people?" "Mrs. Chen, you are here." Fatima looked at the two policemen on the left and right, holding an angry and wretched little old man between them, and all kinds of curse words in English came out. Fortunately, the two policemen were only vaguely familiar with English and could not understand much. The two policemen threw the wretched little old man directly to the ground, almost leaving him with mud in his mouth. After Ahmed wailed, he raised his head and saw Yun Shanshan, who looked like a goddess in Nordic mythology in a tang dress. She said in a pure London accent, "It's you." Yun Shanshan squatted down with a gloating smile. "It's me. I have a good memory. I wanted to kill you 3 years ago. Today, hee, Yun Song said he would make me get my wish. I am the Duke of the British Empire." Yun Shanshan slapped Ahmad on the back of the head, making him dizzy. This was the result of Chen Yunsong sealing the spiritual power in her body. Otherwise, Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan were really scared. He slapped Ahmad to death. "Get out. If it weren't for you, Danmai would not be short of 100,000 people. 300 million crowns. I have wanted to kill you for a long time. But the kingdom of Danmai is still not strong enough. Haha, you have the ability to bring goose slices to Daxia. Speaking of which, Yun Shanshan is also very tough. Even though she has the spiritual power sealed inside her body, her slap can actually make Chen Yunsong scream. It's also strange. Don't break it, this old man is still useful to Yunsong." Li Ziwan immediately stopped him. "I know." Yun Shanshan stood up and said, "Why don't you go to the research room? I've studied the steam engine thoroughly, so I'm here." Li Ziwan stretched out. It seemed that he had studied all night yesterday. "Yunsong said this morning that you wanted to change the subject. He told me that magnetism generates electricity and electricity generates magnetism. He asked me to build a generator?" "Yes, it's a generator. Let's try to build a generator. What other engine is there? It relies on combustion. The S*X fuel and air stuff sounds pretty fun." "Well, you are amazing." Yun Shanshan really admired Li Ziwan's brain. Of course, Li Ziwan also envies Yun Shanshan for her various administrative experience. So Chen Yunsong is always joking that Chen's company lets Yun Shanshan manage other companies and Li Ziwan manages technology alone. The two of them are definitely worthy of the term a perfect match. I'm here to watch the fun. You two, send this old guy to Yunsong. He seems to be impatient. What happened? Yun Shanshan asked. Yun Shanshan said, "Hey, Shang Qiuqing notified the mayor of Mingzhou City and others overnight, and Fujiang quickly compiled a report about the goose slices and sent it directly to the Tri-Services headquarters. Then Fujiang said, "It's best there is something like a suspect's confession, which will be submitted later." It seems that Fujiang's intention is to lead the military region through the Tri-Service headquarters to rectify opium dens, goose slices and the like across the country. I don't know, it's quite complicated anyway. So the Ma family father and son personally set it up one by one. Duke Ahmad, who was still dizzy on the ground, sprinted back to the Public Security Bureau compound at a speed of 100 meters, leaving the embassy covered in feathers. Chapter 38 You're happy, I'll take the blame. Chapter 38, You are happy, I take the blame. Evil King Realm and Tsar Realm said they are very busy now. In Europe, a bunch of big countries are uniting to fight against the man with the broken wheel, and in Asia, the Hyuxia dynasty and Korea are fighting together to fight against the East and North. Tsarist Russia said that I was more busy, dealing with the broken wheel in the West and the Hyuxia Empire in the East. I don't know who gave Tsarist Russia the courage to fight on both the East and West fronts. And it was not only Tsarist Russia that wanted to fight on two fronts, but also Great Britain and Daxia. Regarding this matter, Yun Shanshan, who was born in the Evil King Realm, and Li Ziwan, who was born in the Tsar Realm, chose "Can you please stop fighting? The Second Demon Realm and Juxia Mountain are almost crazy. War means dead people. The more people die, the more souls there are, and the more emptiness is created." Of course, Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan just complained about these things, and they still had to work. Besides, as the two princesses of the same country, how could it be their turn to deal with Su's affairs? Although the achievement of the battle is equivalent to various training resources, and many people will make breakthroughs in the battle. But for training resources, do they and Chen Yunsong lack it? Breakthrough in battle? It's just when they hit a bottleneck. Anyway, this world is quite fun for the two girls. Regarding the fact that Daxia wanted to go to war with Great Britain, Chen Yunsong said, it was the people from the Tianfu military region who proposed it. The Jiangnan military region is fighting against Tsarist Russia, Marine, and Japan. The three northern military regions have a lot of friction on the border. There have even been several battles in the northeast. The Annan military region seems to be planning to move eastward to see if it wants to invade the Japanese mainland. There is only one Tianfu military region in the southwest, and several other military regions are watching or preparing to intervene in the war. The Tianfu military region is greedy. They also want to cause trouble. They can only do it in the southwest. However, Southeast Asia is all the younger brothers of the Hyuxia dynasty. They definitely can't do it here. But let's do something about the British East India Company. Is it possible? So when Chen Yunsong caused the incident of burning goose slices, checking the bank, sealing the embassy, and killing the Duke, Chen Yunsong thought that the three military regions of Jiangnan, Zhili, and Shengjing were wiping his butt. As a result, the Tianfu military region, which had nothing to do with the Chen family, suddenly jumped out and expressed its firm support for the Jiangnan military region's approach and serious boycott of the British Empire's goose slices. This made Chen Yunsong, Fujiang, and Shang Qiuqing, who wanted to wipe their butts, dumbfounded. Chen Yunsong caused a big problem, which made Deng angry. The most angry thing was that Chen Yunsong acted on his own initiative and directly beheaded a duke and several other people from Deng who were involved in selling goose slices. Of course, it was Yun Shinshan's holly sword that cut off the duke's head with her own hands, and Chen Yunsong still had to shoulder the blame. And what about Great Britain? If they protest diplomatically and cut off trade, what else can they do? Europe is in chaos. Several countries are angrily attacking people with broken wheels, and they have no time to care about matters in Asia. What's the point of protesting? Cutting off trade? It doesn't matter. Yun Shanshan said that the trade volume of the four Nordic countries is equal to 1.5 Great Britain. After Chen Yunsong killed the Duke, in just 3 days, a top-down nationwide campaign was launched to destroy goose slices, seal banks, British banks, and boycott British goods. The boycott of British goods here was initiated by the common people. The three warmongers of Tianfu military region are going to attack the East India Company. Li Ziwan put down the Pearl Evening News in his hand, and the headline on the front page was Tianfu military region highly praises Jiangnan military region's XX practices. Why are the three commanders of the Tianfu military region said to be warmongers? Or should we say that all the current top military officials of the Hyuxia dynasty are warmongers? Because 90% of these people rely on military merit to reach their positions. When the headquarters changes next year, every military region will be eager to see it. Haha, who would have thought that people from Tianfu would show up? Chen Yunsong said that the people from the Tianfu military region would save trouble. Yun Shanshan also sighed, whether you fight or not, I am very happy. Well, you're glad. I'll take the blame. Chen Yunsong was very depressed about this, but he also admitted it. I already live in the Chen mansion, what can I do if I don't pay a price? Yun Shanshan's flowery smile made Chen Yunsong lose his mind again. Just like the previous conversation between Tokugawa Jiaren and his sister, Chen Yunsong has an extra Yun Shanshan in his eyes. What happens next? Will they fight? Li Ziwan asked. Who knows? Just fight. Tsarist Russia and Great Britain don't have the capital to fight on two fronts, but Daxia does. Chen Yunsong's smile looked very gloomy. Yun Shanshan understands this very well. She didn't dare to kill Ahmad, because behind him was Danmai, a country whose strength was not as good as Great Britain, but Chen Yunsong dared, because behind him was the Celestial dynasty, and this was a matter of the size of the country. Chen Yunsong and the other three people said they would not pay too much attention to the subsequent events caused by the goose slices. They were matters between the Tianfu military region and Dang. The headquarters of the three armed forces is also very busy. I don't know if Tsarist Russia is full. It is obvious that Europe can hardly stand up to the man with the broken wheel, and the East is still increasing its troops. Chen Yunsong estimated that the military headquarters and the General Academy may also delegate military power to the Tianfu military region. Like the Jiangnan military region, they will decide whether to send troops to the East India Company on the subcontinent. But you need to find a good reason, such as the reason given by the Jiangnan military region and the three northern military regions, such as revenge for the kingdom of Goryeo. Master, that. A guard panted and walked into the living room. Li Ziwan warned, speak slowly. Yes, Mrs. Li. Mrs. Chen outside will become Mrs. Li, Mrs. Yun, Mrs. Fuka, and Mrs. Fang inside. Otherwise, who are the four Mrs. Chen? Although currently Mrs. Li and Mrs. Yun are not Mrs. Madam, they really can't stand the rumors outside. Just misunderstand if they misunderstand. They are used to it. The guard calmed down his breath and said, outside the door, that guy from the Tokugawa family is here again. Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan, _ Chen Yunsong, Sigma, A. I didn't bring anyone with me. There are several followers, and they also brought a lot of gifts. No woman with you? No. Chen Yunsong let out a long breath, let him come in. The guard asked, then, those gifts? Chen Yunsong looked at Yun Shanshan and Li Ziwan, and finally Li Ziwan said, block him first and see what happens when he comes over. Haha. Could it be that the Annan military region wants to move eastward? Yun Shanshan muttered. That's it. The sound of footsteps could be heard outside, and Tokugawa Iran's smiling face was still there. But to be honest, with this face, Chen Yunsong and the three of them almost vomited. Chapter 39 Are you kidding me? Chapter 39 Are you kidding me? You're still here, it's not over yet. Chen Yunsong was very depressed about Tokugawa Iran, he was so thick-skinned. Don't laugh at me, Yunsong-kun. I'm helpless. Tokugawa Keiran seemed to regard this place as his own home, sitting on the chair minding his own business, picking up the teacup and drinking. Li Ziwan asked, "If you have anything to say, tell me quickly." "Yes, father plans to make peace with Daxia, but we got news that the Anan military region." Of course Tokugawa Iran knew what he was talking about, he himself was very excuse me. The news he has received so far is that the Jiangnan military region has no plans to counterattack Japan. Tokugawa Jiren didn't know what role Chen Yunsong played in it, but on the topic of attacking Japan, Mr. Chen and Deputy Staff Chen of the Jiangnan Military Region Staff Department both voted against it. Chen Yunsong fulfilled his promise and would not let the Jiangnan Military Region attack Japan, but it was only the Jiangnan Military Region. Daxia is so big, but there is also the Anan Military Region. A Jiangnan military district can defeat the alliance between the Japanese Marine and the Tsarist Russian Far East Fleet. If there is a Nanyang fleet with more people and ships than the Beiyang fleet, and a variety of weapons and equipment that are much better than the Beiyang fleet, I believe that the Tokugawa shogunate can prepare for local operations. Tokugawa Jiren asked, "Yunsong-kun, there is someone from the Anan military region?" "No, I don't know, don't look for me." Chen Yunsong's one-click 3 in a row was thrown at Tokugawa Jialan's head. The relationship between the Chen family is between Shengjing and Zhili, and other Tianfu, Tianshan, and Anan need to go around. Moreover, Jiangnan and Anan have always been in a competitive relationship, especially the Chen family's Beiyang fleet and Anan's Nanyang fleet. Yunsong Jun, can you please give me a clear path? Minglu? It's easy to say. Please hand in the surrender letter as soon as possible. No hui? A letter of surrender. Tokugawa Iran rubbed his ears, thinking he heard wrongly, a letter of surrender. Yun Shanshan sneered, can it still be a peace negotiation? Do you think a peace negotiation will work, or a surrender? Tokugawa Jaelen thought solemnly, stood up, raised his hands and said, I know, please accept it, Mr. Yunsong. Forget it. I don't want any gifts, just give them to the Zheng family. The second oldest brother of the Zheng family is related to Anan, Zheng Shu's second brother. I'm telling you, the Zheng family is not very friendly to foreigners anyway. Li Ziwan, seeing Tokugawa Jialan's embarrassed expression, it gave him a direction. The second child of the Zheng family? Okay. Chen Yunsong also knew this situation, and was obviously not optimistic about the effective communication between Tokugawa Jiren and the second child of the Zheng family. Li Ziwan said nonchalantly, let's give it a try. Anyway, this guy is thick-skinned, capable, and eloquent. Tokugawa Jiren didn't know whether Li Ziwan was belittling or praising him. Generally speaking, let's just take it as a compliment. You know best who you are. Mrs. Li, thank you, I will give it a try. This is a pearl from the East Daxia Sea. Tokugawa Kairan couldn't help but take out a crystal clear pearl from his arms, but suddenly saw Chen Yunsong was pouting hard at him. The puzzled Tokugawa Jiren followed the direction of Chen Yunsong's lips and found Yun Shanshan, who was staring at him closely. Suddenly, Tokugawa Iran felt a faint chill in his back, and some sweat broke out on his forehead. These are 2 pearls from the East Daxia Sea, please accept them. Chen Yunsong took it over, go away, don't come here again, you're annoying. Haha. I'll see you later, Yunsong-kun. Tokugawa Jiren strode out of the Chen mansion. The dividing line of all evil, 2 days later. Let me go, is Japan going to risk it all? Li Ziwan saw the headline in the Pearl Evening News delivered today, Japanese envoy Tokugawa Iran presents letter of surrender. Chen Yunsong said with a depressed look, Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk, well, you can also cause trouble. Yesterday brother Zheng gave me a scolding, complaining that I told Tokugawa Jiren about his situation, I took the blame for you. Hehe, just like Shan Shan said, I have already moved into the Chen mansion. How can I not pay a price? Give me the money quickly. Give me the money. My aunt, why are you going through all this trouble? Didn't I just give you 100,000 yuan a while ago? I want to expand the laboratory. I want to start the 2 research projects of generator and engine you mentioned at the same time. Li Ziwan said with high spirits, I hired professors from 3 universities including Pearl University with high salary. What if I don't pay you? Okay. Chen Yunsong scolded, starting 2 projects at the same time? Crazy. 1 is enough for you to study for 10 or 20 years. 2 delusions. Here, give. Okay. How can I get in trouble with you 2? 1 is always causing trouble, and the other is desperate for money. In the end, Chen Yunsong was defeated by the angry Li Ziwan. That's pretty much it. Li Ziwan said happily. Chen Yunsong warned, where is Shan Shan? Tell her that starting from today, she will take over Chen's company. No matter what I do, I want to see the money back. Otherwise, if you continue to study without restrictions, sooner or later the Chen family is going bankrupt. Also, it's okay to launch 2 projects at the same time, but within 5 years, I want to see your laboratory making money. You can't burn money. The consequences, you know. Li Ziwan thought for a while, 5 years, maybe 3 years is enough? You have a lot of benefits from Japan. Well, I would have forgotten if you didn't tell me. Let's see when Tokugawa Keirin will fulfill his promise. Chen Yunsong stopped thinking about this matter. By the way, where is Xiaoli? I didn't see her yesterday. Xiaoli? She is in love. Li Ziwan said quietly. In love? Chen Yunsong stared at Li Ziwan with big eyes. Really or not? Which warrior is so fierce? Is Wang Junli in love? This is a big deal. Who doesn't know that Wang Junli lives in the Chen mansion now? Although nothing has been expressed between the Chen mansion and Gao Li, outsiders have always believed that sooner or later, Wang Junli will be born as a member of the Chen family and die as a member of the Chen family. Chen family ghost. And that's the Chen family, one of the 4 families in the Jiangnan military region. Maybe the Chen family's tree is not big. But it is much more deeply rooted than the other 3 families. So who dares to mess with the Chen family? Tri-service headquarters people? Impossible, because the Tri-service headquarters has always been a rotation system, and each faction or family in the 6 military regions takes turns. For example, Chen Yunsong's grandfather Zhang was once one of the giants in the headquarters. Li Ziwan waved his hand. I don't know. Anyway, Shan Shan said she is in love. I am indeed in love, with another little girl. Yun Shan Shan walked over in a hurry and said with a smile. A little girl? Are you kidding me? That's right. Chen Yunsong, _ Chapter 40 The Murder Weapon, is a bit big. Chapter 40 The Murder Weapon, is a bit big. In a gorgeous mansion in Seoul Society Siridei. An old man with dark skin, dressed in a death-domineering outfit, with a long white mustache and a soul-cutting sword at his waist, said to the girl who was contacting white hits in the courtyard, You're Yuaki. Go there, the island of Tsushima in this world. Wearing black and white training clothes, with long flowing purple hair tied into a ponytail, Father, what did you just say? Go to Tsushima Island in the real world. Your cousin Shifunjin Torahi is missing. Shifunjin Jinjiu said. Shifunjai Yuan Kinku, a character made up by the village chief and has never appeared in anime or comics, is one of the great nobles in the Seoul Society. He is the 21st head of the Shifunjai Yuan family and is now the 2nd division of the Siridei. Captain of the team. Strong. Shifunjai Yuan Bo Xi? Who? Your cousin. I took care of you when I was a child. Shifunjai Yuan Jinjiu said with a somewhat scolding tone. Cousin. Someone gradually appeared in your Yuaki's mind, he. What's wrong? Missing, but I'm sure your cousin is alive. Go to Tsushima Island. Otherwise, your uncle will always annoy me. Saifanjai Yuan Jinjiu was also very irritated by Saifanjai Yuan Boxi's father. Why should I go? It shows that the family values it. If you really don't want to, just go through the motions. Saifanjai Yuan Jinjiu looked at the father and son with full contempt. Your Yuaki wiped his sweat with a towel. Just me. You can do whatever you want, anyone can do it. Well, alone. Your Yuaki thought for a while and said, I don't know what kind of research that guy Urahara is doing. Shifanjai Yuan Jinjiu looked at your Yuaki who was walking away, and couldn't help but sigh, epsilon equals omicron asterisk. Oh, really, the captain is going to exterminate the Quincy. In this war, even I feel that there is no return. I am still thinking about how to keep your Yuaki away from this war. Haha, Shifanjai Yuan Boxi. This time, I really thank you. The dividing line of all evils, Japan Tsushima Island. Tsushima Island has always been a battleground between Goryeo and Japan. Whoever controls this island is equivalent to controlling most of the sea power. It is a pity that in the thousands of years of back and forth competition between the two sides, Korea lost more and won less. In the end, Tsushima Island was occupied by Japan. So one depressing thing is that the person who is stationed on Tsushima to destroy hollows was a monk from Mount Kushitsu a few decades ago, and became the Shinigami of Seoul society a few decades later. About 200 or 300 years ago, as the Yuan dynasty was destroyed by a certain Zhu Bei of the Ming dynasty, Japan finally took complete control of Tsushima Island, and the Shinigami of the Seoul society were also stationed here to eliminate the void. Your Yuaki, who was dressed in a black death suit, came to a private house on Tsushima Island. He closed his eyes silently and carefully felt the spiritual pressure of Chiffon Boxi. Finally, a red thread flashed in front of your Yuaki. Afterwards, your Yuaki opened his beautiful eyes. Western. West, Celestial Empire. Your Yuaki's face became more solemn. It's not a nice place there. I don't want to go to Tianchao. Your Yuaki thought carefully and said, forget it, let's go. The dividing line between all evils, Celestial Dynasty Pearl Chen Mansion. Tokugawa Iran. W. Why are you here again? Didn't you Japan submit a letter of surrender? And regarding the agreement between you and me, I said that I would give it all to Shan Shan and Ziwan will deal with it. Don't look for me again. Chen Yunsong really wanted to beat Tokugawa Jiren with his sky burial tin staff. Haha, Yunsong-kun, I'm here to say goodbye this time. By the way, I hope to get some help from Yunsong-kun. Tokugawa Keiran said with a smile. Damn, what's the matter, tell me. The irritable Chen Yunsong pinched his forehead. There was a hint of golden light in Tokugawa Jiren's eyes. Don't worry, Yunsong-kun, I want to seek a general. Chen Yunsong, _ Looking for a general? With your small stature? Your eldest brother is a first-class fighter, your third brother is good at running the country, your fifth brother is supported by two big names, and your sixth brother is your father's current wife. The kid, what do you have? Tokugawa Jiren said, I have. Yunsong-kun. Go away. Laozi likes girls. When Tokugawa Iran was about to start talking nonsense, oh, Yunsong-kun, it's a metaphor. I can see that Yunsong-kun has a big plan. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Yunsong interrupted Tokugawa Keiran, and suddenly his expression became very exciting. Tokugawa Keiran, go back first. You know, this kind of thing needs to be discussed by the three of us. I have received your request. Tokugawa Jiren stood up with a smile and said, then, I will go back first and wait for the news from Yunsong-kun. Chen Yunsong looked at Tokugawa Jiren, you are becoming more and more like a Hyuxia. Tokugawa Jialan left, and Chen Yuzong also let out a sigh of relief and slumped down on the Taishi chair. Immediately afterwards, Chiffon Yuaki, who had been watching the show, jumped down from the roof and said to himself, Tokugawa Iran? The son of the living shogun. Yoriyuki is relatively clear about some of the current forces in Japan. The emperors continued, and the shogunate changed from generation to generation. However, according to the current trend of the world, it is estimated that the shogunate will disappear in the long river of history sooner or later, and will eventually follow the British constitutional monarchy, which is the best political system for Japan. Yoriyuki circled around the chair where Chen Yunsong was sitting. Chen Mansion, Chen Yunsong? It seems that he is also a powerful person. Yoriyuki waved in front of Chen Yunsong very naughtily. Did you disappear here? Yoriyuki followed Shifunji Yuanboxi's spiritual pressure all the way. After crossing the sea, he finally arrived at the Chen Mansion in Celestial Pearl City. Blood slowly flowed from one nostril of Chen Yunsong, and he said helplessly in Japanese, "Hey, can you stop shaking it? The murder weapon is a bit big." After Yoriyuki paused, he said to himself, "The flight time is too long. I have auditory hallucinations. I really need to practice hard." Tisk. Purple hair? You are Yoriyuki Shifunji Yuan, right? Chen Yunsong's eyes glad at Yoriyuki's weapon from time to time. Finally Yoriyuki reacted, looking at Chen Yunsong with horrified eyes, blushing, covering his chest, speaking incoherently, you can. Chen Yunsong smiled and said, "Are you surprised that I can see you?" Yoriyuki Shifunjian nodded crazily, with a panicked look, like a little girl. The character of Yoriyuki Shifunjian was very different from Chen Yunsong's impression, but think about it, the time now is the early 19th century. At least 200 years from the beginning of the 21st century when the plot begins. Chapter 0 Kizai, I just want to kill the gods? Wedge, I just want to kill the gods? Buddha? God? Oh yes, you are Shinigami? Haha, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. A young man with black hair and black eyes held a 3-foot cold edge in his hand, and on the blade where silver light suddenly appeared, drops of blood flowed down the tip of the sword and fell into the void. Standing opposite the young man with black hair and black eyes is a slim figure with outstanding appearance. At first glance, he has a standard oval face and pink and phoenix eyes. The golden waves on his head seemed to be able to arouse all kinds of desires in the young man with black hair and black eyes, and his big bright eyes were full of complex colors. There was a hint of command in the blonde woman's tone, "Give it to me and I can help you repair it. Come on, defeat me, you can say anything." The black-haired young man had a provocative look, and at the same time he swung the sword with his right hand, shaking off all the blood on it. Behind the black-haired young man, there were a lot of unknown people. The corpse of some kind of monster. The blonde woman who was probably called Shinigami by the black-haired young man was some kind of summoning object. The irritated blonde woman gritted her teeth, not knowing what to do next. Just now, he summoned several waves of monster armies from hell. After 3 strikes, 5 and 2, the black-haired man forced the monster army to leave the field by clearing the field. The blonde woman who lacked the supreme law, facing the black-haired young man opposite her, really didn't know how to defeat him. If there were a complete supreme law, the black-haired young man would have it at his fingertips. But what the blonde woman has to do now is to seize the other half of the supreme law from the black-haired young man. The black-haired young man sneered, "Aren't you Shinigami? Don't you represent death? Haha, why aren't you here? You." Faced with the black-haired youth's provocation, the blonde Shinigami almost fell for it. "Oh, I see. Shinigami-sama, you don't have the supreme law, do you?" The black-haired young man smiled, and a black energy ball appeared in the center of his palm, about the size of a table tennis ball, with several small golden spheres spinning around it. The blonde Shinigami saw the black ball surrounded by golden balls and stared with big eyes. "The supreme law." "Yes, the supreme law, don't you want it?" The black-haired young man's eyes were full of mockery, and he threw the supreme law into the hands of the blonde Shinigami, saying in a contemptuous tone, "Here you go, what you want." The blonde Shinigami doesn't care about anything and integrates this original supreme law into his body. Suddenly, black light bloomed, and the surrounding space seemed to be dark. There was only a blonde Shinigami in the center, flashing a not too dazzling golden light. It is indeed the supreme law. Haha, Miss Shinigami, you don't think you can beat me with the supreme law? The black-haired young man suddenly dodged and appeared behind the blonde Shinigami, blowing into her ear. The hair on the blonde Shinigami's hair exploded, and she quickly drove back more than 10 meters away. Around her, black magic circles unfolded one after another, and each one emerged from them. They were so ugly that they could not be described in words, so they could only bring them like this. Over-described monster. Not to mention hundreds of ugly monsters of various shapes, half surrounding the black-haired young man. Hey, this is what you want from the supreme law, and I'll give it to you. Isn't it a bit like repaying kindness with revenge? As he spoke, the black-haired young man once again left an afterimage in his place, appearing in front of the blonde Shinigami. Directly in front of. The frightened blonde Shinigami had not even taken a few steps back when his delicate body was directly wrapped and bound by a black and gold chain. God? Haha, the sarcastic voice of the black-haired young man fell into Shinigami's ears. The supreme law? Then, my lovely Lord Shinigami, what if you have the supreme law? This is composed of countless dead people. Can you break free from the chains of filth born of soul and blood? The angry eyes of the blonde Shinigami, with the sound of chains in the constant struggle, and the incompetent roar in the eyes of the black-haired young man, I am a god. Humble, ah. Ahem. The black-haired young man may know what it means to be compassionate and cherish the jade, but in front of Shinigami, the black-haired young man feels that he has shown the most kindness by not tearing Shinigami into pieces. A mere punch to her abdomen was just a side dish. Wow, it seems that Shinigami can also feel pain. The black-haired young man's disdainful expression suddenly turned a bit angry. Then what were you doing back then? My pain. Our pain. The pain of the world. A bit of blood flowed from the corner of the blonde Shinigami's mouth. He looked at the angry black-haired young man with a hint of schadenfreude. Only humble people pray to God for a world without pain. You don't think death is the best way to return to pain? Method. Yes, death, death. The black-haired young man said melancholy, with a calm expression, so, my lovely Shinigami, have you ever experienced death? There is no sense of the supreme law at all. Can you still live alone in the world? What does it have to do with you whether you can live alone? The supreme law, ugh. The chin of the blonde Shinigami was pinched and lifted by the black-haired young man. A certain dark gold color gradually flashed in the black-haired young man's eyes, since gods can also suffer, but they have never experienced the pain of countless creatures in the world want to try it. Behind the black-haired young man, 3 black golden energy balls slowly appeared. Each one was about the size of a football. They were like 3 deep whirlpools, capable of tearing apart all time, everything, and everything. This is. The blonde Shinigami looked at the 3 spheres, his pupils tightening. No way, how could you? No way. There's nothing you can't do, Shinigami-sama. Do you want to experience pain? No. No. Why? Wait, I don't want it. This time the blonde Shinigami seemed to behave exactly like all humble people. Why not? That was not what I did. It was the evil of spiritual thoughts. It was the evil of spiritual thoughts. I just forced myself in front of you, pretending. A pair. Pretending to be a superior god? The evil of divine thoughts? No wonder the aura is different from you. That's right, it's not me who is responsible for the evil of divine thoughts. Moreover, I don't know why all this happened. Don't know? Just want to dismiss it without knowing? Haha, after all. The evil of divine thoughts is also your masterpiece. I think I have enough reasons to let my lovely and beautiful Shinigami-sama experience real pain. Wait. What are you going to do? I'm Shinigami. I know you are a Shinigami, and I just want to kill gods. You. Don't, please, woo. My lovely Shinigami-sama, in the past you used thousands of living beings as your playthings. Now, are you willing to be my playthings? Haha. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 41 Achievement, Capturing a Wild Yoryuaki. Volume 2, The Sorrow of Annihilation. Chapter 41 Achievement, Capturing a Wild Yoryuaki. Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki was very surprised that Chen Yunsong could see himself. Who are you? The Za realm knows about it. I know. Yoryuaki nodded. Za realm and so on. Shifunjin Yoryuaki is not ignorant. Shinigami of Za realm. No, don't call me Shinigami, a practitioner or a Buddhist practitioner. Chen Yunsong corrected. Yoryuaki looked at Chen Yunsong, adjusted his death tyrant uniform, put on a boxing posture and said, "Come on. A Buddhist cultivator. What are you going to do?" Chen Yunsong looked at Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki's posture in surprise. "Let's fight. When you encounter an unknown enemy at this time, shouldn't you fight first?" Yoryuaki said in a cutesy tone. Why didn't Chen Yunsong realize that Yoryuaki Shifunjin, 200 years before the plot started, was so cute? Chen Yunsong covered his forehead and said, "Your name is Yoryuaki Shifunjin, and you come from the Siridii Shifunjin family in Seoul society." "That's right." Yoryuaki nodded, "Yes. My name is Chen Yunsong, from Za Realm, Southern Territory, Xiankong Temple. Do you understand?" Yoryuaki nodded, "I understand." "Okay, I know you, and you know me. Are you still fighting?" Yoryuaki nodded, "No fight." "Oh, it's so hard. Why are you Japanese people so verbose? Forget it about Tokugawa Iran, what about you again?" Yoryuaki nodded, "It's okay." Chen Yunsong complained helplessly, "If you answer me seriously like this, forget it." Yoryuaki said, "I still want to fight and meet someone from the Za realm for the first time." Chen Yunsong gestured like he was driving away flies, and said impatiently, "No fight, no fight. If you have something to say, go back to your soul society as soon as possible. Celestial Empire is within the jurisdiction of Za realm. Is not a place for you to stay. If you are seen by other people from the Za realm who are on a mission, it will be regarded as a provocation. Don't, hey." Yoryuaki Shifunji Yuan saw that Chen Yunsong was unwilling to take action, so he directly pulled out the soul-cutting sword from his waist and slashed at Chen Yunsong's chest. Suddenly, the Taishi chair that Chen Yunsong was sitting on was chopped in half by Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki. This was the first time she met someone from the Za realm. Other times she only heard mentions from elders or records in documents. But they only briefly talked about the divisions of this world, such as Za realm, Dead Soul realm, etc., and they didn't know anything else. Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki was excited to finally meet a person who came from a place where the mouths of the elders and the records of the documents came from. It's like a curious child discovering a new thing, a new toy. With the blow from the flying knife, Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki did not intend to cause fatal injuries to Chen Yunsong. At most, he was slashed in the chest. But seeing Chen Yunsong appearing behind the Taishi chair that was split in two, Yoryuaki understood that the opponent's shunpo was very powerful. Chen Yunsong looked at Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki with a gloomy expression. "Tisk. Little girl, you will be spanked if you disobey." "Really? Come here if you have the skills." Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki did not forget to compliment him. "Are you really from Za realm? Can you speak our language well?" "Little girl. In our territory, you have to speak our language." Chen Yunsong used Hyuxia this time. Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki tilted his little head and said, "You should speak in Japanese." Chen Yunsong chuckled, haha, along with a provocative international gesture. Obviously Yoryuaki didn't know what it meant. But Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki understood Chen Yunsong's come and fight expression. But he noticed that he didn't have any weapons like the zanzant in his hand, and said, "Where's your zanzant? Use white hits. Soul-cutting sword? Do you want to fight or not? Hit." Yoryuaki Shifunji Yuan quickly attacked. The wind was blowing under his feet, and there was an afterimage on the spot. He slashed with his sword and aimed at Chen Yunsong's face. But before she could make the cut, her feet seemed to have slipped, and her body fell forward. The wrist holding the knife seemed to be blocked by something, causing her soul-cutting sword to slip. When Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki came to his senses, he heard the sound of the soul-cutting sword dropping the blue stone, and he was hugged by Chen Yunsong like a princess. Chen Yunsong, on the other hand, squatted on the ground. "I'm still wondering if I should show mercy. I'd better show some mercy." The consequence of not pitying was that Sifeng Yuan Yoryuaki was knocked to the ground by Chen Yunsong, leaving him with a mouth full of mud. Yoryuaki, degree? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? You are Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki. You are in the Chen mansion. You provoked me, but I was able to subdue you with one move. What did you just use? Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki immediately stood up like a carp, broke away from Chen Yunsong's princess hug, and landed firmly on the ground, looking at Chen Yunsong with big curious eyes. At this moment, Chen Yunsong felt that his three views had collapsed. Yoryuaki Shifunji Yuan in the plot is not such a curious baby, and has the character of a cute little girl? That kind of queen? What about that kind of intellectual beauty? Come again. This time Yoryuaki ignored Chen Yunsong's irritated gaze, picked up the soul-cutting sword on the ground, put it away, and made a posture of "I'll come to white hits too." In the same flash, he punched Chen Yunsong. Chen Yunsong seemed to be tired of Yoryuaki Shifunji Yuan. The black golden rays of light shimmered in his hand, and the black golden spiritual power flashed all over his body. He released an energy beam, Zhangtian seal. Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki. Seeing this scene, she dodged to avoid the black gold power released by Chen Yunsong, but when Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki came back to her senses, she found that her surroundings, or it is said that this piece of heaven and earth is filled with rich black gold power. The sky turns into black gold, and the ground turns into black gold. What is this? Shifunji Yoryuaki was shocked. She was anxious and wanted to materialize the Soul's Anteing Sword and use her Soul's Anteing Sword's ability, but suddenly she found that something seemed to be stuck on her hands. Tie down. Two chains formed by black gold energy, one on the left and one on the right, lifted Yoryuaki's hands. The panicked Yoryuaki swung his arms, trying to break free, and used his spiritual pressure to break through. "Let go, drive me. Let you go." Chen Yunsong snorted coldly, "Let you go? Who will pay for my chair?" Taishi chair. Yoryuaki thought of the chair he had split into two before. The guy in front of him was angry because he broke a chair? Chen Yunsong said disdainfully, "Intermediate spiritual arts, equivalent to Shikai of the soul-cutting sword, intermediate and advanced spiritual arts, Zhangtianyan, seal. No. Oh, oh no. Chapter 42 Let's play. Chapter 42 Let's have fun." Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan, as well as Wang Junli, who was said to be in love with a woman, were all very curious. Who was the girl in front of her wearing a death tyrant costume? Her hands and feet were hung up by black and gold chains. On both sides, the word big appears, except that the horizontal lines of big are diagonally upward. 4 black gold chains appeared from the void formations in 4 directions. His eyes were horrified, and his mouth was blocked by a black and gold chain, unable to speak. Shifanjai Yuan Yuryuaki felt like a monkey in a zoo being watched by 3 people. And Chen Yunsong, the initiator of everything, was sitting very leisurely on another Taishi chair drinking tea. Who is she? Look, she's so scared that she's about to cry. Yun Shan stepped forward and pinched Yuryuaki's face, which was soft and soft. It's quite fun. She didn't pinch her face with much force. Playing with it easily. Li Ziwan pushed away Yun Shan, who was about to scare Shifanjai Yuan Yuryuaki to tears. Go, let's play. Untie her. No. Chen Yunsong rejected Li Ziwan's request without hesitation. Why? Wang Junli asked, suddenly seeing the broken Taishi chair next to Chen Yunsong. Okay. Yun Shan curled her lips, put her hands behind her hands, looked at her with pity, turned around and said in Kansai accent, regretfully, "Little girl, please wish for more blessings." Yes, wish yourself good luck. Li Ziwan spoke in a very standard Guangdong accent. Yuryuaki Shifanjai Yuan stared with big eyes, with a bit of fear. "With you." Yuryuaki Shifanjai Yuan twisted his body and struggled many times, trying to escape the chains, but to no avail. And I can't feel any spiritual pressure in my body. One of the things Chen Yunsong hates the most is you are not allowed to use force in Chen's mansion. You can use force, but you are not allowed to damage anything in Chen's mansion. For example, the last time Yun Shan came to Chen mansion for the first time, she had a battle with Li Ziwan and damaged a lot of things. Chen Yunsong sealed Yun Shan and imprisoned her in Chen's mansion after asking the Danish embassy to compensate her at the price. The Grand Master's chair is one of the oldest objects in the Chen mansion. It is said to have been passed down from the Yuan dynasty. It can only be said that Shifanjai Yuan Yuryuaki is unlucky. Li Ziwan and Yun Shan could tell that this female Shinigami seemed to want to fight with Chen Yunsong. She unintentionally split the Taishi chair in 2, which angered Chen Yunsong and locked her in the courtyard. Although Yuryuaki can only be seen by Chen Yunsong and 4 other people, the other servants and soldiers cannot see or touch him anyway. Who is she? Why did she come to Chen mansion? Li Ziwan asked. Shifanjin Yuryuaki, the purpose? Who knows? Before I say a few words, I will start a fight, and then as you can see. Shifanjai Yuan? The same family as Harawa last time. Yun Shan glanced at Shifanjai Yuan Yuryuaki. Sure enough, the nobles in Seoul society are all a bunch of idiots. Woohoo! Shifanjai Yuan Yuryuaki looked very angry. Hey, do you understand Hyuxia? Woo! Shifanjai Yuan Yuryuaki's rather arrogant and provocative eyes seemed to say, of course I can say nonsense. What are you going to do with her? Li Ziwan glanced at Li Ziwan, imprisoned in the Chen mansion. Hey? Why imprison her? Hang her for 3 days and 3 nights. Anyway, Shinigami doesn't eat or drink, so it won't matter if she doesn't die. Yuryuaki Shifanjin made a silent protest with hanging for 3 days and 3 nights? Whether he can survive is 2 different things. Physiology and body can naturally survive, but the spirit and soul are absolutely. It was an all-round crushing blow. Wang Junli looked at Yuryuaki Shifanjai Yuan with pity. Let's try another method. For 3 days and 3 nights, this girl has no face to see anyone. Chen Yunsong turned to Yun Shan and Li Ziwan and asked for their opinions. Li Ziwan said, "Be a servant." Yun Shan seemed to have remembered something, suddenly stood up, and said excitedly, "Wait for me." After saying that, Yun Shan quickly moved out of the room, and within a minute, she came back quickly, still holding the hand. A small white baggage. After opening it, it turned out to be a very standard European-style maid outfit. Chen Yunsong seemed to be more excited than Yun Shan when seeing the maid outfit. Shan. Put it on and see. Yun Shan, star. Dan. Li Ziwan scolded, You Take it off quickly. The cleaner you can take it off, the better. I still have to wear it. Wang Junli and Si Feng Yuan Yuruaki and Yun Shan Shan, _ Chen Yunsong looked like a child. Okay. You're so big. Yun Shan Shan punched Chen Yunsong in the head. Oops. One of Chen Yunsong's eyes was honored to become a panda eye. Chapter 43 Is the Soul King of Soul Society a traitor to Za Realm? Chapter 43 The Soul King of Soul Society is a traitor to Za Realm? Next to Chen Yunsong stood Yuruaki Shifanjiyuan in a maid outfit. I wonder if she was too ambitious, but she adapted to her role very quickly. What is very miraculous is that in just 3 days, he became the leader of all the maids, old ladies, cooks and others in Chen's house. It's very outrageous. It may be that these maids, old ladies, cooks, etc. saw that Shifanjiyuan Yuruaki is a person who specializes in serving. Li Ziwan and Yun Shan Shan, and can reach heaven to listen, so they regarded her as head. It can be said that Yuruaki Shifanjiyuan's fate was relatively miserable, because Chen Yunsong forcefully kept a small Taishi chair in the Chen mansion and asked him to wear the maid uniform brought by Yun Shan Shan every day. As for when he released Yuruaki Shifanjiyuan, it depends on your mood. However, Chen Yunsong always felt that Shifanjiyuan Yuruaki seemed to have a sense of staying and not wanting to leave. Especially when I realized that in Chen's mansion, 2 people were from the Za realm, one was from the Evil King realm, and the other was a combination of Su and Ren. Yuruaki's curious baby character plays out to the extreme and vows to explore the secrets of several people. They are practitioners after all, so Chen Yunsong and others will also have various trainings in their daily lives. Through these daily lives, things from the Za realm and the Evil King realm constantly refresh the acid jar of Shifanjin Yuruaki. For example, now, for the first time, she knows that the power of the Quincy is called Annihilation Spiritual Technique in the Za realm or the Evil King realm. Annihilation Spiritual Art? Quincy is classified as kid. No, it is classified as a type of spiritual art. Chen Yunsong looked at Yuruaki's big beautiful eyes, full of curiosity. He also had some strange addiction to being a teacher and said, annihilation of spiritual arts is a major item in spiritual arts. Elemental arts, summoning, rule, sealing, annihilation, soul, etc. The divisions of spiritual arts are very large and complicated. For example, I can use summoning and sealing spiritual arts. Chen Yunsong continued to explain, however, the annihilation spiritual technique has a huge flaw, which is the destruction of the soul. The virtual thing is still the soul in essence. This type of spiritual technique is named annihilation, which means annihilation of the soul, with multiple words. It is very unfavorable to the natural reincarnation of the soul, so few people in Za realm and Evil King realm are suitable for using annihilation spiritual techniques. However, more than 199% of people have about 2 categories. Adaptability of spiritual arts. Yun Shan Shan explained, is it strange? Annihilation type spiritual arts? I can use a small basic annihilation-like spiritual technique. As she spoke, black gold spiritual power emerged from Yun Shanshan's hands, gradually forming the shape of a bow and arrow, and said, Elementary Annihilation Spiritual Art Gongzang. It took a long time to learn this. Li Ziwan said with some confusion and disdain, aren't you majoring in elemental dark elements and some rule-based spiritual arts? When will you still use annihilation arts? A&D. Who will you shoot with your little broken bow and arrow? Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk. Well, I was young and ignorant back then. When I came into contact with spiritual arts for the first time, this was the first spiritual technique I came into contact with. I didn't know about the adaptability of spiritual arts, so I had to learn, and it took me a year to learn it. Yun Shan Shan put away the black bow and arrow in her hand. Shifanjin Yuruaki raised his own question, no, since the Quincy's ability is called Annihilation Spiritual Technique, why do they rely on blood inheritance? Li Ziwan said with a smile, this is called the blood factor. A certain figure called the Spirit King imprinted the spirit-like annihilation technique into the blood and passed it down from generation to generation. Spirit King. Shifanjai Yuan Yuaki covered his red lips. Yes, the Spirit King. He is the originator of all Quincy. Once, haha, it was Za realm. Li Ziwan snorted coldly, he was a traitor to Za realm. Shifon Yuaki looked at Li Ziwan at a loss this time, the Soul King of Soul Society is the traitor of Za realm. Yun Shan on the side also sneered, Ziwan, pay attention, the Spirit King is not only found in the Soul Society, but also in the Dead Soul world. Moreover, the Soul King of the Dead Soul world is also a traitor to our evil King realm. Li Ziwan said, Spirit King. After the Second World Destruction, he was once a genius disciple of Zhao Valley. Unfortunately, he practiced annihilation magic and used it excessively. Originally, Zhao Valley wanted to clean up the family, but in the end he came to his senses, and the head of Zhao Valley at the time was soft-hearted, so he finally let him go. Chen Yunsong said, wow, this is the first time I heard this, but what is the Second World Destruction? Yun Shan and Li Ziwan looked at each other and smiled, guess. The dividing line of all evils, Japan. Karakura Town. Karakura Town in Japan is a small town about a few hundred kilometers away from Tokyo. In the plot, this is the place where the Arrancar battle takes place in the anime, and it is also the hometown of the protagonist group. But now, this place has still become a focus unknown to people in the world. In the void, between black and white, swords are shining, and blood is dripping. This is a battle between Shinigami and the Quincy. Quincy is obsessed with completely annihilating souls. According to Soul Society, it will destroy the balance of souls between the present world, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo. According to Zhao Kai, it is not conducive to the reincarnation of the soul. Neither Quincy nor annihilation spells are dissolved in Soul Society and Za realm. Therefore, Captain Yamamoto of Soul Society decided to exterminate the Quincy. The location of this battle is surprisingly the hometown of the protagonists 200 years later, Karakura Town. A desperate fight began between the Shinigami team of 1,000 people and the Quincy team of 700 to 800 people. Are Quincy strong? Very strong, but the Quincy at this time lacks the same powerful combat power as Captain Yamamoto of Shinigami. At least 4 or 5 Quincy who were as powerful as the captain died in the hands of Captain Yamamoto. Brother! I will cut off the queen. Take the remaining clan members and leave quickly. Where can we go? Shinigami, they are going to exterminate us. Go, yes, you can go, to Daxia. That's right. Brother. Go to Daxia. Go to heaven. Yes. Celestial Dynasty. Big brother. Go quickly. All Quincy over 40 years old obey the order. Follow me to stop Shinigami. Others. Run towards the west and follow Big Brother. Quickly. With an order, dozens of old and powerful Quincy formed a wall to block the Shinigami. Captain Yamamoto seemed to be aware of the intention of these Quincy and shouted, "Stop them from escaping westward." Once again, between Shinigami and Quincy. Chapter 44. Could it be Soul Society invading Za realm? Chapter 44. Could it be Soul Society invading Za realm? Ever since Yun Shanshan came to Mingzhou University, Mingzhou City seemed to have become the safest city in the entire empire overnight. People in the Chen family rarely saw the existence of Kuoksu. In other words, the moment Su appears, he will be immediately detected and killed by practitioners, and the danger will be eliminated immediately. The Chen Mansion seems to have become the center of the entire Pearl City. What outsiders don't know is that in an extremely remote courtyard here, there live 3 people whose strength is equivalent to the captain level of Soul Society. Usually, Li Ziwan, Yun Shan Shan, or Wang Junli take turns cleaning the small courtyard here. After Yuryuaki became a maid, one of her most important jobs was to clean the courtyard. There are just 3 blue-tiled houses with a small courtyard in the middle. There are 2 trees in the middle, one is a jujube tree and the other is a jujube tree. Under the date tree is a white jade table with 3 white jade stone chairs. Shifunjai Yuan, what Yuryuaki has to do is clean the courtyard every day, but other than that, there is nothing else. Today, when Yuryuaki walked into this unknown courtyard happily holding a broom and humming a tune, the scene in front of him made Yuryuaki quite uncomfortable with the scene in front of him. There were 3 people sitting on the 3 stone chairs in the center of the courtyard. Sitting on the west side was a tall, muscular middle-aged man, at least over 2 meters tall, with his upper body naked and angular muscles. A brown and thick beard sprouted, but the hair was sparse, much bald compared to the beard. A cross-shoulder belt made of unknown brown leather showed the wildness and roughness of this middle-aged man. Sitting on the stone chair on the south side is a bald man, wearing a red gold silk cassock. A string of Buddhist beads is around the monk's neck, but Shifunjai Yuan Yuryuaki always feels that this monk's temperament. Compared with the big man on the west side? Are they both barbaric types? On the stone chair on the east side is a woman with a delicate appearance and delicate facial features, wearing a green tang skirt and short light blue hair. Shifunjai Yuan Yuryuaki always feels that this woman is somewhat similar to Li Ziwan. But he can't tell where. The woman is in sharp contrast with the monk on the south side and the big man on the west side, the contrast between beauty and beast. The arrival of Shifunjai Yuan Yuryuaki attracted the attention of 3 people in the courtyard. The woman on the east side said with a gentle smile, "Little girl from Soul Society, come here quickly." The big-hearted Yuryuaki rushed to the woman's side. "Who are you?" "My name is Chen Feng, and I am Ziwan's second aunt." "Little girl, what about you? Why are people from the Soul Society here?" "Me? Shifunjai Yuan Yuryuaki. Why are you here?" "It's very complicated. I can't explain it. Anyway, I was detained by the master." "Ba, Chen Yun Song." Shifunjai Yuan Yuryuaki almost said it right. Yuryuaki? A noble from Soul Society? What happened to you in Soul Society?" Tianhong frowned. "Soul Society? I don't know. Nothing happened when I came here." Shifunjai Yuan Yuryuaki didn't know why. He tried his best to think about the recent major events in Soul Society. "Impossible." The big man sitting on the west side said bluntly in broken Hyuxia, "Dongfeng. A group of people are coming." Shifunjai Yuan Yuryuaki looked at the big man, tilted his little head, and suddenly felt something. He suddenly got behind Chen Feng, showing a scared look, and said softly, I don't know." "Moko. It seems like she really doesn't know anything." Chen Feng comforted her. "Moko, who was born in the second demon realm of the evil king realm, and whose strength is at the peak of the mid-Che Yuan realm, came to Mingzi city to protect Shanshan Yun Shagat, Abbot Tianjing, who was born in the Zhao realm, Southern Territory, and Xiankong Temple, whose strength is in the late Chao Yuan realm, came to Mingzi city to protect Chen Yun Song. Chen Feng, who was born in Zhao realm, Eastern region, Juxia Mountain, whose strength is at the peak of the late Chao Yuan realm, is the strongest among the 3, and is Li Ziwan's second aunt. She also came to protect Li Ziwan. Mingzi city has 3 powerful men from the Yuan realm who are stationed there, so it has naturally become one of the safest places in the entire celestial dynasty. Nothing could escape a thought or even a finger from the 3 of them. 2 or 3 hours ago, the 3 of them noticed at the same time that in the east, there were a large number of people with varying strengths and spiritual power, Ryotsu, moving at full speed in the direction of Pearl City. The dividing line between all evils. At the same time, Chen in the mansion hall. Chen Yunsong put down the Pearl Evening News in his hand. The headline on it was "The Expeditionary Force of the Jiangnan Military Region is about to return." Wang Junli looked at Chen Yunsong strangely. What's wrong? Do you feel it? Use your mental power to feel it. Chen Yunsong said. Wang Junli nodded. Intermediate spiritual skills, thought control, reconnaissance. Spiritual power that others could not see spread out like ripples in the water. About a few minutes later, Wang Junli suddenly opened her eyes. What the hell? Are you aware of it? Chen Yunsong asked. Wang Junli was a little frightened. A lot of, I don't know what, practitioners? People who are similar to practitioners, and whose spiritual power is different from you and me, are moving here. Chen Yunsong stood up and said, notify people, go find Xi Yuan and Shan Shan, ask them to come back, and then, go. Find someone. The dividing line between all evils. Is this the soul power fluctuation of your old disciple, half-son of Zhao Kai? Moko was surprised by the ripples of mental power that appeared around him. Master Tianhong nodded and smiled. Yes, there is progress. It seems that the two little guys have felt it. Chen Fang said, they should be here. At the entrance of the small courtyard, Chen Yunsong was followed by Wang Junli. Seeing the three of them gathering together, he knew that they must have noticed something weird coming from the east. Yuryuaki, what's wrong with you, Soul Society? Chen Yunsong saw Yuryuaki hiding behind Chen Fang. I don't know. Shifanjai Yuan Yuryuaki was about to cry. Moko did the same, and Chen Yunsong did the same. She really didn't know what happened to the east. What happened in the Soul Society? Go over and have a look. Moko suggested. Isn't it Soul Society invading Za Realm? Or Celestial Empire? Master Tianjing and Chen Fang, _. Haha, Moko smiled awkwardly. Chen Fang said in a contemptuous tone, Soul Society invades Za Realm? Is it because Soul Society's old Yamamoto has a funny mind? Or are the idiots from the four major families thinking they are too stupid? Sifanjai Yuan Yuryuaki quietly left Chen Fang and hid behind Chen Yunsong. Chapter 45 Either die, or. Chapter 45 Either die, or. Facing the sea, the spring is warm and the flowers are blooming. But now Mok, Master Tianhong, and Chen Fang are waiting in formation, quietly waiting for the arrival of the unknown person with spiritual power, Ryatsu, from the east. Behind the three of them were Chen Yunsong, Li Ziwan, Yun Shanshan, Wang Junli, and Yuryuaki Shifanjai Yuan. What's interesting is that Yuryuaki Shifanjai Yuan gave up his death costume and put on a standard black tang skirt. There is no need for others. If even Moko and the other three people cannot stop the intruders, then they can only invite people from the Juding realm above the Chao Yuan realm. Here we come. Master Tianhong, who had been chanting sutras, opened his eyes, and a sharp white light flashed. The three of them saw a group of people wearing white clothes on the opposite side. Some of them had patches of blood on their bodies, and some of them were carried or held by others. They were flying towards the three of them as if they were running for their lives. Mok on the left and Chen Fang on the right glanced at Master Tianhong, making him a little confused. Okay. Master Tianhong took a helpless step forward, formed a formation with his hands, and white spiritual power with a little bit of gold poured out crazily. Advanced spiritual technique Tian Luo Hai Ding. Li Ziwan is very familiar with Tian Lahai. This is the spell Li Yuanxiang used when he fought Yamamoto from Soul Society 100 years ago. However, when used in the Juding realm, it was a forbidden spell level, and when it came to Master Tianhong, it became an advanced spiritual skill. In the void in front of Master Tianhong, an endless pool of water suddenly appeared. Those people in white clothes on the opposite side seemed to have something stuck under their feet, slowing down their flying speed. One of Tian Lahai's branch spiritual arts increases the viscosity of water, and ultimately acts like glue, blocking these people in white. What? The leader in white clothes felt quite panicked when he saw the figure appearing on the opposite side. The level of spiritual pressure seemed to be equal to that of a captain, and he was also an extremely powerful captain. Currently, he is the only one who can compete head-on with the captain position. Ishida Yuzuru is the leader of this remaining Quincy team of less than 100 people. Who are you? Master Tianhong, with Mok on his left and Chen Fang on his right, followed by Chen Yunsong and others, slowly landed from the sky in front of Ishida Yuzuru and a group of others. Quincy. Chiffon Yoryuaki recognized what these people were at a glance. Oh! The legendary Quincy in Soul Society. Chen Fang suddenly became interested. There are two major forces against Hollows in Soul Society, one is Shinigami and the other is Quincy. The people who usually deal with Za Realm are Shinigami. People in Za Realm have rarely seen creatures like Quincy. Ishida Yuzuru looked at the few people in front of him. They obviously did not look like Shinigami who was born in Soul Society, so he remembered a certain legend. In the distant heaven, there is a world similar to Soul Society, called Zhang King Realm. So these people. What does it mean for the Quincy from Soul Society to come to Za Realm? Master Tianhong asked with dignity. It is generally believed in the modern world that the Japanese region is the Soul Society, and the East except Japan belongs to the Za Realm. Ishida Yuzuru was depressed, and very depressed, because he couldn't speak Hyuxia. He said in Japanese, we are the annihilation from Soul Society division. Chen Yunsong poked Yoryuaki Shifunjayuan and gave her a look that said, I'm going to be a translator. Shifunjayuan Yoryuaki was helplessly pushed out by Chen Yunsong and repeated Ishida Yuzuru's words in Hyuxia. Master Tianhong looked at Shifunjin Yoryuaki. Ever since he felt the Zhang Tianyan in her body, Master Tianhong treated her like he treated Wang Junli, and asked softly, ask him, why did he come to Za Realm? What does it mean? 4. After Yoryuaki translated, Ishida explained, being hunted by the Shinigami of Soul Society. In about 5 minutes, the three masters of Tianhong finally understood the situation of Ishida Yuzuru. They were chased by the Shinigami of Soul Society, and they escaped to the Celestial Dynasty. Suddenly Master Tianhong, Chen Fang, and Mok became vigilant again. To the east, a group of Shinigami dressed in Black Death assault uniforms, like ghosts, rushed towards them. Advanced spiritual technique Fine Ice appear. Chen Fang suddenly took action. Based on the Tianlahe summoned by Master Tianhong, behind a group of Quincy, light blue ice walls hundreds of meters suddenly appeared. To separate a bunch of Quincy from a bunch of Shinigami. Chen Fang and Master Tianhong appeared indifferently in front of the group of Shinigami, step forward and die. The powerful burst of spiritual pressure, the tyrannical strength of the late Chao Yuan realm, far surpasses the three leaders of Shinigami, Kokaki Jinling, Kiganjo Kenpeki, and Kirako Shunsui in floral clothes. The leader, Kirako Shunsui, rarely showed a serious expression, people from Za realm. You, wait for me. Chen Fang and Master Tianhong flew too fast, leaving Yoryuaki Shifunjayuan behind. When Chiffon Yoryuaki appeared next to them, Kirako Shunsui and Kokaki Jinling were stunned. Kokaki Jinling said in surprise, Yoryuaki. Uncle Kokaki. Shifunjayuan Yoryuaki didn't expect the three captains to come, and she knew two of them. Chiffon Yoryuaki. Kirako Shunsui's expression eased slightly. Although she didn't know why she appeared next to people from the Za realm, at least she had a certain basis for communication. Captain of the Kai Band. Yoryuaki, tell them that we are only here to hunt down the traitors in Soul Society and have no intention of going against Zhao Society. But, the Soul King of Soul Society made an agreement with Za realm back then. No one from Soul Society can step into Za realm. At this moment, Chen Yunsong appeared in Tianhong in front of the master, Chen Fang, and Shifunjayuan Yoryuaki. He said to Kirako Shunsui in Japanese. Yunsong. Yoryuaki Shifunjayuan wanted to say something, but was frightened back by Chen Yunsong's eyes. Soul Society? You have crossed the line. Li Ziwan appeared on Chen Yunsong's right side. I'm just here to watch the excitement, you can do whatever you want. Yun Shanshan appeared on the left side of Chen Yunsong, with Wang Junli half a step behind her, and Mok 1 step behind her. How does King Realm deal with Soul Society? Kirako Shunsui, Kukaki Jinling. Jingraku Shunshui did not dare to act rashly. Even though the strength of these three people may not be the highest, but they can stand in front of three Chao Yuan realm powerhouses and prove their identities. Who are you? Jingraku Shunshui also said. It can be regarded as the level of understanding the Zhao realm or the evil king realm. Then it is obvious that these three people are definitely the descendants or direct disciples of masters in the Juding realm, which means that they have strong capital to compete with old man Yamamoto in the near future. Jingraku Shunsui. Either take your people back or die here. Choose one. Chapter 46 Buddha said, you have to vomit 2 mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 46 Buddha said, you have to vomit 2 mouthfuls of blood. Zhao realm or evil king realm also has the class nature of soul society. The class nature here is very strange. The most basic thing is that strength is respected. The strongest one can get the best respect, that is, the king of the kingdom. Secondly, there are the king's heirs, who can be regarded as people of the royal family, and their status is naturally more noble than the king's heirs, who are more powerful civil and military ministers. Even though today's modern Daxia is an open society, implements the XX system, and abandoned the 2 big mountains of bureaucracy and feudalism a few decades ago, some residual concepts, systems, customs, etc. are still retained in the modern Daxia and Tibet. King realm, to give the simplest example, is the system of monogamy and polyconcubine. Although the current celestial dynasty is vigorously improving the feudal dross of the past, it is still effective. For example, Chen Luosheng, Chen Jiangguo, and Chen Yunsh's grandson 3rd generation are all monogamous, but this bad habit still exists in many places. So let alone talk about Zhao realm, which was originally much more closed than reality. Yun Shanshan is the princess in the 2nd demon realm, Li Ziwan is the princess in Juxia mountain, and Chen Yunsong is the prince in Xiankong temple. Mok, Chen Feng, and Master Tianhong are the civil and military ministers belonging to their respective kingdoms, people who assist the king or the future king, queen. The 3 Moko characters are dominated by their respective princes, princesses, while Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan are dominated by Chen Yunsong. It cannot be said that Chen Yunsong is one word on the current situation. As long as Master Tianhong and Chen Feng subjectively believe that Chen Yunsong did not say anything wrong or too outrageous, they do not mind that Chen Yunsong directly communicates with Soul Society. People call the shots. Moreover, Chen Yunsong is surrounded by a faint black gold light, especially Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan beside him, who can see clearly. The inexplicable momentum shocked Jingraku Shunsui inexplicably. Kiriko Shunsui knew that there was no such thing as the 4 nobles in the Zhao world. In Soul Society, nobles are noble people, which does not mean that there are no noble people in Zhao realm. According to Jing Liakun's judgment, the young man he was talking to, plus the women on both sides, were in the same situation as the 4 nobles in Soul Society, or even worse. Anyway, the nobles of Soul Society, in the eyes of the real noble people of Zhao realm, maybe, just like chiffon Yuryuaki's maid outfit. Of course Kirako Shunsui doesn't know about Yuryuaki's maid outfit. Chen Yunsong looked at Jingle Chun Shui coldly, either take your people back, or die here. Second warning. This time Chen Yunsong spoke in Hyuxia, which made Jingle Chun Shui confused. Fortunately, he could still speak Hyuxia and said with a smile, this, young master, the Quincy also belong to the Soul Society. Aren't you going to expel them? Chen Yunsong smiled contemptuously, Quincy? Haha, they are my prisoners. Are they trapped even if you don't see them? Jingraku Shunshui had long noticed that behind Chen Yunsong, the group of Quincy people were struggling on a pool of unknown liquid. The more they struggled, the stronger they seemed to be, and there was a circle around the unknown liquid. An ice wall several meters high. Aware of the strength of those who released the two great spiritual arts, Kurako Shunsui did not think that Ishida Yuzuru and others could break through the blockade of unknown liquid and ice walls. Baga! Kigenjo Kenpeki couldn't stand this kind of scene, so he yelled angrily, "You!" Buddha said, "You want to vomit blood." Suddenly, a strong wave of spiritual power was released from Master Tianhong's body, covering Kenpeki Yanjo. He was defeated by Kenpeki Zaraki. One generation Kenpeki, heart. Kokaki Jinling and Kurako Shunsui were about to stop this spiritual power from moving when they saw Kenpeki Kigenjo having an inexplicable stomachache. What? Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Kiyogashiro Kenpeki's mouth. Kurako Shunsui was shocked. What ability? Kokaki Jinling immediately stepped forward to support Kigenjo Kenpeki. Chen Yunsong snorted coldly, "Are you a fool? Do you think we will say it? What's the benefit of saying it? Let you know us better. The unknown is always the scariest thing." Therefore, Chen Yunsong didn't understand why every time after a battle, he had to explain his various weird abilities or tricks to the enemy. But this seems to be only due to the art form issue. As an anime or manga, you don't think about novels or dramas. You can add narration to explain some strange plots. If this book were a comic, it is estimated that the village chief would have chosen Chen Yunsong or Master Tianhong to tell why Kenpeki Kigenjo vomited blood after the Buddha said, "You want to vomit blood just now." But this book is a book and can be explained by narration. Master Tianhong mastered the advanced spiritual art of speaking and incantation, Buddha said. The effect is that as you speak, Master Tianhong can designate any target and complete the designated task. For example, he assigned Kigenjo Kenpeki to vomit blood as his assigned task. Generally speaking, there is a common problem with spell-like spiritual arts. The greater the difference in strength between the opponent and the opponent, the easier, difficult, it is to designate the opponent to complete the designated task, and the simpler the assigned task, the easier it is to complete. For example, if Master Tianhong said, "Buddha said, you are vomiting blood because your heart is damaged," Kigenjo Kenpeki might not vomit blood. The simple words "you are vomiting blood" are very simple, but they can make him vomiting blood. Master Tianhong is in the late stage of Chao Yuan realm. In Soul Society, this is the strength of the legendary Team Zero. Kenpeki Kiyanjo is only a mere entry into Chao Yuan realm. There is an insurmountable gap between Master Tianhong and Master Tianhong. Of the gap, Buddha said, "You still. That's enough." Kokaki Yinling angrily interrupted Master Tianhong's curse. Immediately, Master Tianhong changed the designated person from Kigenjo Kenpeki to Kokaki Jinling. Buddha said, "You will also vomit blood." Kokaki Gingling pulled out the soul-cutting sword in panic. Just when he was about to shikai, a mouthful of blood spurted out from the air. Pft! Cough cough. The flower wind is turbulent, the flower god is crying. When Jinraku Shunsui started to shikai the soul-cutting sword, Master Tianhong took action again. Buddha said, "You have to vomit 2 mouthfuls of blood." The powerful spiritual power rested on Kiryu Shunsui, and he suddenly felt like a signal tower receiving signals. The chanting in his mouth was interrupted by 2 mouthfuls of blood spitting out of his own mouth. The flower wind is chaotic, the flower god is crying, the sky wind is chaotic, the devil. So Jinraku Shunsui chose to sing quickly again. Buddha said, "Your voice is hoarse." God. Demon. Kiryu Shunsui found that his voice was really hoarse and speechless. Heaven. Let's go. Kokaki Jinling stood in front of Kurako Shunsui. Let's go. Everyone in Za realm, excuse me. Chapter 47 Quincy, Conquers the Void? Chapter 47 The Quincy, Conquers the Void? In the square in front of the main hall of Za realm, Eastern region, and Mount Kyoxia. So, these more than 100 people are the Quincy of Soul Society. Li Yuanxiang looked at the more than 100 people with an unkind expression. They were all wearing white clothes, including men, women, old and young, but old. It seems that there is only one Yuzuru Ishida. The rest are almost all under 30 years old. Before being exterminated by the Soul Society, the elders of the Quincy tried their best to keep the young people alive. Li Yuanxiang still admired the courage of this group of Quincy. In the last Void War, Master Sky Burial blocked the attacks of several high-level voids in the Chao Yuan realm, thus protecting the young and powerful forces in the 5 realms of Zhao. Facts have proved that this group of talented people is very powerful, such as Li Yuanxiang of Juxia Mountain and the head of the Genji sect in the North Territory. Chen Yunsong explained, Quincies are born with the bloodline of annihilating spirits. Don't you think that incorporating them into the next team to conquer the void will have unexpected effects? That's right, this is Chen Yunsong's purpose of protecting this group of Quincy from the Soul Society. Annihilation of spiritual beings is essentially the complete annihilation of souls. In the eyes of Soul Society, annihilating the soul will affect the balance of spiritual power in Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the present world. The Zhao realm doesn't care about this. Soul Society cares because Soul Society has a small territory and low spiritual energy density. Zhao realm has a large territory, and relying on the reincarnation of souls, it can continuously replenish spiritual energy for Zhao realm. To be precise, annihilation spells cannot be used on intermediate level voids and below. After the soul is annihilated, it will have a great impact on reincarnation, thus affecting the density of spiritual power. But there is a prerequisite for intermediate virtual and below. High-level virtuality and super high-level virtuality are not included in this category. Completely annihilating their souls can effectively prevent most high-level and super high-level virtual beings from resurrecting from the dead. To put it simply, the annihilation of spiritual beings, or Quincy, has an unexpected effect on the void in Chao Yuan realm and Juding realm. But it cannot be used on Su who is under the Chao Yuan realm, otherwise it will cause big trouble. Li Yuanxiang's eyes lit up when he heard Chen Yunsong's explanation. Li Yuanxiang once saw with his own eyes that after the Sky Burial Master and many high-level hollows died, 2 high-level hollows actually resurrected from the dead. Fortunately, the strength of the 2 high-level virtual beings dropped to the intermediate level. Combined with the current strength of many people, they were dealt with in 2 or 3 times. There are only 2 reasons for resurrection from the dead. First, the soul is not completely annihilated. In the Zhao realm or the soul realm, the body that exists is a false body based on the soul and supported by aura, spirit. After the death of the false body in the soul world, the person is really dead, that is, self-awareness, thoughts, etc. all disappear. The soul will participate in reincarnation again after a long period of reincarnation. However, if the fake body dies, it does not mean that the soul will also die. Therefore, the second reason is that before self-awareness and thoughts dissipate, some weird spiritual techniques based on the soul are needed to resurrect oneself. Many records of battles in the void show that about 1/2 of 10 high-level and super high-level voids have such abilities. The last battle in the void. What Li Yuanxiang still remembers most is the super high-level void that calls himself Pluton. He said helplessly, Juxia Mountain, the Genji sect and the Zhao Valley in the central region, you know the reason why the 3 masters collectively fell. Of course, that's why I had the idea of accepting the Quincy. Chen Yunsong smiled. Pluton, the main target of the last battle against the void, has some kind of ability to resurrect from the dead. The first time he died was that the head of Juxia Mountain died with him, the second time was when the head of Genji sect died in Tianjing, which is now the Hanging Temple. With the cooperation of the master, he sacrificed his own life and severely damaged Pluton's soul. After Pluton came back to life for the 3rd time, everyone realized that if Pluton's soul was not completely wiped out, he would still be resurrected, so the Zhao Valleys with the cooperation of Shi Lingshan, the leader finally gave Pluton a final blow and eliminated Pluton. However, the price was that the leader of Zhao Valley was seriously injured and died. The abbot of Shilingshan was luckier and was rescued after being seriously injured. When he came back, his level also dropped from the intermediate level of the Juding realm to the elementary level. It took several hundred years to relax before he regained his strength. The spirit-like annihilation technique may not be used in normal times, but it is of great use in conquering the void. Then a problem also arises. Zhao realm itself has regulations that those below the intermediate level are prohibited from using annihilation spirit-like techniques. This is one of the reasons why there are not many users of annihilation spirit-like techniques in Zhao realm. Secondly, there are too few practitioners who have the adaptability of annihilation spirituality. If there are 1,000 people who can use elemental spirituality, then the number of users of annihilation spirituality is only 1 in 1,000. This leads to the fact that in the Zhao realm, there are very few strong men in Chao Yuan realm and Juding realm who can use the spirit-like annihilation technique. Otherwise, it would not be so troublesome to conquer the void again and again. For example, in the last battle against the void, the heads of the 3 great sects of the Zhao realm collectively fell. This is not uncommon in the wars against the void in the past. Li Yuanxiang said, the Quincy of Japan. The Soul Society is too comfortable, which makes them not realize the true value of the Quincy. I believe that among these more than 100 people, there will be a genius appears. Is your name Ishida Yuzuru? Ishida Yuzuru, who was standing below, was stunned. When she saw Li Yuanxiang speaking, she thought he was talking to Chen Yunsong. Chen Yunsong explained for Li Yuanxiang, forgot to mention, he doesn't know Huxia. Yoryuaki. Shifanjai Yuan Yoryuaki was still wearing a black tang skirt, with a somewhat aggrieved expression of I feel pity for you, bowed to Li Yuanxiang and repeated Li Yuanxiang's words in Japanese. Shifanjai Yuan Yoryuaki seems to have become a full-time translator. Chen Yunsong, Li Ziwan, and Yun Shanshan can obviously speak Japanese, so why does she have to be the translator? Then Ishida Yuzuru respectfully bowed 90 degrees to Li Yuanxiang and said, Hi. After the introduction of Shifon Yoryuaki, Ishida Yuzuru knew who the middle-aged man in front of him was. He was the controller of the eastern region of Zhao realm. His strength was higher than Captain Yamamoto of Soul Society, and he controlled the entire Kuoka mountain. His strength far exceeds that of Sire Yan. At the same time, they also learned that one of the women beside Chen Yunsong who brought them here was Li Yuanxiang's daughter. As for the relationship between Chen Yunsong and Li Yuanxiang, even if Ishida Yuzuru is a fool, he still knows what is going on. So Ishida Yuzuru felt that as long as she hugged Li Yuanxiang's thigh tightly, more than 100 people like herself, or the Quincy clan would be saved. Yamamoto of Soul Society? Who will care then? Chapter 48, Go to Japan. Chapter 48, Go to Japan. Ishida Yuzuru knelt down on the ground in the manner of Dogza, causing all the men, women, and children behind him to turn to Ishida Yuzuru, as well as Chen Yunsong, Shifanjin Yoryuaki Dogzai. The scene shocked everyone around him. The disciples of Juxia Mountain. Shifon Yoryuaki is used to it, this is a characteristic of Soul Society. Chen Yunsong and Li Yuanxiang felt quite uncomfortable, as if they were emperors. Of course, in Juxia Mountain, Li Yuanxiang can say that he is the emperor, but he just changes the title of head. In the eyes of Li Yuanxiang, after Ishida Yuzuru said a lot in Japanese bird language, Shifanjai Yuan Yoryuaki translated, he said that he hoped that Li Yuanxiang would be the leader, and there would be a Quincy clan, and for this he was willing to pay everything. Ask him. Li Yuanxiang was about to open his mouth. Wait. Chen Yunsong interrupted Li Yuanxiang and consoled him, don't be in a hurry to gather the Quincy, we need to determine the problems afterwards. How to deal with the Quincy? How to let them develop? You know, the Quincy Quishi's bloodline is not suitable for living in the Zhao realm for a long time. Their spiritual energy is naturally in a strange saturated state. Living in the soul realm for a long time will cause irreversible damage to their bodies, and their strength will be greatly affected. The Quincy clan is very strange. When they are born, their bodies are in a state of spiritual saturation. To put it simply, the spiritual power in a practitioner's body is like an irreversible balloon, which needs to be continuously filled with spiritual energy to increase the spiritual power in the body and expand the capacity of the balloon, but the Quincy's body is like a fragile glass bottle. The amount of spiritual energy in your body is fixed when you are born. If you live in the soul world for a long time, you will burst yourself due to absorbing too much spiritual energy. This seems to be related to the bloodline of the Quincy. It is precisely because of this that the lifespan of a Quincy is the same as that of ordinary people, but it is very different from that of practitioners. Practitioners can rely on a steady stream of spiritual energy to promote the self-renewal of the false body, thereby achieving eternal youth and immortality. The practitioner's false body can constantly change because it is formed directly using the spiritual energy from the outside world. But the Quincy cannot. His false body is fixed and he needs to inhale spiritual energy into his body. After the Quincy's own blood is transformed, he uses the spiritual power in his body to shape his false body. Even if there is one more link, it cannot be replaced like a practitioner. In essence, the practitioner's false body is the external spiritual energy that can be freely controlled, while the Quincy's false body is the internal spiritual energy that cannot be controlled. In short, a Quincy cannot live in the soul world for a long time, and his lifespan is the same as that of a person in this world. Therefore, the Quincy cannot be raised in the soul realm. In the end, Chen Yunsong had to complain, "The Quincy bloodline is so troublesome. I really don't know how Waiwak has existed in soul society for thousands of years." Li Yuanxiang smiled and gave up the throne to Chen Yunsong. He was the one who got the Quincy. So let him continue to negotiate. Li Yuanxiang can just be the big boss behind the scenes. Leave project negotiations to professionals, and you only need to provide money and people. Chen Yunsong looked down at Ishida Yuzuru and said in Japanese, "Everyone, get up. No. If you don't accept us, we. Ishida Yuzuru lowered his head, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and finally stood up. He wanted to threaten the other party by saying, "If they don't accept us, we will remain seated." But Ishida Yuzuru had seen the scene where Chen Yunsong threatened Kirako Shunsui, which made him understand that Chen Yunsong was probably a soft-spoken person. For example, he saw with his own eyes that the princess from the Saifanjai Yuan family in the Soul Society said a little coquettishly to Chen Yunsong, "Onasan, I don't want to wear a maid outfit today," which made Chen Yunsong want to wear it. This attracted extremely contemptuous looks from Li Ziwan and Yun Shanshan. Chen Yuzong looked at Ishida Yuzuru with a sneer, "Very smart." Yes. Ishida Yuzuru still lowered his head, and the more than 100 Quincy clan behind him stood up. Chen Yunsong said, "First of all, you. And all of you. The first thing. Learn Hyuxia. If you can't learn it within 3 months, I will forcibly deport you to Japan. Ishida Yuzuru, seeing that you are old and have poor memory, recession, give you a month and a half." Hi, wait, 1.5 months? Master Chen, did you just say 1.5 months? No, I said you can't learn it in a month, and you will take your clan members with it. Chen Yunsong said with gloating eyes, "As the clan leader, you must take the lead. Do you understand?" "I understand." Ishida Yuzuru wiped the cold sweat from his face with his sleeve. Chen Yunsong walked around Ishida Yuzuru and said, "When you come to the Celestial Dynasty, to the Za realm, if you want to get our protection, you must abide by our rules. I don't care about your identity, age, status, appearance, knowledge, no, anywhere you can, either obey the rules or, go to Japan and die." Ishida Yuzuru and more than 100 Quincy were made to break into cold sweat by Chen Yunsong's words, and even many timid calves were trembling. But compared to abiding by the rules, it is better than going to Japan and dying. How powerful the Quincy clan was back then, with 7 captains, Chao Yuan realm, and 11 deputy captains, Tenrei realm, strong men. Under the massacre of the 13th Syrian Division, thousands of clan members are now. There were only more than 100 people left, 7 captains and 11 vice-captains, and only Ishida Yuzuru was left. The remaining high-level combatants, including Ishida Yuzuru's younger brother and son, all died on the way to cut off the young Quincy. Of course, Shirabu also killed and injured about 3 captains, plus a large number of chief officers and ordinary Shinigami. Unexpectedly, all 13 deputy captains were killed by the Quincy. In the end, if Captain Yamamoto hadn't taken action, 2 or 3 captain-level Shinigami might have been killed or injured. Now that there is a possibility of being protected by Za Realm and 9 Summer Mountains, Chen Yunsong believes that as long as they are not fools or crazy, this group of Quincy will definitely make the right choice. So establishing rules is naturally the first priority before protecting and gathering the Quincy. Ishida Yuzuru. Chen Yunsong roared. Hi. Ishida Yuzuru quickly walked to Chen Yunsong and bent down respectfully. All of you change your names. For example, your last name is Ishida, or your last name is Shi or Tian. In short, go to Japan. You are indeed protected by us, but more importantly, you need to integrate sanctuary. Do you understand? With shocked eyes, Ishida Yuzuru calmed down the excitement in her heart. Yes. This yes, Ishida Yuzuru used Hyuxia with irregular pronunciation. Chapter 49. Don't talk about feelings, it will hurt money. Chapter 49. Don't talk about feelings, it will hurt money. The Quincy group has been living in this world for a long time because they cannot live in Seoul society. Therefore, they also have another identity as Japanese. Chen Yunsong's purpose of learning Hyuxia and giving Hyuxia names is very simple: to de-Japanese and Chinesize them. To put it nicely, it is called becoming naturalized in the Celestial Empire. To put it worse, it means that they will lose their spiritual beliefs and their national roots. In this way, it is the best choice for Juxia Mountain and themselves. The best choice here is the result of discussions between Chen Yunsong, Yun Shanshan, and Li Ziwan. To be precise, the 3 people voted 2-1. Yun Shanshan thought she was unlucky because she could not escape the clutches of a certain big devil. As a foreigner, she was ruthlessly suppressed and finally voted in favor. Come up with a complete plan to install the Quincy. When Chen Yunsong proposed let these Quincy people live in this world, Li Ziwan proposed another option. Jiu. On the table in front of Chen Yunsong, there is a large map of the Za realm, with a red circle drawn at the junction of the Eastern Territory and the Northern Territory. What kind of place is this? Li Ziwan proposed that the Quincy clan could be moved to this 9 secluded land, the place where the spiritual veins are missing. Spiritual veins are the foundation of Za realm, or any soul realm. Yun Shanshan glanced at the curious Shifunjin Yuruaki and explained, I don't know about Soul Society and Dead Soul Society. But Za realm, the realm and the Evil King realm each have 9 spiritual veins. Based on the 9 spiritual veins, various branch veins are differentiated, etc., and with the support of soul reincarnation, aura is produced and the soul realm is created. Yun Shanshan continued, there are many opinions about spiritual veins. Veins of the earth veins, etc. A soul world can be compared to a leafy tree crown, then the 9 earth veins belong to 9 huge, the trunk and branches are branches. Li Ziwan also said, as for Jiu, within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, there is no main vein, not even branch veins. The location of the 5 major forces in the Za realm is at least the intersection of 3 main spiritual veins. Therefore, there is sufficient spiritual energy suitable for practice. Nice place. Listening to Yun Shanshan and Li Ziwan's explanations, Chen Yunsong's eyes became a little brighter. He is still worried about how he should solve the household registration problem if all the more than 100 people in his family are sent to live in this world. We can't let all these more than 100 people become gangsters. Even if you go to a remote mountain village and make a living on your own. It's not like Chen Yunsong just looked at more than 100 people and let them fight and kill. But farming? I wonder if the Japanese people have this kind of talent in their bones. Jean? Chen Yunsong asked Ishida Yuzuru what they did before. Ishida Yuzuru's answer really scared Chen Yunsong. Before the first industrial revolution, they did something similar to jumping god tier. For example, if a place is haunted, invite them to visit it once. If there is a ghost, it will be eliminated. If there is no ghost, just pretend to talk about it and collect money. After the first industrial revolution, more people were engaged in various jobs in the textile industry or the secondary industry. It's just that no one is engaged in agriculture and animal husbandry. Therefore, Chen Yunsong also admires these Quincy. While improving his own strength, he also has to worry about life. Unlike Shinigami, who have a long lifespan unless there are accidents and can spend more than 100 years cultivating themselves around the clock. Quincy are different, because their lifespan is the same as that of people in this world, and they still need to worry about life, so they must improve their strength within a limited time. In the end, among the nearly 10,000 Quincy, 5 or 6 captains and 11 or 12 deputy captains emerged. This shows the Quincy's own diligence and the strength of his bloodline talent. Li Ziwan's proposal just solved Chen Yunsong's current worries. Chen Yunsong suggested, let someone go to Jiu to have a look. What's there to see? Just because a hilly area has no spiritual energy doesn't mean that ordinary vegetation can't grow. Just let Ishida Yuzuru and the others move there. Chen Yunsong stroked the beard on his chin with one hand, bring in another group of craftsmen and a group of Hyuxia language teachers. Li Ziwan nodded, there are also a group of experts engaged in agriculture and animal husbandry. Hyuxia Mountain will not raise them for free, they must support themselves. Yun Shanshan looked at Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan who were having a heated discussion, and said quietly, I have a suggestion, can the Quincy clan give me a share? Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan, _ Yun Shanshan, _, can you share some with me? The purpose of gathering the Quincy clan is to allow them to contribute in the future war in the Void. It is not only the Za realm that is engaged in the war against the Void, but also the Evil King realm. What to exchange for? Chen Yunsong and Li Ziwan looked at each other and said. Yun Shanshan walked between the two of them, held their arms on the left and right, and said in a coquettish tone, oh, with our relationship, what can we do in exchange for it? That's what I said, how sentimental. Li Ziwan and Chen Yunsong grabbed Yun Shanshan's hands and broke away one after another. Li Ziwan looked serious and had a high immunity to Yun Shanshan's coquettishness, and said, don't talk about feelings, it will hurt money. Yun Shanshan, _ Chen Yunsong, oh, d. Then Yun Shanshan turned to Chen Yunsong. Compared with Li Ziwan, he was naturally better at strategizing. When he was about to step forward, Chen Yunong was able to hide directly behind Li Ziwan and Si Fengyu and Yuryuaki. Chen Yunsong knew that he could not deal with Yun Shanshan and Li Ziwan, so it was the best way to let women deal with him. Yun Shanshan looked at Chen Yunsong who was shrinking. She wasn't furious, but she was still angry. Chen Yunsong. Are you a man? I have put down my figure, but you have already moved into the Chen mansion. It is hard to imagine that Yun Shanshan, a person from the Evil King realm, would shout the word I am my mother in Hyuxia. Chen Yunsong said without temper, Your Highness Princess, I am not a man. You calm down the fire, Xi Yuan, I leave it to you. Li Ziwan smiled and stood in front of Chen Yunsong, let's talk about the price. It costs a lot to send out the Quincy clan once. Ah! Chen Yunsong. Do you believe that I have moved out of the Chen mansion? The angry Yun Shanshan just finished speaking and immediately closed her mouth, and most of the anger in her heart dissipated, because I thought that the consequences of saying this would be very serious. "Oh, you don't live in the Chen mansion? Haha." In an instant, Chen Yunsong's expression became extremely cold. He held Li Ziwan, who had a delicate and trembling body, in his arms with his left hand, and walked to Yun Shanshan. "Do you want to give it a try?" "No. I dare not." Yun Shanshan was like a child who made a mistake. Chapter 50. The side effects of the sky-burying tin rod are a bit big. Chapter 50. The side effects of the heaven burial tin rod are a bit big. Although the land of Nine Nethers is not a dangerous place, according to Chen Yunsong's plan before taking action character, he still sent out an investigation team, headed by Shifanjai Yuan Yuryuaki, with some members of the Quincy clan, and some disciples of Juxia Mountain, and some farmers and herdsmen from Juxia City, a large city at the foot of Juxia Mountain where non-practitioners live. The current time coincides with the May Day holiday, and Pearl University has a 7-day holiday. It just gave Chen Yunsong time to concentrate on handling the Quincy clan's affairs in the Zhao realm. Including Wang Junli, everyone returned to Zhao realm, but she went to Zhao Valley. Li Ziwan's proposal about Juyuland was affirmed by Ishida Yuzuru. The spiritual energy is thin and it is still located in the Zhao realm. It is simply a region tailor-made for today's Quincy. Because of the pursuit in Soul Society, if he lived in the real world, Ishida Yuzuru would always be afraid that he would be attacked by Shinigami in Soul Society. Zhao realm is different, Shinigami cannot enter here. Of course, those who were brought in by people from Zhao realm, such as Shifanjin Yuryuaki, are not counted. Therefore, living in the Zhao realm has a great guarantee of safety. The thin spiritual energy is naturally the blood factor that suits the Quincy. In the follow-up, we must first wait for news of Yuryuaki's investigation from Shifanjai Yuan, and then make little changes or perform subsequent tasks based on the actual situation. While waiting for news about Yuryuaki, Chen Yunsong was bored and did not want to practice spiritual arts and soul weapons, so he followed Chen Ling's suggestion, take Xiao Ziwan and Xiao Shanshan to Juxia City for a stroll. If the western region is regarded as a kingdom, Juxia Mountain is the capital, and Juxia City is the companion capital. On the surface, this place is the central city of the entire western region, and Juxia Mountain directly dispatches its disciples to manage it. The western region was divided into 18 provinces. Each province had several cities. Below the cities were counties, and below the counties were villages. It's like a huge dynasty, an imperial dynasty. Juxia City feels similar to the Celestial Dynasty decades ago. Chen Yunsong, who came to Juxia City for the first time, was attracted by the bustling traffic here. People's clothes belong to the Celestial Dynasty decades ago. 100 years ago, the great leader of the Celestial Dynasty founded the present Celestial Dynasty after defeating the Jurchen invaders from the northeast. Regarding traditional clothing, there are 3 schools: Ming Dynasty Legacy, Western clothing, and Ming Dynasty Legacy that absorbs the advantages and improvements of Western clothing. Today's modern dynasty, after decades of evolution, has today's Juxia suits and tang skirts. However, the clothing of the people in Juxia City is a legacy of the Ming Dynasty that existed decades ago, and absorbed the Western style of the Ming Dynasty. It's not weird, it just makes Chen Yunsong feel like he's back a few decades ago, even though he hasn't experienced that era. Including the costumes of Li Yuanxiang, Chen Ling, and others on Juxia Mountain, they are all standard Ming Dynasty style, but have been changed to tight-fitting styles. Yun Shanshan and Li Ziwan were wearing a gold dress and a white dress, both of which belonged to Chen Ling. Li Yuanxiang randomly dug out a suit and threw it to Chen Yunsong. They were saved and went to Juxia City wearing worldly clothes, which attracted some criticism. Another thing is, don't ask why Chen Ling proposed taking them to Juxia City for a stroll. This is what any elderly parent would do if they are eager to have a grandchild. Although compared to Chen Ling, she is almost immortal. However, you don't know when the battle in the void will happen, and you don't know when you will die on which battlefield. Vendors hawking, street acrobatics, theater singing, etc., formed an extremely wonderful scene of the celestial dynasty at the end of the 18th century. Chen Yunsong is like the second generation of a rich boy. The people on the left and right go shopping with him, like the peasant girls who were snatched away by Chen Yunsong. One is curious about everything around him, and the other seems to be accustomed to everything. It was Yun Qinshan's first time to come to Juxia City, and her first time to see the scene of the celestial dynasty in the last century. Jumping for joy, like a little bird, flying around. Her appearance, which is different from that of the yellow race, also attracted the attention of many people. There are foreigners in Juxia City, but this is the first time for many people to see such a beautiful foreigner. This will lead to some very bloody plots. For example, a certain rich kid from Juxia City fell in love with Shan Yun Chagot at a glance, came to join in the fun, and then revealed his identity and family background. Attract Yun Shan. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yunsong stood between Yun Shan and this rich kid like a hero. The correct bloody plot should be that Chen Yunsong revealed his identity as a mountain man and crushed him, a kid from a rich family who is a Shangziaran. Then this rich kid was frightened to death and kept kowtowing to Chen Yunsong and begging for mercy. The plot from standing between Yun Shan and the rich kid can be regarded as the correct direction of the bloody plot. When Yun Shan watched Chen Yunsong punch through the heart of this rich kid, the plot became extremely bloody. That's right, Chen Yunsong penetrated the rich boy's body without saying a word. Not only were the people around him shocked, Yun Shan and Li Ziwan also didn't expect that Chen Yunsong would directly kill her. But what the two girls were more concerned about than what Chen Yunsong did was that Chen Yunsong's eyes slowly turned scarlet. Pfft. Cough. Blood spit out from the rich man's mouth and fell on Chen Yunsong's arms, shoulders, and face, making him look more fierce and ferocious. Within 10 seconds, the rich man died completely in the eyes of unwillingness, anger, and fear. Chen Yunsong threw the rich man's body out like garbage, scaring the people around him into running away. But there are also melon-eating people who are not afraid of death or are very curious. Yunsong. Yun Shan and Li Ziwan quickly stepped forward, supporting his body on both sides, trying to prevent him from falling. Your eyes. Li Ziwan looked at his scarlet eyes and felt a little at a loss. It's okay. Ahem. Damn, the side effects of the sky burial tin rod are a bit serious. As he said that, Chen Yunsong coughed up a mouthful of blood and spit it on the ground. Is it okay? It's all my fault. Yun Shan almost cried. Haha, don't tell me, it's partly your fault. Last time, ahem, you said I don't live in the Chen mansion. Everyone stop it. Law enforcement team. Law enforcement team. Several people wearing Juxia mountain costumes appeared. When the leader of the law enforcement team saw Li Ziwan, Yun Shan, and Chen Yunsong vomiting blood, he almost lost his temper. None of the three of them could be offended by his small law enforcement team. Don't talk about him, they can't offend their bosses, and their bosses. Li Ziwan's bloodshot eyes pointed at the rich man's body and ordered, his family. I want Juxia City to never see that person's family again. Yes.